Hey guys, Dark Humility here, straight from the Mad Lab. We have today the much awaited, much anticipated, much notorious Dark Humilities Season 13 Betrayal, BD2 late game mapping tier list and infographic. We are releasing it today. Of course, I plan to show you guys a tour overall of all of our best guides, so you will have everything at your fingertips to start and go through the season as best as possible. And of course, we'll get into detail about my experience testing late game builds during the closed beta. We have done 70 hours plus of beta testing and have tested nearly 100 builds this season, with 130 total having updated testing as of any relevant changes to this date. But of course, keep in mind that sometimes some last minute changes might come through, and that might make things not as accurate as they currently are. And if that is the case, I will most likely make a small change to it and post a note below the video. If there is something to come out just before the new season. This is April 22nd. Season 13 is starting April 24th, 8:10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Friday. So make sure to be there. I plan to start a hardcore solo self-found Hydra Sorc, so if you want to watch my stream at twitch.tv Dark Humility, you could follow me along with that journey. However, I always promise my chat that if I die on my Sorceress, I will make a different class, and that will probably be a Barbarian, so if we die on the Sorceress. But the Sorceress is, good for farming up other gear for other builds, so one way or another. But if we die too fast on the Sorc, that is what we'll do. We'll just reroll Barb or something, so we'll see what happens. Should be fun. Hopefully everyone is super excited about this season. I am. The Season 13 devs have absolutely outdone themselves, and so many insane changes. Honestly, the melee changes this season have been phenomenal. Seeing all these, even bossing builds that haven't ever been that great for mapping go from C and D tier all the way up to mid or high B tier, and have fortified mapping actually feel incredible on them, is actually insane. And I mean, we're not talking one or two builds here, we're talking 10 to 15. That was the coolest thing. Also, major shout out for making potioning possible during Whirlwind and Leap and other movement skills like that. Man, it used to be so annoying trying to heal the mercenary or heal yourself, or wonder if during a bugged Whirlwind that's going to be your last, as you can't leech through the monsters and your health is going down and you can't potion until the end of the Whirlwind. So really crazy stuff. Of course, as a hardcore player, definitely appreciate that. And obviously that unlocks a lot of new builds that are good for things like Declone and Wrathma as well. So normally you would never touch Whirlwind against, especially not on hardcore against Wrathma, but maybe now it's possible, right? So that's really cool. Really, really insane stuff. Just so many amazing changes. And then, of course, I also got to give a major shout out to my third major favorite change this season, which is the Corrupted Heroes. That is so cool. It's basically a PvP map event. You kill them or they kill you. You take their ear, use the ear to buff up the map, or buff up a map like Standard of Heroes in a way that makes it harder but gives better rewards. That's really cool. That's really cool. Honestly, this season, and I think obviously that's the theme of the season as well. So I think last season I wasn't really sure why it was called Suffering, but I think this season I know why it's called Betrayal. It's because your fellow heroes are betraying you, and they have been corrupted by demons and have come to fight you. So that's the betrayal. Yeah, so that's probably the theme of the season. Really cool stuff. The devs always go out of their way, always amazing changes. They take feedback really well, including my own, always implementing my own feedback and feedback from other people, and constantly making the game more balanced, more better. The game just keeps getting balanced, not just more balanced, but just better in general in terms of itemization, more options, more things to do in the end game. I mean, we're even getting more maps this season. I mean, we're just spoiled. It's crazy. So yeah, everyone in the dev team, chef's kiss, very good. All right. Anyway, so I think that's a pretty good like overall intro to the season, but what we have here is, of course, my late game mapping tier list and infographics. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do a kind of shortish overview of all the resources I have available that I make myself, and hopefully they help you guys throughout the season here. Right here, of course, we have on the left-hand side the mapping tier key. We have the various tiers of what they mean for the late game mapping tier list. We have, of course, what the sub tiers mean, what the criteria is, and how they are tested. Fortification, what that means, budget, so each of these columns next to the build, beside the tier, what do they mean? All the way down to tier 1 performance, hardcore, whether or not it performs better in tier 1s or tier 2s, or about the same or worse. Dungeon buddies and early game trifecta power, just such generic advice for the early game. And then, of course, you have the late game mapping, solo mapping tier list, which really only applies to tier 3 mapping solo with the build. Every build is tested in tier 3s. Tier 3s have become more and more relevant as the seasons have gone on, as they've released more unique maps with unique mechanics and really good rewards. So having strong builds that can clear tier 3s well matters more and more, relative maybe then to just farming tier 1s and tier 2s when it comes to crushing it in the end game. That being said, this tier list really just applies to that late game solo mapping. So when you have a strong build, a pretty solid build, what and how well can it perform? This does not apply to starting out. It does not apply to bosses. It does not apply to grouping. It doesn't even 100% apply to tier 1s and tier 2s, which is why we have a separate column here, because some builds perform way better in lower tier maps. In some, it's about the same. In some, it doesn't matter. In some cases, it's even worse, because lower density is just worse for the build, period. Or things like that. So, just important to note, that is what that is. Solo mapping top 10. This is just a pull from the list here. Late game solo mapping tier list, solo mapping top 10. So these are basically this is the meta list right here for mapping. If you care about the meta, if you're a meta goblin, I know looking at a lot of you PoE people out there, a lot of you guys love the meta. There you go. At least you know what builds to work towards if you want a super mapper in the end game. Of course, there's plenty also in the top 20 that aren't even listed here that are still also absolutely crazy strong titans. And then, of course, you also have the solo top 10 overall. This is actually a new list, so I gotta explain what it is a bit. So this is new in my tier list. Basically, it is a jack of all trades. The qualifications to be on this list is that they must at least score B or higher in mapping. And just for clarification, B or higher is an upper tier mapper, so that is a solid, fast, or above mapper. And it must be an upper tier mapper, but also be exceptional as a starter build and exceptional as a bosser. So in other words, if you played this build, you could do everything in the game with it very well. Maybe with a different setup, maybe with a respec here or there, but it can do it. And so I know there's a lot of people kind of requested this. They're like, man, I really don't want to have to make 4 builds. I just want to know what build could do all the content. And I'll make sure to focus on trying to make that build work for everything. So these builds really are exceptional in how they just perform across all domains at the moment. So Hydra, great bosser, great starter, and honestly, exceptional mapper. Vengeance, very much the case as well. And then, of course, you just have more here. The more versatile they were, the higher I put them up in the list. So I use versatility as the criteria. It's a little subjective, but it is what it is. So some builds like Blizzard, insanely good for starting, insanely good for mapping, particularly fortified mapping. Also, to some extent, just high density mapping, and exceptional at bossing as well. It's great single target, especially when used in conjunction with like Ice Bolt, Ice Blast, right? So all these builds here, they're all good at this. So that's the point here. Now we'll go over that more in detail, of course, when we get to it. But that is what that list is. Season 12 to season 13 biggest movers. I expanded it from 10 to 15 this season because we just had a lot of movement this season. For various reasons, which always talk about why did they jump the tier. It could be better testing. It could be buffs. And in most cases, it's buffs. In some cases, it's nerfs. Just what the testing revealed and what the results were. In some cases, it's improved testing protocol, improved testing tech. In some cases, like Poison Nova. And optimizing, of course, the strategy for farming the map, like Plague Javelin, which made a huge difference. And just trying to make sure you have the best mapping strategies available. And sometimes there's certain strategies I haven't tested in previous seasons, and holy moly, do they make a difference. So it is what it is. But anyway, we'll go over that more. Overall class power ranking. This is a power ranking that is compiled from my datasheet, which I'll show in a moment here, using a combination of bossing, starting, and late game mapping overall score. And as you can see this season, well, I'll talk about it more, but this season is insanely well balanced. That's all I'm going to say for that, for the most part. Top dungeon buddies, these are your top group maps. I didn't really change this season at all. Not really a lot to change. I mean, these are just builds that perform incredibly well in a group for various reasons. Solo dungeon capable. These are builds that perform exceptionally well in a dungeon. Also pretty much unchanged from last season, but because they have multiple elements, possibly good defenses along with multiple elements, and the immunities in the dungeons will not stop them clearing the dungeon. New on the tier list. So these are the brand new builds from the last tier list to this tier list that are now on the tier list that weren't there before. Also, RIP to multi-shot proc Demon Machine Bear Druid. We took that one off the list, so no longer are some of those Demon Machine proc builds. They used to be super dominant back when the Demon Machine was super powerful before the Innocence nerf, and so we had like 4 of them on the tier list, and now we have like 1 or 2. So there you go. And we have 2 of them, but that's because Demon Machine is still good at procs on certain builds, but it's not a dominant approach anymore. Now it's kind of janky on a lot of things, so you can still do it, but it's no longer a dominant approach. All right, this is our starter lineup. So remember, guys, use the scroll bar here. A lot of people just think there's this late game mapping tier list. Okay, we have all this very cool info panel here in the middle, and then if you go further to the right, we have my starter and boss lineups. So these are the best builds I recommend for starting out the season and for doing various bosses. Also at the very end, Season 13 map tiers and immunities, which will be updated with the proper immunities once the dev team finalizes them, when Senpai gets them done. Once Senpai gets them done, we will put them in as soon as we get the info. We do have the map tiers updated though, so these are the correct placement of the maps in each tier, at least to the best of my knowledge. Might be at 1 mistake or 2, but we'll fix it if that is the case. At any rate, these are the best builds for each class for starting out. I also have an overall top 10 list, something that a lot of players might want so they can draw from it. Same thing for an overall top 10 Uber Tristram list. Just some really solid builds that work really well in there. Top 10 Declone killers and top 10 Wrathwind Lucian killers. And then we also have within each class its own list. So these are all builds that can do it well to various degrees. I would say that these lists, their accuracy is not nearly as good as this. Late game solo mapping tier list is data driven, which I'll show why pretty soon here. And it's got a very strong objective component. It's also got a little bit of a subjective component as well, just based on testing limitations during the closed beta. But I would say, and the starter lineup is just tested and true, and maybe due to changes to various abilities during the season. It's pretty well tested though. These lists don't change too much, the starters between each season. I do reorder it a bit here and there due to changes, but that's about it. And then of course for the boss list, this is where it's most I would say just highly subjective. It's due to a lot of research as to like what top bossers are killing the bosses with typically, what kind of skills work the best. I've done a lot of tests on bosses myself, but I don't do nearly as much boss testing as I do map testing. So, and I'm not like a pro bosser. I definitely have killed my share of tier 1 and tier 2 bosses at this point, even on hardcore, but I'm no pro though, so I'm not really the best for. I do know how the boss works though. I have intimate understanding of the mechanics, and I also understand how the mechanics of all these skills work and how they interact with it. And I've also done outside third-party research and have gotten even third-party help in some cases to help inform me. And some builds have been added even, like Whirlwind, for instance, because now you can pot during Whirlwind. So definitely, just thinking about the various interactions of the new season as well when I make changes to these. And that's it. But they are pretty loosey-goosey, the exact order. I would even say maybe these sometimes get less accurate in a new season because there's a lot more testing and bossing that has to happen during the season due to changes that really establishes what the true meta is, like the very strongest killers are. So I might do an update. I typically do a small update to these lists, like sometime mid-season, if we learn more. However, that is the info we have currently, so that's pretty much the best there is. And thank you so much for the Prime, my man. I turned off alerts, but thank you guys so much, guys, for all the support. I'll still call you out, though. Okay. All right. Yes, Hydra is a starter. We'll go over the exact starters, of course, and we go over the starter list. All right, so this is my late game mapping performance data sheet. So this is all the data we gathered during season 13. Any build that is in this like tan color on the left-hand side here has been retested in season 13, which is most of them, the vast majority. Every bar build as well. And any build that wasn't retested didn't get any kind of changes that would require it to be retested that were like meaningful enough to make me think, okay, we need to retest this. That being said, I do try to refresh as many builds as possible every season. So you'll see there's still builds that haven't been tested since like season 12 and season 11 for the most part. Even one since season 10, because it just doesn't change. It is what it is. That being said, my look at those again. So these are all the builds, and this is how it's been done. They've all been retested as of the latest closed beta patch notes as well. The way this works is we average their best top three, their top three tier 3 maps. So we always use Blood Moon as a standardized test that is required for the build. Oh, oops. Apparently I didn't get rid of those 2 cases. That was from 2 times fortified. That was fun testing during the beta, but it's no longer relevant. At any rate, we take always Blood Moon, either fortified or non-fortified, and they're two second best tier 3 maps that have high density, have either little to no immunes, and are good for density testing in their tier 3s. So we really try to get a strong performance indicator on the build. We average their performance throughout all 3 maps, taking into account both their monsters per minute. Usually it's a sample size of about a 1 minute to 3 minute test for each map. Sometimes I'll do the test multiple times if I'm not satisfied with my gameplay or some other aspect of the map. I try to get the most optimal maps for that build possible with no percent maximum life, somewhere within a very tight range of density. But the way it works, though, is that it standardizes the monsters per minute to the density, and that is taken into account in this formula here. It also takes into account the base density bonus of... So you got the D plus 100, that standardizes it to 100 density, and it takes into account the rare bonus. So the fact that rares from white maps have 200% more density, period. And that helps to standardize it to the actual density percent number, which is here, which is on the map itself. So that's good. And then, of course, these numbers here are used to make a bell curve. This bell curve is a skewed bell curve. It's skewed towards the top due to these handicaps here, so which is the subjective system. But the way it works, though, is that basically every number creates this. We find out what the max and the min is, how many tiers there are between the max and the median and the mean, and then we basically get the exact distance between each tier, basically, which is kind of cool. So I make this every season, and then yeah, so you can kind of see that that's what all this is. That's what that all does. And then of course, from the bottom to the top, it's different distances. I kind of separate them a bit, make it to where nothing gets skewed too hard on one side or the other. And then I do have a handicap system as well, where based on closed beta limitations, I award builds either a 3rd or a 2th tier above handicap, which is basically based on limitations. So, like, for instance, a build like Teeth, it's kind of a lot harder to test in beta than a build that uses poison facets. Why? Because a build that uses poison facets, you could get socketed items in the beta and you could test it. A build like Teeth, though, you need plus skill corruptions, and you can't corrupt in the beta. They don't want people to do that, because then they don't want people just sitting in town optimizing a perfect build instead of testing builds, because they want people testing the changes and whatnot and finding bugs. So they don't want people doing that, so there's no corruptions. So certain builds that require like +1 corruptions, or faster cast rate corruptions, or pierce corruptions, or a lot of corruptions, in general make them a little tougher. So there's basically builds that are really easy to test in the beta, which don't have any handicap at all, and then anything else with various degrees of difficulties to testing it and lack of optimization is given various degrees of handicap. I would say most builds have some kind of handicap, but I don't know what the percentage is. Maybe 60 to 70% of builds have a handicap, but then there's like 20 to 30% you pretty much test almost at max power. So that's why that exists. It's kind of a subjective thumb on the scales differentiation that I use to kind of simulate just how strong or how much stronger the build should be, probably, if it had its full power or near its full power. So we use the handicaps to generate the final tier list, and that's why these numbers are not a final assessment. They are just a guided assessment. All right. All right, so then of course we also have an overall class mapping score, class score, and bossing score. I do this every season based on changes in my experience during the closed beta. Once again, 70+ hours, blah, 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 blah. We do all that testing, and then I'm like, okay, this is how I think overall, and this is how many S tiers there are now for an assassin versus other classes, right? So if there's less S tiers and lower S tiers, they'll be scored lower. Class starter score. This doesn't change too much. I don't even know if this changed at all this season. Basically, but mostly based on things like magic damage builds, high mobility, that kind of stuff. Basically, the trifecta of power, which is on the left-hand side of the tier list and infographic. And then class bossing score and total score. Bossing is also affected by things like buffs to abilities, like physical abilities this season, like Crushing Blow, Critical Strike, Deadly Strike, and then things like that, and just how much better they feel against fortified mobs and bosses in general. And then we compile a total class score, which is used to make that overall class ranking, which really doesn't serve any purpose except for curiosity, knowing kind of in general if any classes are suffering like a ton, or also just knowing maybe if you want to invest in a character this season, what character is doing better. This could definitely inform you for like trade purposes too. Like if you know that one class isn't doing as well as others, maybe you play that class and then buy the gear for that class, which is cheaper this season because it's maybe not doing as well in as many domains. And then you sell, all the gear that's way more expensive for other classes that are a lot more popular. So that is like, some things like IK set, that's used by all the barbs, right? And like Tal's used by all the sorks. So that could definitely help to inform that. It's kind of interesting. All right, so that's pretty much the data sheet. They're always free to scroll all the way down and whatnot. Here's the key, of course, once again. So you know what happened this season. Retested for RT'd for all the builds that got changes during the closed beta. And there you have it. One thing I should show is... Oh, wow, bugged out. All right, so a fan made this. A guy named Kontra used it using Cloud AI. So use the Claude, or I don't know, I think it's Claude coding. And so this is actually before I even had my tier list and infographic ready to go. He actually just took my data sheet here in my Excel and he generated this. So this is kind of cool. This is fan made though, so keep that in mind. Also, I can confirm there are errors in this, and typically there are when you generate things with AI. So, like for instance, multi-shot Amazon probably exists, but if you click Amazon, I don't think it's actually under Amazon. It's probably under a different build altogether, a different class, I mean. So the site, you could filter by class, you could filter by role, basically. You could search for the build. You could compare them as well. So you could like highlight different ones to compare. If you want to see like monsters per minute, it's pretty cool. This is just based on the data sheet. And then also this is the late game mapping tier list as well. So basically a different visual, which is kind of cool. So I didn't make any of this. This is really cool though, right? So you can also do this as well. I have it linked as well as a separate link in the S13 tier list command in my channel. So you'll see that as the second link there, the Kontra site version. And it even has the top bossers, top starters, all that cool stuff. So, and it has a legend and key at the top, so that's kind of neat. Yeah, he did a pretty good job there. And it's really cool. I have a lot of like software engineers, coders, developers on my channel. Like I've had Nick Blame, who made my Slambot for like the Slambot game show that I would run various seasons, which is kind of cool. I just have people that just do this. They just decide to do it for me because they love how passionate, I guess, that we are in my community about, data and just having fun with the game and stuff and making cool stuff and making cool content. So this is really cool. And yeah, there's like overall statistics and stuff and distribution of tiers. Like, look at this. This is really cool. So this is made using AI though, so this is kind of neat. So there you go. And yeah, you guys could definitely, if you guys prefer this version, you could definitely pull this one up as well. But I'm always going to keep updating, of course, my spreadsheet. So don't worry about that. Spreadsheet is 100% my priority. But it is cool that there's someone and there's the community that's also looking for other ways to display the information and other things. So that's kind of cool. Also, I'd like to briefly go over. So this is the Project Diablo 2 Ultimate Farming Guide. For those that don't know, it's exclamation Ultimate Farming Guide in my channel. If you want to follow along with this, I'm not going to go over in detail because I have videos on my YouTube that go over in detail, including one I made just last season. It is still relevant. That shows you that now you don't just have the starting builds and their damage type in farming areas with, you know, their difficulty, magic find item types, and mobility and best damage types to clear the farming areas, and their rank from 3 to 1, 1 being the best rank. You don't only have that now for the best starter builds, you also have DH's picks, starter build best farms. In other words, I literally just tell you, I give you the answers. This is like the cheat sheet. So you want to know what I think the best farms are for various starters. Every starter in the game that is on my recommended starter list. Here you go. Recommended starter builds and best farm. No thinking necessary. I literally just take this information here, you know, minimum, you know, minimum recommended mobility for the farming area, best damage types, and the rank, and I just distill it down into this. And that's nice. So, you know, you have just pick that second tab there. You guys, a lot of you guys are probably looking for how to optimize your starting experience in PD2. I'd say this, honestly, I feel like this guide benefits way more players than the late game mapping tier list does, which is really cool for people to understand the meta and to work towards GG builds in the late game, which is cool. And you know, optimizing late game farming is cool, but I think the vast majority of players, you should, if you have friends that are just starting out, or if you're like a PoE player just trying to get into the game, this guide right here is incredibly good. Gives you a lot of useful information. You get the top starters. You know what areas are going to be the best for various damage types. You can see like, yeah, there's just a lot of really high quality information there. It's really cool. And I know my head's kind of covering some of it, but yeah, definitely check it out. I have my link, Ultimate Farming Guide, if you check it out on YouTube. Keep in mind this DH's picks is here. I even used to have it recommended best tier 1 and tier 2 maps last season here as well for starter builds. However, I have cleared them because, well, we have new map immunities and we have new tier 1s and tier 2s. I don't know what the map immunities are yet, so I'm not going to put anything there. I'm not putting anything there, but you're going to know at least how to farm your Lord Destruction farms, and it's always good to farm good corrupted zones as well. But, of course, if you want to know how to farm good corrupted zones, that's where this really comes in handy, because you get the best LOD farming zones, period, so you know what the really good corrupted zones are. And then you know what the best damage types for farming them are. So this list is still incredibly useful. You also know what like recommended mobility level is as well, depending on the class. You know, some classes have no forms of teleport. Some classes have the best forms of teleport. So there you go. And at least you have good info there. So I always like to show this. I still do need to update it a little bit, obviously, besides just the tier 1, tier 2 maps. There's actually a couple of builds I don't think I have listed, so I'll have to finish that. It's just not 100% updated yet for the new season. This is also not 100%. This is, by the way, so the tier list and infographic is updated fully except for map immunities. This is not either, which is my ultimate solo farm mercenary guide. Exclamation ultimate Merc guide, ultimate Merc guide in my channel. You check this one out, of course, as well. This is an incredibly useful guide where you literally, for every late game build, you have, you guys should save all these, by the way. You should star them, whatever. They're very useful. And spread them to as many people as possible so that Players have good info so they don't get frustrated. They can farm as efficiently as possible, and they can traverse the game as efficiently as possible. So this is best starter, recommended starter mercenary types, and then key items, right? So no matter what your build is, it has the best starter mercenaries, defensive types, and offensive types listed. Offensive and defensive for late game, and then starter for early game. Before you have, like, you know, big items, big rune words, things like that. And so I still have to update this fully too. It's not fully updated, but we'll have it updated for Season 13 Betrayal soon. There's like maybe 10 late game builds I have to add. And then also I'm going to just check it over to make sure no changes in the game potentially changed the calculus on these builds, but I always like to look things over every season. I made this build. This build was, this guide was brand new. So this guide is brand new as of last season. It's very useful though. This guide, of course, this part of the guide is brand new. DH's picks, the cheat sheet, and then of course the left tab is not. So there you go. All right, so that is the tour of all of my stuff. Dark Humility, which is me. I also make another very useful. I also make a very useful. I guess you could say asset for the community. I make a very useful asset for the community, which is the Dark Humility filter, which is right here in the launch. It is in the launcher. Everyone asks about my filter. Is it private? How do I download it? It's in the launcher. It's right here. So you just go to the launcher, item filter profiles, ADevDH dark filter, exclamation filter. My filter has some unique aspects, so it will give you, it tiers items based on trade value, or the, I guess you could say the worth to corrupt. So the more worth it is to corrupt, the higher tier it is. It says on the Heroic Cube how they are tiered. Brown being the lowest tier, red being the mid tier, purple being the highest tier, and then it has sub tiers for uniques as well. So it is very nice for traders and people learning the value of items when they find them. Not just the fact that they are unique or they could be valuable based on the sound or noise made during the filter, but also a very more fine-tuned, which by the way still needs to be updated for Season 13 as well. I'll make sure to get that done as well before the new season. And yeah, that's good stuff. Also, let's see. Yeah, the other unique aspects of the filter also is it's very clean, so it doesn't really have the whole wiki's worth of information on every item. It's clean. If you would prefer it to have literally every wiki piece of information on it, on every item, you might prefer a different filter. But overall, it's very clean. It also has a very clean 5-tier system as well. And I use it personally because I prefer it over every other filter. So I make it for myself as well. But yeah, make sure to, if you want that or think it's interesting, you should use that for yourself as well. All right. Yep, we did even get the Geet event to show the possible items. So most normal filter functionality is in the filter. Also, there's sounds in the filter as well and a bunch of other things. But it is a lot cleaner though, so there's not like a huge listing of possible rune words on like every base or like massive amounts of symbols, or, you know, it's definitely a lot cleaner than that. Of course, you could always pull up other things, but some people prefer that stuff, which is fine. But that's just how my filter operates. And it's pretty easy too, and very self-explanatory what the filter levels are, what they do. And you could just use it on level 1 the whole way and it'll be good to go. Most simple filter, I would say, as well. So very good stuff. Simple, works for everything, never hides anything you'd want it to not hide at any stage in the game, and it's very useful. Okay, here we go. All right, so that was the tour of all of my resources for the community, all my assets and resources we currently have available, which is pretty awesome, right? We have more resources and assets than ever. And you can definitely thank just not me, but also my community for that and for all the feedback I get every season. But, all right, so let's get more into detail on the late game solo mapping tier list. So this is the part of the video where I literally will go over every build. I'll say whether or not we have a recent video on it, or whether or not I made a new one, at least for this season. I have recent build guide videos on like a very large percentage of builds, but that being said, not every build, so it is what it is. I highlight different builds every season, especially due to things like changes and stuff like that, so I'll make sure to talk about that. We'll talk about the tier, we'll talk about kind of how it feels. Maybe something that's very important to talk about regarding the setup. Yeah, some kind of like important itemization to achieve the result. Important gameplay aspects that achieve the result. Whatever. So we're going to kind of go through that on every build here. This is, of course, the meat of the video. This is what takes the longest. And then, of course, we'll go a bit more into detail about starters and bossers to some extent. I'm not going to, like, do a huge focus on this because, once again, you know, this is kind of more, a little bit more loosey-goosey. You know, it is what it is. But if you're a boss or a starter and you want some updated info, or it looks like that would work pretty well, I definitely recommend checking out videos, YouTube videos of people bossing and stuff with various builds. Maybe get some ideas. That's always good to go, though. Have you considered adding the links for your guides within the documents themselves? Could make a tab that you can copy in each guide if you want it to be clean. Yeah, honestly, I could do that. The only reason I don't do that necessarily is because sometimes I have to make a... So when I make this guide, for instance, I actually copy my previous one and then make a new one. So the link changes every time. But I always have the commands in my channel to pull up the most recent version and everything. That being said, it's not a terrible idea, though, to have like a link to every version of the guide. At the very least, I should put them in this guide, right? Like the tier list and infographic, maybe. I might consider doing that after the video. That's good feedback, actually. I've had nobody request that before, but considering that we have multiple spreadsheets and a website and that's pulling data and yeah, like multiple just spreadsheets that are good for every player. Yeah, that's probably true. All right, now we'll go into the weeds, Twinkie. So anyone asking questions, if you want to ask questions about a particular build, we're gonna have to wait till I get to that build, and I'll answer the question. Or you have to wait till we get to the end of the guide, which is shortly after we do every build. And then there's a Q&A, and you could ask whatever question you want, and then the video is closed from there. So good stuff. All right, let's go into the late game mapping tier list. So mapping tier key. So this is for people that are new. We have, for Season 13, Betrayal, the best fastest, the strong very fast, and solid fast. Any build that is B or higher is considered upper tier. It is considered fast. The game is so balanced that it has so many B, S, and A tier builds that there's just so many possibilities in Project Diablo 2. So keep that in mind. Any build that is C or below is considered decent, slow, or slowest. So one thing to note here is that not only does this only apply to late game solo mapping, so tier 3 solo mapping most notably, but it also only applies to map speed. All right, so this is something that's important to understand. The tier is not taking into account budget, hardcore, or tier 1 or tier 2 performance. It's only taking into account tested average tier 3 performance, which is averaging 3 maps for each build in the datasheet, and it is compiling a speed score. The speed score is based on monsters per minute, a sample of the build's performance in its best maps. That is what it is, period. It's nothing else. It is not related to starting, it's not related to bossing, it's not related to group play. It's not even related to other aspects of the build, like whether or not it is more or less budget. It is not related to any of those things. That's what these columns are for. These columns inform you about budget here. The tier is literally just speed, performance. That is it. It's like, you know, you have cars racing in the salt flats in the desert. Some cars beat other cars. It's that simple. Some cars are faster. Some cars are Maseratis. Some cars are clunkers. Some old Toyotas, you know, whatever. You get the idea. But to the same extent, it is what it is. It also doesn't really remark on whether or not a build is viable. Technically, every build here can kill things and can clear a map. Every single one, even the F tier builds. In other words, the game is so well balanced that even the builds that are slowest or slower are still capable of clearing the maps very well. It's just that they are slower. That is it. That is all that says. Very, very important for me to emphasize that, though, because always a lot of confusion about that. Okay, sub tiers, high, low, and end. So these are sub tiers. So plus, minus. This means that it is a sub tier. A plus is a sub tier higher. A minus would be a sub tier lower than A, for instance. The system is based on thirds of a tier. Primary criterion. Once again, monsters per minute in best tier 3 maps for build adjusted for density. Typically within 120 to 150. I use standard of heroes to get between 120 and 250. 0% maximum life. No garbage stats for whatever the build is. Near, like, you know, melee splash on summon builds, for instance, or builds that have summons. Near top end builds, limited corruptions, and optimal high APM gameplay. So that asterisk on optimal high APM gameplay, we really try to improve that for every build every season. And that's part of the reason why some builds actually end up resulting higher, because we find new ways to optimize the gameplay or to optimize the farming strategy. Fortification. Fortified maps are ideal for this build. Fortified maps are viable for this build. In other words, about the same, or performance is very similar. By the way, big change to fortified maps this season. I should probably shout that out here. So now fortified maps, in addition to the normal things, which are half density, double monster health, 20% increased damage, and then of course double loot and double experience. Now all fortified maps come with a 30% implicit velocity bonus. That means every build that runs a fortified map just simply runs way faster, which is good because mobs tend to be spread further apart when the density is halved, right, by fortification. So that's really good. It makes them just a lot cleaner to run, particularly when you don't have a lot of run walk early game or mid game. So really cool maybe to run those like lower tier maps, for instance. Definitely really cool idea to run those lower tier maps, maybe like white maps, blue maps. You could fortify them, and now you can run them very fast as well, depending on the build. So that's really cool. There's just more options for doing it, and it's not only a late game thing anymore. And it even helps some builds in the late game, so that's neat. And then, of course, fortified maps are not recommended for this build. Some builds just really thrive on density and things like that. Budget, but build requires very little to map. Build performs well on a budget. Build has decent budget gear options. Build requires high investment specialized gear to late game map. So that's the budget column here, fortify column, budget column, and then hardcore. Build is naturally great for hardcore. Build can be easily modified for hardcore. Build is not recommended, or it's just difficult to modify for hardcore or difficult to play for hardcore. Yeah, challenge builds. And most builds are somewhere in the middle. They can just be easily modified. But there's also some builds that just, even the best damage version of the build, like a Rabies Druid, for instance, is pretty much already super tanky. So it's going to have 2 check marks next to it. Tier 1, Tier 2 performance. Build is much more effective in Tier 1, Tier 2s. So this is, remember, this tier is only for Tier 3s, or at least it's tested using Tier 3s. So a lot of builds, it's just common knowledge that maybe the build struggles a bit in the damage department somehow, or somehow maybe dealing damage to high HP monsters. If that's the case, then it's going to perform better in Tier 1s and Tier 2s typically. Some builds perform way more better, some perform better, Some perform about the same, and then some are even worse in lower tier maps. You actually prefer higher tier maps, so important. And then, of course, Dungeon Buddies. These are best grouping builds on the side. It's not 100% obvious what that means. And then early game trifecta powers. So high mobility, big AoE, and magic or physical type damage. Those are the best attributes of a starting build. There you have it. There's the key. There's a legend on the side. Use it. All right, so since I've already kind of gone over what these tiers mean and what they don't mean, and what they don't apply to, it's also important to note that these are still subject to change if there are some final changes towards the end. The season hasn't launched. It'll launch in 2 days, but they might have final patch or something, so it's not finalized. It's also important to note that they're never 100% accurate. So even though we have a very strong data-driven approach and have a pretty solid approach for understanding how some builds could be tested better than others in the beta, and we use a nice handicap system to address that, I'd say within a third or even 2/3 of a tier, most builds could definitely be considered to have a bit of a range, like a confidence interval. If something is an A+ build, it could be anywhere from like S to A- somewhat, kind of depending on various things, and especially this season. So since they're doing a map immunity rotation and they're doing a map rotation, these builds were all tested using the previous map rotation. So that doesn't matter too much, but what it does mean is so since we always test high density tier 3s, and it's a requirement they're all high density tier 3s that are good for the build, even if the best, I guess you could say the best tier 3s change, so they're changing, right? We're getting a rotation on them, different tiers, different immunities. Even when they change, there'll still be optimal tier 3 high density maps for each build. It's just now they're a little different. And sometimes those subtle differences might make some things, like maybe like fire type builds. Like last season, I'll give you an example. Last season, fire type builds, their best third tier, I guess you could say their third string, like tier 3 map, like the third best tier 3 map they had to run was a little less dense than maybe the third best tier 3, like a cold build had to run, right? That was a little bit the case. Maybe it's a little more dense, right? And that might be the case this time. So just keep in mind there's a confidence interval within like 1/3, to 2/3 of a tier. It's pretty accurate, but just keep that in mind that the accuracy will still be very high even with the new map rotation, but it's still, there's a little bit of things there that aren't going to make it 100% perfect. Also keep in mind it's never perfect, period. Every season we're constantly making it better. I think this season I say this every season. I always say it's getting like really accurate, but this season I feel really confident. Like we've actually brought forth so many builds just using better testing and better optimal strategies that I actually feel like with how much testing we did, how much thorough, just all kinds of different maps and setups, I feel like we've got a very good handle on build strength this season. So that's really good. At least for late game builds. So I don't know, whatever you want, whatever you say, but it's never going to be a perfect process. And just keep in mind in general that, even as this applies to, which is late game solo mapping, this is not like something you have to follow. This is just an indicator of how strong the build is, so that if you're a player coming back this season, or you're a new player, you don't feel duped by trying out a build thinking it's going to be good at mapping when it's not. So that's all it really is. And then you just know how much faster it could potentially run with a good build. And that's it. Of course, I have so many guides on how to make late game builds on my YouTube for both hardcore and softcore. So make sure to inquire on those. One thing I've thought about is making even links to my guides on various build types, but to be fair, I don't have a link for every build. Just definitely consult my YouTube. Go to my YouTube channel, type in a build, type in like Charge Bolt or something, and you'll probably find it. And there you go. Of course, there's other people who have made build guides as well, but it is what it is. So at least you'll understand how it works. Also keep in mind that my VODs, so my videos from the Mad Lab testing from my Twitch, they're still up from the closed beta testing. They'll still be up for like 2 months. So you can also watch all the testing of virtually every build in every class if you go to my Twitch VODs. So it's not just the other ones. Okay, so that's a lot, but let's start getting into the builds. All right. So we're sub 1 hour still. We've gone over a lot of stuff, a lot of resources I have to offer. We've gone over a lot of specifics. Let's get into the actual builds here and what we kind of found testing them this season. Or not testing them, or just testing them in a previous season and where they're still going to be at. Okay. Do we have a moderator in the chat right now? Looks like we need some moderation. I don't know what this comment is. I don't know. Someone might want to check that out. All right, anyway. All right, Nova. All right, so Nova received nerfs this season. Oh no. Nerfs. Now, I have plenty of videos from previous seasons on Nova, okay? And Nova's always been one of the strongest builds in the game. But, important to note, it got its radius reduced, and yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's like a copy pasta or something. I don't know what that is, but probably. I don't know if the mods are here right now, though. I think they're just AFK. They're just lurking. Anyway, so Nova got Nova got nerfed. It got its radius nerfed. Also, so one thing to note about the Sorc this season is the Sorc deletionist lobby. Okay, was very strong this season. Now there's different lobbies for, like the Barb buff lobby. The Barb buff lobby really took it in this season, particularly melee buff lobby. Got in all kinds of very important builds passed in season 13. But the Sorc deletionist lobby, however, though, the people that are in favor of deleting the sorceress from the game, they also got some important builds through the PD2 Dev Congress. And, well, what can I say? Lots of Sorc caster itemization nerfs. Araka's 10 FCR. Ormus only got 2 skills. Infinity Staff no longer has implicit faster cast rate. It's kind of rough. Now, that being said, even with all these itemization nerfs and these small nerfs to various caster abilities in a lot of cases to kind of bring them more in line with the melee abilities to some extent, they're still performing incredibly well. So as you can see, Nova here is still S-. It had a bit more limitations to testing it this season because of lack of FCR without corruptions. So it had a handicap, which it usually never gets one. But definitely the Infinity Staff Stormspire approach on the Mercenary is still crushing it. And still not a budget build, and it's still pretty sketchy on hardcore. I would say it's a lot easier to execute than Poison Dagger, but yeah. You could do that, though. And, of course, perform a little bit better on lower tier maps. There you have it. Charge Bolt got huge nerfed. It's a major nerf, actually. So that one lost a lot of damage across the board. I don't know if they were targeting single targets with this. Maybe it was too strong against D-Clone. I don't know. Charge Bolt did a lot of damage. I thought it was in a pretty good place for mapping, but they just nerfed it really hard in addition to the itemization nerfs. And obviously the typical build for this in a map would be Mings and Infinity Mercenary, which is really cool. But at any rate, it dropped pretty heavy. So Nova dropped, I think, from S+ or S to S-. Charge Bolt went from A+ to B-. It's pretty hefty. It's a lot slower now. Very noticeable nerf. It's in the biggest movers, I believe, as well. So we'll go over that. Yikes. Bad. Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning actually got buffed. Now, what's really cool is there's a lot of lightning abilities this season that got their minimum damage brought up. Now, for those that don't know, lightning abilities, they always have like about 1 minimum damage, or they typically have in Diablo 2. In Season 13, they have made that 1 minimum damage like about 20% of the max damage now. Or, I don't know, somewhere between 10 to 20% of the max damage. And for a lot of lightning abilities, it's made them either feel a lot better, perform a lot better, or just be way stronger. In the case of Chain Lightning, it's made it way stronger. And with a new itemization, like with Skyfall, so you could there's actually really sick one-handed orbs now that can allow for one-handed setups. And with the nerf to Ming Song, which also happened, +1 skill and 10 FCR nerfed, down to 5/75. Now you have a really strong one-handed orbs as well for pierce and for damage for both fire and lightning. And Ashuda's is also getting a rework, I think, last minute too, so that's going to be sick as well. So you're going to have a really good possible one-handed shield options as well, which is even better for hardcore because that means you have better block options too. So that's really cool. So there's actually some good things happening for the Sorc as well. It's not all bad, but I'd say overall nerfs, but not everything. Chain Lightning actually came quite a bit up with this. This is a big buff going on there. Pretty sick. Coming up at least from like B to A tier, I think. I don't think I noted it on the biggest movers, but it's probably one of the biggest ones. And I even showcased this. So this is my first video, actually, my first mini guide and demo. Or at least the first build I've gotten to on the tier list that I've made a new one for, this brand new one this season. So check that out if you want to see how powerful Chain Lightning could be even in tier 3s. And to keep in mind, it's even better in lower tiers, so it's really strong. In this season, I made it to where every Sorc build that has a decent distance from the enemies or that can fire at a decent distance, technically you can have a decent budget build even for mapping on those, so I was a little more lenient on it. I gave him a 1 check mark on a lot of these builds, just because it's a little bit easier to execute those, so yeah, it's not too bad. Oh, except I don't know why that's there. That's wrong. Okay. Yeah, the rest are fine though. I guess I didn't catch that. But yeah, so that's really good. And then, so yeah, you could definitely do it a little bit on a budget to some extent, as long as it's no lightning amines in the map, of course. Using this pus spitter or something like that. Just check out the starter mercenary. Remember for all of the ultimate Merc guides, so you can just check that out. Anyway, all right, on to the next one. Teleport Thunderstorm. So this build is kind of interesting. So last season was the first time I tested it. You could literally just teleport around the map and your Thunderstorm will kill things at B tier. Think about that for a second. There's builds like Meteor and Inferno that cannot clear as many monsters per minute as just teleporting around with a maxed out T-Storm with Infinity Staff and Storm Spire on the Mercenary. Or with a Static Field Act 3 Mercenary with Skyfall, and then you get 2 Thunderstorms going off at the same time. Because the Skyfall Orb has implicit Thunderstorm. And you could put that on the Act 3 Merc. It's kind of fun. I don't know if that actually does too much, but it at least looks cool. At any rate, best approach is probably Storm Spire Merc, Infinity Staff on yourself, but the Act 3 Merc is also a very solid approach, and you could also run that. So you could run double T-Storm. And I tried that out as well. Definitely performs better in lower tier maps, but in high tier maps, it's still crushing. Like, it's destroying packs of cows. Like, it's... You would think this would be garbage, but I made a video for this last season, so check it out if you're not convinced. It really isn't that bad at all. Like, it's very surprising how strong it is. Solid, fast build, man. All right, Cold Free, Frost Nova. So, I believe Frost Nova got a slight synergy buff, but it also got its radius nerf, just like Nova. So overall, it came down a little bit. Not big, not huge. Also, the itemization nerfs maybe a little bit hit it. but you know, it's like a third of a tier. Honestly, when you get max FCR and Nova or Frost Nova, it's still feeling very smooth, very powerful. It's just these are very expensive builds typically to get to, and you know, they're still very fun. It feels like all gas, no brakes. It's really fun, but they're a little weaker this season. They're not quite as dominant. Definitely some, I don't know, very maybe justified nerfs. The only thing I think that's a little concerning is that they might be so weak to the point now to where they're competing more with Frozen Orb and Ice Barrage and Blizzard, which are much safer builds and they're a lot easier to execute. And I think most players would probably just rather go with Frozen Orb, Ice Barrage, Blizzard, or Chain Lightning than Nova and Frost Nova. Personally, this season, I would probably rather go Chain Lightning, Frozen Orb, Ice Barrage, or Blizzard if I was doing one of these elements, because Nova is, in my opinion, if it's not significantly stronger than those other ones, it's kind of not worth it, because you can just like get similar damage, similar performance out of something a lot safer. So yeah, I don't know. They might have Nova might be a little over nerfed at this point, because like in my opinion it's a good thing when it's really strong, because it's really hard to get to it. It's really hard to get a build that executes well with it as well. It's still really strong. It's just it's on the edge of like maybe not strong enough now. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's close. It's very close. Just my opinion though. As you can see, I mean they're still performing well, but it's true. Of course, these are tested at both 200 FCR, you know, and slightly less FCR approaches with high damage given the limitations of beta. And no matter what, Frozen Orb and Ice Barrage are always going to be really close in performance. They're definitely within the margin of error. Frozen Orb typically comes out maybe a tiny bit ahead, but, you know, it's a little bit of, it's, you know, there's definitely margins of error. There are, for sure. Even with multiple tests. Frost Nova, still doing good, though. I mean, keep in mind on Nova, the good thing about Nova, though, is the Steel Carapace Sigurd's high defense approach, particularly on Frost Nova, that has like huge defense boost off of Shiver Armor, is still a very safe, very powerful approach as well. So there is tech that allows you to make Novas very safe, and also with all the one-handed approaches as well this season. So I don't know. There's definitely more options for Nova, but is Nova worth it versus these also very strong, safer approaches? It's hard to say. I'm not really going to go too much into detail to many of these. We did retesting on Frozen Orb and Ice Barrage this season because they haven't been tested in a while, but otherwise no changes. They're still very powerful. Blizzard mostly changed last season, but its main limitation is that small cooldown, but otherwise a crazy strong fortified mapper, and good in either fortified or non-fortified cows. Just important to note that Blizzard, very strong, also gets a very special mention in one of my lists to the side there because it's very versatile. We also get Glacial Spike. Didn't change since last season. It just doesn't have a lot of AoE, but it can clear a map. It's just slow. So it's one of the worst mappers in terms of speed. We have Enchants. Now, Enchant, the damage doesn't really affect the bear so much because the bear, it's mostly about movement and not being able to teleport. That's really what limits it a bit. For the Widowmaker, though, and the other one, we retested it. Enchant did get its numbers changed. For some reason, it does seem considerably weaker this season. So not 100% sure why, but it's, I don't know. It's probably about the same either way, but it's, yeah, I don't know, because I was getting similar damage too, so it's kind of interesting. Maybe it's like a few K lower, but maybe that's all it really took. That being said, the Exploding Arrow version, the Fire Enchant version, is still performing incredibly well. So not sure why that is. Maybe it's just because you don't need a Fanaticism Mercenary to get the max attack speed frames. And so for a Bowsork, Demon Machine is just such a fast weapon that you could just have maximum pierce, and it's still like piercing insanely well and crushing maps. So versus maybe the other versions that require a lot more attack speed and a lot more other things. Widowmaker's a slow bow, so that's really what it comes down to, I think. And then, of course, let's see. What else is there very useful to talk about here? So pure cold enchant approaches, pure fire enchant approaches. Combustion, no significant changes. It does have a new orb you could potentially use now, though, which is cool. Ever since they reduced or they increased the cooldown last season, though, it is, I would say, not like insanely strong, but it's still solid and fast even in tier 3s, and in lower tier maps it's still insanely strong. Like, this is one of those builds where it's B tier and tier 3 maps, so maybe closer to S tier than like lower tier maps still, so because it just insta clears everything. So it's definitely been nerfed quite a few times since I think it's max power in like season 10 or something, but it's still up there. Meteor, mostly just limited by the kind of, I guess, mechanics of Meteor, but it's still very powerful in fortified maps, and it's tested like that as well. Cows, it could go either way. Meteor used Brimstone Rain, by the way. Combustion, you can still use like Mangs, Skull Collector, or the new orb. New orb is there's a new fire orb. You could use the new Ashudas too. That comes out, so that should be neat. Very fun build. Hydra. Well, Hydra's probably the most to talk about, honestly. So Hydra got a big buff. And throughout the closed beta, though, there was a lot of iterations of it. So it's supposed to pierce now, so the fireballs pierce. So it went up a whole tier from like C+ to B+ for mapping, which is huge. Practically an A tier build almost for mapping. It's that strong. As long as you test it and play it optimally. I have a video for Hydra, so this is the second class the second build we're going over here. That is a brand new video on my YouTube for Hydra, so we got a brand new one, so you can see how to play that build optimally. It's really cool. It's really fun. Hydra, Blaze Movement, really good. Double Dragon, potentially. New Fire Orb or new Ashudas. Really good, just really strong. The piercing is really crazy. However, throughout the closed beta, first it started out being useless because the damage that pierce didn't do anything at all. And then it was too strong because then it was lingering or it was like double damaging, or there wasn't enough next hit delay. They fixed that with next hit delay. And I went to like, so there's a point in the beta where this is actually like S tier. And then it actually came down back to like high B, low A tier. So there you have it. Hydra is very good for everything though, bossing, starting, and mapping. So fact that it's never, by the way, Hydra's never been this strong of a mapper. There were seasons when Hydra was confirmed F tier. It's come a long way from getting more AoE, more damage, more Hydras out from the Dragon Runewords, and of course this season being able to pierce. So Hydra's gone from like F- to B+ over the last 5 seasons, and arguably possibly even A-, obviously within the standard of error. So pretty sick. That's really crazy, and I made a video for it to highlight that because it's just that cool. All right, Inferno got a buff, so now you can get more pierce on it. I did test that with higher pierce. Higher than the standard 30 that you used to be able to max out on, and it's performing better. It's gone from slow to decent. So even in tier 3s, which is crazy because it performs better in lower tier maps. So nice. Inferno is not only a starter or a bossing build, it is now possibly a mapper. That is respectable. Let's see. Fire enchant, exploding air. Oh yeah, so yeah, this build, I had a video on this from last season. So if you don't know about exploding arrow bow sorceress, I made the video. It's extremely strong as well. So there you go. You could definitely check that one out. Upper tier mapper. That's a bit surprising. A lot of people don't realize how powerful it is. It looks incredible. I retested it this season. It still looks incredible. Vengeance. No retests on these builds. Kind of just like off meta sorceress builds, like a melee sorceress, passive sorceress, some a melee sorceress that isn't even a bear sorceress, so a different kind of melee sorceress. Can max energy shield and go ham. It's pretty fun. Using Vengeance, using the Kingslayer Runeword. And then, of course, there's like Nova procs with Innocence. Still have data on this. That's not necessarily crazy, though. Nothing's really changed with these this season, so no retesting. All right. Druid Builds. Let's get into it. So, Twister Tornado made it to where when you use it now, your gust pretty much is your gust cooldown is reset. That's pretty cool. Good quality of life. I don't think it really did too much for its tier, but I mean, still good quality of life. But yeah, one thing to note is another reason that might affect a tier change isn't just better testing or nerfs or buffs or whatever. It's also just the fact that the bell curve shifts. Sometimes we get a lot of buffs to, like, for instance, this build, this season, so many melee builds went from like D to low C in terms of their best scenario, which was a fortified map, to like B, high B for fortified maps. And that shifted a lot of builds up, which means a lot of builds that didn't get any buffs actually fell back a bit. Even if they got a buff, in some cases they still fell back because the buff was not as significant as buffs to other builds. So, in other words, the whole bell curve shifted a bit. Some builds got left behind a bit more than others. So they're a bit of power creep, I guess you could say, just overall, but you know, that does happen. There's some like creep of like when a lot of builds creep forward, some builds, relatively speaking, may fall back a bit from either, you know, updated data or data that is updated to the last most important change. All right, so Twister, yeah, so they got gust cooldown reset. That's cool. I did retest it though. There is some limitations though. This is a physical damage caster build, so they got some major handicaps because they need a lot of plus skills to really operate at their optimal level. Tornado's better at fortified mapping. Twister's better at normal mapping. Twister's still performing at a B level though, which is an upper tier mapper, so that's good. It's also very budget and straightforward, very cheap gear. That's probably the best thing about Twister, is that it's an upper tier mapper with really, really cheap options, like Twilight's Reflection, Horizon's Tornado, even Delirium, just really basic stuff, and you can really crush maps with them with summons, so that's really good. And Tornado can do the same in fortified maps, but even in fortified maps, even with the improved numbers it can get in fortified maps, still not quite as good as Twister overall. Overall, for these builds, really reliable amplified damage is very important. So something like Wrath Mercenary, Act 1 would be optimal. Earlier game, it would be something like... dang, why can't I think of it right now? Well, you could always use an Act 4 Mercenary Dark for the amp proc as well. Oh, Witch Wild String. Yeah, you could use that. There you go. There's a lot of things you could do, though. Even a Reapers on an Act 2 or Vile Husk on an Act 5 would help a little bit. So there's nice. Not as good as Wrath, though. Wrath is very consistent amp. Arctic Blast Hurricane. So, alright. So this is one of those sleeper builds, alright? We got some sleepers. Okay, now this build hasn't... The tier hit really hasn't changed much from season to season. It's pretty much been rated like A+ to S+ like the last 4 seasons. Just kind of depending on where the bell curve's at or retest data and some other things. Not really a change on this, but Arctic Blast technically got buffed because the Pierce limit has been taken out. So we retested it, and it did get a better result with the Pierce limit lifted because I had even more Pierce than 50. Just kind of like the Inferno thing. And similar type of change. And yeah, it's insanely strong. I don't have a brand new video for this one, but I do have my video, I think it's from last season or the season before, that is still updated, and it just shows you how ridiculously strong this build is. It's still very accurate in how it portrays it, so it just melts the map. It's crazy strong. So definitely look out for that build. It's also way safer than Nova, so you could have animals, 1 point in all your animals, and you're pretty much good to go. You also have a max hurricane as well. Not bad. Really high cyclone armor, so yeah, it's pretty solid. That's why it's naturally good for hardcore. It's got double check marks there. It's got a lot of really solid approaches you can use on it. You don't even need super high FCR either, just because it's a channel ability, so you can really put a lot of strength in defenses, things like that. So it's a super strong build. You might think it's a meme, but trust me, I got multiple videos on that build. Not from this season, but yeah, it's plenty strong. Just take my word for it. It puts up the craziest numbers. Molten Boulder was retested this season due to the Armageddon change mostly, and well, it's still around a low B tier mapper. Still solid. You just throw Molten Boulders. It's a lot of fun. It's not the strongest approach, but it's a lot of fun. And you can run Brimstone Rain or a bunch of other things. A lot of these like Fizz Fire Hybrid builds, you could run Brimstone Rain. A lot of really cool things you could do. And you could use a combination of Amp, or you could just use Decrepify and an Act 3 Mercenary using Exile and Innocence. You could go Amp from an Act 4 Mercenary, Infinity Staff on the Mercenary as well. You could go just basic Infinity Mercenary. You could use, like I said, Static Act 3. There's a lot of things you could do. Fissure, no changes since last season. That's a pure fire build, though. And Volcano, or Volcano, as the non-degenerate people say it. Volcano got a pretty heavy nerf this season, from just a lot of damage numbers and things like that. So it's come down a little bit from pretty much one of the best builds in the game, if not the best build in the game, to S-. So it's still very, 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 very strong. That being said, damage is not quite as consistent as it used to be. It used to just absolutely flatten whatever you'd put on top of it. Now maybe it doesn't flatten every monster. Maybe some survive. So because of that, a little bit less MPM. Goes down a bit. Still could play it very aggressively, though, using Steel Carapace, Sigurds on yourself, and Act 3 Mercenary with defensive approaches. So very, very powerful. You don't even need Infinity on this build. Just super aggressive approaches are still very strong on it. And just teleport into packs. Very good. But yeah, definitely came down a bit, though. Shockwave, no changes. Shockwave is beloved by so many in the community, but what it really comes down to is it's just slow. That's all. For late game mapping, it's better in tier 1 and tier 2 maps, though, to be fair. And it's also super budget. You know, you can do it using very basic items, just plus skill items, just like Twister and Tornado. And it's actually, I would say, even safer. If I had like a hardcore 3 check marks, which I don't have that designation, I would put that on Shockwave, because that's just how safe it is. And it's super good for group mapping too. A lot of people forget that even if a build doesn't perform necessarily well in solo mapping, some of them are actually designed for group mapping. This one stuns everything and does tons of damage. You're super tanky because you have like max bear form, max oak sage. It's super powerful in what it does. It's just for solo late game mapping, it's slow. That's it. Why? Because that's just the mechanics of the skill. Even with Hunger, you run around, you cast something in place, kind of like Strafe. And unlike Strafe, though, you're on an Amazon that runs quite as fast, and you don't have the frames aren't as fast as well, so you stand in place longer. So it is what it is. It is still very, very powerful, though, for group mapping. Very powerful for starting. Very powerful for hardcore. Just you know, speed, MPM, monsters per minute, that kind of nonsense. You know, that's its tier, man. The tier only reflects that. It's all about speed. That's all it is. Rabies. All right. Rabies is just, you know, the reason why the tier only takes into account speed, by the way, is to remove all confusion so that you really just understand. You know, if you want the fastest builds, you'll know exactly how fast it is. And then you'll know also from these other columns, you know, what they are actually doing for you, right? That's really what it comes down to. It's all about the speed. It's all it is. It separates speed from those other indicators. So you really just understand that that is the indicator. It doesn't even comment on how easy it is to loot with the character. Slower builds tend to be easier to loot with as well. Builds that are so fast, sure, you can go through the map really fast, but can you loot while you're doing it very easily? In a lot of cases, no. Some of the very fastest builds, like the poison builds especially, they have a delayed kill. Oh man, delayed killing is rough for looting. And unless you only care about the very best items or the high runes, you know, being notified by your loot filter, and if you care about looting a lot more stuff, you might not even want to play those builds, because even though poison builds are notoriously ultra strong in late game mapping, they have a major limitation there, right? This tier does not reflect that. It just says it's speed at killing monsters. So keep that in mind. Lots of other, you know, tiny little. I don't make like a separate list for like looting tier or something. I don't make another column for that, because really it's just poison builds. There's poison builds and there's non-poison builds. Poison builds, they tend to be S tier, but they are they struggle in the looting department. So yeah, it is what it is. All right. So that's just how it goes, man. It's how it goes. Try to separate, though, the speed from every other concern, though, right? I do try to promote the 4 other most important concerns. And then, you know, there's the looting concern, which is mostly a concern for poison builds. So let's keep that in mind. All right, rabies. Speaking of poison builds, here's one right here. Rabies has been consistently between A plus, and S plus tier for the last like 10 seasons. No, not 10. 8 seasons? 7 seasons? Rabies is crazy strong. It was retested this season using Indaryl's Visage, which is a change from last season. It's a test we didn't get to last season, so because we were able to run it this season, it did perform a little bit better at that extra pierce. A little bit better strategy, too. Really making sure I had optimal run walk, weaving in between packs, going for those types of things. So it was a little bit better. So the tier, I'd say, is like highly accurate now on this, and it's a crazy strong build. You can run it somewhat on a budget as well, and on hardcore it's very safe because it automatically uses a shield. And being able to use a shield automatically on an aggressive build gives you options such as Storm Shield pretty much from the get-go, so, or safety shields or safety armors or other things, but obviously you want usually Bramble or something similar. So Rabies, Vigor Mercenary, run very fast, have lower resist as an option on her, particularly for faster cow pack destruction, and obviously it's a density chainer. Any kind of density chainer build like this or Lightning Fury, Fortify is actually bad, so keep that in mind. And then there you go. Very, very strong. I don't think I have a recent video on that from this season, but I do have recent video or videos on it, so you could definitely check out the power of the Rabies Druid on a recent video. Wolf or Fireclaws? So Fireclaws got buffed via the Armageddon buff from Fireclaws Energy, so we retested it. We found that the main problem with Fireclaws is either not enough damage or not enough AoE or both still. Even though Armageddon is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, we tested multiple weapons on this. Earth Shifter, Azaraths, even the fast one-handers, the fast two-handers, even Hellrack, which is a bow, using Steel Rends to get melee splash on it. We tested a lot of different things, though. Hellslayer Decapitator for the Fire Pierce and attack speed, Earth Shifter for the attack speed, and the Fissure proc, which is really strong. Earth Shifter, I think, performed the best, and yeah, it's just decent still. I feel like in order for this to be a better mapper, but here's the other issue though, is that this build, I tested it against bosses actually this season, and I found this build is so strong against Ubers and other bosses. It's crazy strong against bosses, which is I think part of the problem is that it's so good against single target that if they buff it too much for mapping, it's gonna be sub. So it's maybe not the best mapper, but hey, with the damage and AoE though, it's even better at lower tier maps too. So like way better. So honestly, maybe a bit of a sleeper for tier 1s, tier 2s. Very powerful for bossing. A lot of fun. Wolf Fury. Okay, so this is where we get to our first melee build, I believe. Yeah, so, alright. First thing to note, very big this season, very, very important, is melee builds. Huge melee build changes, guys. So many of these builds, if you just take a look at my last tier list, if you type exclamation S12 tier list in the chat, just compare them. And of course, you could compare them here too, on my biggest movers. So look right here. All right, now once I go over the biggest movers, you'll see that there's a sample of them here. But these melee builds, yeah, they were, you know, they could be decent at mapping, maybe a little slow even. And their best case scenario, by the way, was Fortify. And we have even better fortified maps this season with Velocity. And melee builds get massive buffs, man. We're talking like more splash, crushing blow efficiency, deadly strike is even better with deadly strike efficiency, critical strike efficiency, critical strike being upgraded from 1.5 times to 2 times, melee itemization buffs, holy crap. Whether, and of course using things like Ursa's Nightmare for more splash as well on the Druid, which is a helmet. Use that crap. Holy moly. Big buffs. We're talking going from low C tier, high D tier, or just D tier in a lot of cases in a lot of these melee builds. I believe this one actually, Fury and Maul, they were pretty close to D tier, or they were D tier last season, and they are both B tier. These are melee builds that are B tier. They are upper tier mappers. Guys, I don't know if you guys know the significance of that. That is so hype. It's like the thing I'm most hyped about, honestly. Crazy. That is just how good their numbers are in fortified maps now. They are crushing fortified mobs. I have videos of these types of builds. I have Fend. I have... obviously, I got Whirlwind. What are the other fortified maps? I have Zeal video. Yeah, I made a few different characters to show off these changes. Oh yeah, Bear Barb as well. Not the Bear Druid, but the Bear Barb. So you can see that there too. But obviously even the Wolf Fury and Bear Maul under the Druid here are a huge, big time increased power level in maps. Not just bossers anymore. They are solid mappers. Very good. Once again, B is an upper tier mapper. That's no joke. Like once you go from D tier to C tier, which are kind of like whatever, you could run the map. It's probably not going to be insanely good, but you can do it. Once you get to B, that is like a solid, strong mapper. And the numbers really reflect it in the data sheet. Like this is no joke. They are killing fortified mobs that quickly. And the 30% velocity bonus, it's even possible some of these builds have a little bit more power than even the data reflects, because that was later on in the closed beta. I did test that to some degree. I didn't find the velocity like really improve the end game approaches too much, but it might improve it a little bit, just enough to maybe nudge them a bit forward. So some of these might even be upper B tier. That's how powerful they are at mapping now, which is sick. So don't sleep on your melee builds. Just really want to emphasize that. Like, of course, you know, there's some limitations to testing Fury and Maul as well in the beta because of lack of attack speed corruptions, which is why I believe they got, yeah, they got handicaps, yeah. Because they could have extra attack speed corruptions in a lot of these weapons, which could enable, like, slightly better weapons or like Tomb Reaver maybe, or just like more damage on the weapons, like Executioner's Justice or whatever we used. And then they could definitely pump a little bit harder for sure, right? So, but they weren't too close to the tier cutoffs either, so I was like, yeah, I'll just leave it alone for now. But you can kind of see that in general, though. These just got some big buffs. There's also a way to proc it using 2 Carrion Winds and Windhammer, proc Twisters using the Wolf. That approach didn't get changed at all, so I imagine it's still just as strong. It's a little bit of a meme, but it's a meme with synergies, right? So the Druid has Twister synergies, so you can actually make it pretty strong. So it's actually really solid. It's just, it's a little bit on the slow end, but it's still powerful and very effective for clearing maps. I actually made one of these during one of my hardcore seasons, not just on testing. I have a video on this too if you want to see how this works. It's pretty cool. From like I think season 10 or something, season 11. All right. I actually even have a Shockwave video I think from like season 10. I think I don't know. Maybe last time was Change Big. How good is Split Throw for hardcore? We'll get down to Split Throw, guys. Season 13 is the In Your Face season. Yeah, man, In Your Face. That's right. Thank you guys for the support, by the way, in the chat. The subs and whatnot. We got Mr. Sunny as well. Thank you, man, as well. Thank you, Dean. I didn't get to you as well. No alerts at the moment because we're making a video, but yeah, absolutely. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. In Your Faith season. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so on to the summons. Okay, yeah, so summons are kind of, the bears should be just as strong. No change there. Damaging mostly just by teleporting into fortified maps, which is the most optimal way to do it in the late game. With the Den Mother 4 bears, it's still going to be decent for late game. Keep in mind, though, summoners are way stronger for early game and way better for bossing, not just mapping. And worm resummoning, still very powerful as well. I even tested some weird approaches like using Breath of the Dying proc on Mercenary. Nothing really that crazy though. I'd rather just go more standard stuff like Rapture or Act 1 Mercenary, but still really cool though. Summoning poison creepers can be incredibly powerful as you teleport through a map. So that's really cool. Density seems to matter a little bit more, but it could probably do either fortified or not. And then the big nerf we should probably talk about here is that Ravens do only cold damage now. I believe their numbers might have been dropped a little bit as well, if I remember right. Summon's still solid. I mean, the Wolves and the Bears are still just as powerful. It's just, I'd say for late game, this is a bit more concerning because now part of the Wolverine doesn't boost their physical damage anymore. It used to do that. In other words, it makes it a little bit worse of a like Uber bosser to some extent. Maybe makes it definitely makes it a little bit worse for, or maybe about the same for normal mapping as well. I even tested an approach where I had Cold Pierce and % cold damage on gear and Conviction Aura Mercenary to try to get the most out of just the Ravens. And honestly, it performed about the same as a standard just all animal zoo approach. So I put this approach on the tier list instead as a, I guess, a very well-defined approach, whereas this is pure physical, this is not. Either way, summons are still good where they've always been good. They've always been slow at mapping, okay? I think why people are probably most upset about this is bossing. Because now Ravens for bossing aren't going to be nearly as good. They used to just destroy like Ubers, for instance. Like Ravens would absolutely destroy Uber Diablo. And Uber Diablo couldn't do anything about it because his attacks couldn't kill the Ravens. Same thing about Declone, right? Now they do cold damage, which means these bosses have way higher resistances against cold damage, so they're not going to get destroyed nearly as much. And since you put a lot of effort into increasing your skills and your physical damage on the rest of your summons, your untargetable mobs now, which are your Ravens, just aren't nearly as effective. So just keep that in mind. There's still never been fast mappers to begin with in the late game. Still way better in lower tier maps, and they're still insane in early game. And they're still very budget, and they're still very strong. They're not dead. They're just, they just adjusted them to where it's not a free Annie, it's not a free torch. It's no longer something you can just do from the very beginning and expect it to work. And because now, your summons are going to die to Diablo, the ones doing most of the damage, and you got to resummon them, and you got to, you might have to have more skill levels on them so they don't auto die, that kind of stuff. So it's still good. It's still doable. It's just tougher. Well, it makes sense because, so someone in the chat said, Ravens have been so much discussions about been crazy. Yeah, well, it's because Druid Summoner, I think, is probably the most popular build of all time in Project Diablo 2. I think it's actually, like, by far the most played build. So if he changes something about the most played and the most versatile build that could crush all content in the game, and he makes it a little tougher or a lot tougher to crush certain content, particularly like pinnacle content, people are going to talk about it. Because now it's not as dominant, It's a lot tougher to get away with that. Now for pinnacle bossing, you're probably, especially this season, a lot better off going melee approaches, right? Or caster approaches like Volcano. So, is the list out? Yeah, this is out. I released it, actually leaked it yesterday, so there you go. I always leak it on my Discord, by the way, like a day before, so. A lot of people were already in the document when I got online today, because, they find it. Once I put it there, people start spreading it around, so. I'll, of course, spread it around on all my videos, too, so. I always have links to all my guides, by the way. In every single one of my guide videos, particularly the most modern ones, like the Ultimate Mercenary Guide, the Ultimate Farming Guide, they're all links in the description of in the first pinned comment I try to for all my videos, but of course I'll be more thorough about that as well. I'll also try to put links to all the guides on the super document too, which is the tier list infographic. I'll probably do that actually, so once I end today, the video. Alright, so yeah, that's about it. Pretty much all I have to say about all that. So Assassin Builds. Assassin Builds. Alright, Chain Lightning Sentry got buffed. So it got one of those minimum damage buffs, right? I think it got some extra chains, or I don't know, that might have been Chain Lightning. Either way, Chain Lightning got some very nice results. Unfortunately, Chain Lightning Sentry, either due to mechanics or otherwise, maybe it just attacks too slow, which is really the problem with Charged Bolt Sentry as well, which is a terrible approach to a build. But, or at least in terms of it being slow and painful. But, so like, Chain Lightning Sentry is just still like, it doesn't cover very well. And obviously it does better in scenarios where there's less monsters, so that's kind of cool. But the actual damage it does as well is kind of sus. I should kind of note here though that Fortify is possible on this because it doesn't chain. I don't know. I didn't update that. I just noticed a error there from my. See, I tried to go over all these, but I don't catch some things. I did actually retest also using Fortify as well. I think the main problem is that like it just chains too slowly to some extent. And even like when there's less monsters, so it has less things to chain between, the damage isn't particularly convincing either. Because you'll notice like Chain Lightning, for instance, can easily hit like 27k per cast. And even with multiple traps out, they can only do like, I don't know, like 13, 14k, even if you had like all the plus skills in the world. So that being said, it gets a pretty major handicap as well though. Because I realized that it is limited by plus skill testing. Oh yeah, it gets a handicap, so. But I did retest it though. So it is what it is, closed beta, obviously some items are difficult to acquire, but I still had some pretty good stuff though for it, but yeah, it's not insane. I definitely think you could make an argument for it being, yeah, I don't know, now that I think about it, given how I tested it, maybe it's like a +2 handicap because of plus skills, but even then, C plus, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's decent. It's okay. I would never run it over Wake of Fire no matter what, though, even if you had optimal gear. There's really no reason to. And that's with Infinity and everything, by the way. Lots of plus skills, but it could definitely have a lot more plus skills based from testing. And, you know, it's kind of like off and on Fortify, so it's kind of hard to say. But it's probably not that much stronger just based on what you can see from obvious mechanics. At least on tier 3 maps, right? Tier 1 and tier 2 is a little bit better. But now that I think about it, though, I'll make a small change to that. That's, you know, whatever. CLSN need 23k. Wow. How are you able to get that damage? I think at beta I was able to hit like 15, 16k. That's crazy, actually. Maybe even only 14k. I don't know. Yeah, no. I know in your case it wasn't on beta. Wow, that's crazy though. So you can actually hit pretty high. Does it actually perform quite a bit better if you get like insanely like crazy gear? Or is it still like yes, it does. I can send my video on it. Hey, I mean, I'd be willing to check it out. Honestly, if you send me a video on it and I can see something that performs a lot better than beta limited, like heavily beta limited testing on this, I might consider raising its tier up, but I mean, I don't actually know. Well, yeah, see, that's the thing, right? So one thing I did take into account, and by the way, I should probably take into account more here, particularly on this skill. So you even said it in the chat, is that you were mostly doing tier 2s. That's part of the issue with this skill, is that I already know, and this is why I already had 2 check marks here, but I think 3 maybe is even more appropriate. This skill performs way better in lower tier maps. But remember, I do standardized testing at higher tier maps because there's so many unique maps and so much content that is in the very hard maps, and so much stat optimization and looting optimization in the highest tier maps too, right? Because tier 3 maps have better density modifiers, better rarity modifiers, they have better everything, right? So there is limitations to having just a strong tier 1, tier 2 mapper. And if this doesn't perform well in tier 3s because it just falls off hard, then that's just what it is, right? So the tier isn't the only thing to take into account here. Maybe this is a little inaccurate because of beta testing limitations, but maybe it's also not, because what the real problem is this 4th column, right? Is it better in tier 1 or tier 2? Yes, very much so. So there you have it. I'll make a small adjustment to that based on what you're telling me, though. So that's kind of interesting. I'll make sure that people understand at least that this is more like a teeth build, kind of where you need, like, in order for it to perform at way higher power level, you need to keep in mind tier 3s might hamper it quite a bit. So it is what it is. Well, yeah, see, that's the thing. The only thing that really matters in a tier 1 is movement, really, because, yeah, you're 100% right. You can always get the damage. So the problem with tier 3s is that, and the reason why I test everything in tier 3s is not only is everything optimized in tier 3s, but there's a lot of content and power and really valuable rewards from those unique tier 3s as well, and other things. So yeah, it's, you know, it's important. I think realistically this could maybe be high C tier, or like maybe even mid B tier in a like a tier 3 map, but I think it's probably not going above B tier in tier 3 maps though. I think based on what I've seen, yeah, CLS is definitely not above B-ish. Yeah, so you would agree with my, you know, my assessment pretty much. It's either like high C or B minus. Yeah. And you played it all last season too. Okay, well, so there you go. We're pretty accurate now, I would say. I just, you know, I like to hear from the community here about some things. I mean, you weren't here when I tested it, obviously, but yeah, I'll watch that afterwards, and I might make a small adjustment after the video. We'll see. I don't know, but I don't know. Did you test? If you didn't test tier 3s though, I'll be honest, it's kind of hard for me to tell It really is, because, like I said, I'm already aware that this is one of those skills like Teeth and some other skills that are insanely strong in lower tier maps, or like Teleport Thunderstorm, and they really, or Combustion, and they really start falling off hard in the upper tier maps. So it is what it is. It is what it is. And you got a lot of like high C and B tier builds that are like that, because that's just how they are. There's more limitations to the build, and the higher tiers really hurt them. The tier 3 maps. All right, that's the whole reason they're lower tier at the end of the day. Shockweb. Let's go. Chargeable Sentry, no retests, no changes either. Not even for the lightning buff things. It's bad. Don't recommend playing it, but you can if you want. Shockweb. Shockweb, so they made it to where the shadows no longer mirror your exact damage anymore. They have their own gear, but they'll mirror your synergy still. So copying Shockweb and Fire Blast is a good strategy using the Whispering Mirage weapons. That being said, in Season 13, it's not really a thing anymore, but they did massively buff Fire Blast damage and Shockweb's damage. And so we retested these, fortified and unfortified, and looks like they ended up being about the same performance there. I guess our Fire Blast fortified ended up winning out. Did I forget to do that one as well? Yeah, it looks like I did. I probably should put double check mark on that. I mean, I know for cows it wasn't, but probably. At any rate, it's probably about the same either way. And it's actually really strong, so they're decent. You'd be surprised. These builds actually decently clear a map. Throwing shockwebs around everywhere, everything just melts, so. Yeah, it's getting C tier. It's not bad. Really not bad for abilities that a lot of people don't pay a lot of attention to. So it could be some cool off-meta approach you can do that's fun if you're getting bored with standard builds. Absolutely. Just keep in mind the shadows no longer completely replicate your damage, and they always tend to throw in the same spot. So from my testing, it actually appears like the Whispering Mirage approaches on these are no longer like super dominant. You could either do that, or you could just do normal, just buffing your own damage, not worrying about the shadows. You could do either one now. Last season, I would have said the shadows were better. All right. Hey, thank you so much, Valdorf. We got another new prime. Reeds BK as well. Just calling out some primes as they come in. The alerts are turned off for the video. Thank you so much, guys, though, for all the support that comes through the chat. Very much appreciate any kinds of subs or anything else. We put a lot of work into this every season. I'd say we put more work into this season than ever, and we have more resources for the community than ever. And obviously really want to make sure as many people as possible get access to those. Yeah, man, if you guys have primes, just send them my way. Let's go. Elwin, let's do it. We got another prime in the chat. Thank you guys for becoming members of Xan's Attack Squad, the Ghost in the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. All right, Wake of Fire. So I kind of already talked about Fire Blast and Shockweb, and of course, just different plus skill approaches, different potential itemization. Do keep in mind that LE Pierce does work on these traps, but it doesn't work on standard traps like Chain Lightning, Chargeable, or Wake of Fire. So the Elemental Pierce stat, so let's keep that in mind on your own gear. Now, of course, it still works from curses and auras, but yeah. Wake of Fire. Wake of Fire was retested this season. Wake of Fire was retested even though it really didn't change, because I got some information from the community as I was testing that I was using old tech when I tested this last season. So I was using an old optimal farming approach. So you see this here? Optimal high APM gameplay. Well, sometimes when we test things in previous seasons, they're not as optimal as they can be. So this is why we're always trying to even retest builds and improve the list, even if the build doesn't change from any kinds of patch notes. So we're always trying to do what's called tier list maintenance, trying to make sure it's as accurate as possible. And in this case, well, we used the new tech. So the new tech is the fact that from level 24 Dragonflight, you can get 1 second cooldown instead of needing to use the item that we always used, which is the claw that they nerfed, and now we don't use it anymore. And you don't really need it except for physical builds or Tiger Strike anymore. Stalker's Coal. Yeah, exactly. Stalker's Coal's not a thing anymore, really. And now you can just get the Dragonflight cooldown to 1, which is literally... It required 2 Stalker's Coals, by the way. It used to require 2 Stalker's Coals to get your cooldown down to 1. Now you don't need any of them, and all you need is level 24. So, that's why, by the way, the Sin still has so many insanely powerful builds, by the way, despite almost no major changes to them this season. At least to the martial builds, right? But it's also why, with new optimized movement, with 1 second cooldown, you actually don't use Enigma anymore in Wake of Fire. You can actually just use standard stuff. You could still use Enigma if you want, actually, just for some extra movement. Because remember, you don't get Pierce, you get 5% fire. But it's better, I think, to use like a Steel Carapace, maybe Sigurds for defense, or something similar, so you can just teleport between packs. And all you do is you cast 2 traps with rapid max attack speed now. And then you teleport as far as you can to the edge of the screen. 2 traps, teleport as far as you can to the edge of the screen. 1 second, just 1 second. It takes 1 second to cast the 2 traps, so the cooldown comes back up. With the best tech and the best optimization of Wake of Fire now, it is now S tier. So it went from A tier to S tier. There you go. So a bit more optimization means a more accurate result. And yeah, I'll always admit when something changes literally just due to better testing. So Wake of Fire is one of the best builds in the game, and it should have been as of last season. So just didn't quite catch that one last time. We did this time. This time it did not fall through the cracks. All right. Very cool. And yeah, it's extremely powerful, by the way. Percent fire damage. You can even be very tanky on it. Actually, I should note here that some of these builds now, you can be very tanky on with some of the new tech. Let's see. This naturally. Yeah, actually, I should. Yeah, this one should have hardcore 2 check marks for sure, because you can have a shield very comfortably and get these same numbers. And you can use like Ghost Flame or something. We tested that as well. What does that mean? Ticks? That's how fast an ability ticks. Like Fire Golem Fire, like Holy Fire Aura, for instance. It has a tick rate. Excuse my coughing here and there, by the way. I'm still getting over a cold a little bit. Anyway, there's a tick rate. So that's how fast that it pulses, essentially, and does damage. That's a tick rate, for instance. That's a good question in the chat. Nice worry. Thank you, Sky. Absolutely. You too, man. Hopefully you did good. All right. So anyway, yeah, Wake of Fire, definitely the best, strongest trap by far. But I don't know. There's another approach that's pretty close this season. It's because of other changes, and we'll talk about that pretty soon here. This didn't change this season, but you can always use Viper Fork on the Mercenary with Innocence to proc Desecrate, which is bodies on the ground. This bodies on the ground means you just cast Death Sentry when you teleport into a monster pack, and the Death Sentry blows up the pack using the Viper Fork proc, which is really cool. It's actually pretty solid. It's like a teleport corpse explosion, and it exists on the Assassin. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's definitely still decent, and the numbers still show it's decent. It's a fun, different approach. No changes this season, though, so no retesting. It got tested last season. Blade Fury. I think I have a video on this, too. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know when I made that video. Maybe season 10? I don't remember. I think it was kind of an interesting video, though. I might have made a video on it. I don't remember. Okay. Blade Fury. Okay, I did make a video on this season, so this is another new video. So, Blade Fury changed quite a bit since last season. Now you need 100% Pierce on your gear. And on beta, well, with no corruptions, it means Giant Skull, Cat's Eye, Razor Tail, and also Magnus's skin gloves. So pretty janky, but we still gave it a handicap to account for the jankiness because it is a little janky, and as you can see there. And then yeah, so if you use Reapers, kind of like, which has always really been a standard approach because Claw and Dagger Mastery is bugged on this skill, you just use the Reapers, get crazy amp proc and crazy you know, weapon damage, and then like a really optimized Corrupted Reapers ideally, and you just jump into the pack and you just super leech from everything, right? But now you need 100% Pierce, so it's a little tougher. It's also gotten some damage nerfs, but here's the thing though. This season, you have a race skin with Deadly Strike efficiency, alright? So it has max Deadly Strike and Deadly Strike efficiency, and Reapers has 33% Deadly Strike on it. So with a very particular setup, which I show off in my video, you can get 85% Deadly Strike, also helping out Spirit of the Barbs now, which is also a new thing. Spirit of the Barbs gives Deadly Strike now, not just Thorns. You do that. Race skin has not just max Deadly Strike, but Deadly Strike efficiency, which makes all the Deadly Strike do a lot more damage. This thing is absolutely melting packs. Like, it's crazy strong. And it's crazy fast. You just get the 1 second Dragonflight cooldown just like normal. And holy moly, that is crazy strong. Like I said, I have a video on this one from this season. Check it out. It's got the new tech on it, so the fact that you need 100% Pierce, and it shows exactly how to optimize that. It's really fun. It's very strong, as you can see. So it's not just an upper tier mapper, it's a high upper tier mapper. So check that one out. Absolutely. We've got some upper tier mappers down here now. So last season I only tested physical Blade Sentinel, and it came to my attention that this Poison Blade Sentinel or Venom Blade Sentinel is actually also very strong. By the way, Venom doesn't work on Blade Fury. It's only physical. Venom, I've tried the Venom is very bad on Blade Fury, but it's very strong on Poison, or sorry, Blade Sentinel, and it's strong on the Bosun, and it's strong obviously on Blade Dance. Those are where it's very strong. Now, Blade Sentinel, I never tested this. It's a new build on this tier list. You can see that here. It's a new build. Because technically, it's always been physical. That's how it's been tested. But some people have been saying, man, it's really rated low on your tier list. That seems inaccurate. And they'd be right, because I never tested the poison version, so that's the problem. However, there's also another problem, though, is this season, it got nerfed. It got nerfed heavily. Particularly the things that would make the mapping good. So, like the AoE explosion, the, you know, the all kinds of numbers and things about, like, the size of the hitbox and stuff. So because they all got nerfed this season, I never actually got to tier the Poison Blade Sentinel what it probably was last season. And if I had to guess, based on the community and data, Venom Blade Sentinel from last season was probably like high A tier, S tier, if I had to guess based on what I saw. But I did retest it, though, this season, and these are what we got. These are the numbers we got. And all I can say is Venom Blade Sentinel is insane. It just melts everything instantly. It just has crazy damage. I think the main limitation to it now is the lower AoE and the lower AoE explosion when it expires, which makes it a little bit less effective. That being said, though, it is still upper B tier, maybe low A tier still, obviously within the margin of error. And that's putting it as an upper tier mapper still, so it's very, very powerful. It's even more powerful in the physical approach. That being said, the physical approach, I think, is caught up a lot because it relies more on the new Deadly Strike tech, right? So this does not. This just relied on the mechanics of the skill, which have all been nerfed. So I think last season this was probably like lower S tier, which is why a lot of people were playing it. So I don't know about that anymore. From my testing, it didn't seem that strong anymore, but it's still very strong, though. So it's hard to say. Now, the thing about Blade Sentinel in general, though, is that overall, Blade Sentinel performs very well. Now, I didn't highlight it here, which is solo top 10 overall, but maybe arguably oh wait, I did actually. I did highlight it here. Okay, I was smart. Okay, so one thing to note is that overall, it is a jack of all trades. Blade Fury Sentinel destroys everything. Bosses, maps, game start, everything. Super solid approach still. So one of the best approaches, period, in Project Diablo 2, just like Juked is saying in the chat. He's right. It is overall still one of the best approaches. Why? Because it does everything incredibly well. And of course, even with the nerfs, maybe the mapping goes down a bit, but I don't know, man. And if Blade Fury is the best approach now because of the Deadly Strike changes and whatnot, that's fine. But overall, like, it's still crazy strong, though. For what I saw doing this at 1 second cooldown, just insta-proc, this thing melts everything. It's crazy. So it's still very, very insane. Very strong build. I really wish I tested this last season, though. That would have been pretty hype if I could have put it up. Probably in the S tier. It would have been pretty sick. Or maybe high A tier, at least. Would have been really cool. At least for mapping, you know. It's up there. Anyway, let's move on. Phoenix Strike, Cobra Strike, Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder. Okay, so we got new ones. Yeah, exactly, Juked, exactly. No, it's super strong, man. I've seen it in maps now too. It's crazy. It really is. I mean, I was surprised that this was stronger than the physical one. This is why I was sad I didn't test it last season, because I was like, holy moly, that thing just melts. Okay. But, you know, the less AoE, I could feel it, though. I was like, damn. Struggling a bit to hit as many monsters as I wanted to. Alright, Phoenix Strike. So, Phoenix Strike, Cobra Strike, Fists of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, Tiger Strike. Pretty much no changes this season. Dragon Tail Talon does get the velocity bonus for fortified maps. So you could argue maybe it's a little bit stronger. B plus or A minus still an upper tier mapper. Fortified mappers like this one are looking good. But what's interesting though is the changes though, I would say benefit other melee builds more than this one, because this one always had the damage. The reason why this has always been one of the best fortified mappers and why it has a lot more competition this season is because they actually do the same damage now. We have other builds like Frenzy, one-shotting fortified packs, Zeal, Fend. Before, those builds couldn't do that. Now they can, and they can do it with similar tech and similar movement speed, 1 second cooldown jumps. Same thing as Dragon Tail and Talon. This one might be a little smoother than some of them, though, which is why it's rated a little higher. And so Dragon Tail Talon is still going to be very good this season for fortified mapping. And considering that it is a season of fortified mapping to some extent, take a look out for that build. No real changes to the core setup, though. Not really, but yeah, so testing from last season, you know, this season, sufficient. Kicksen's still good, yeah. Very beautiful build. And obviously, because of how much damage it does, very powerful at single targets as well. They actually buffed Talon a bit, too, so good for single targets, good for killing fire immunes. These are unchanged up here, so nothing changed at all. So these all got major changes in Season 12, which was last season. A lot of these were actually not even retested this season because they're completely the same. No itemization changes, no numbers changes, no mechanics changes. So they're all still S tier or S minus. I did retest one of them, though, which is Fists of Fire. And I did it because I suspected that if I ran a certain setup with the best tech, kind of with Wake of Fire, I could push the numbers a bit higher, and I was correct. And with better testing, Fists of Fire actually appears to be the strongest of all the martial arts sins, which I didn't quite get right last season. So I had this a bit lower, but it's actually not just not a bit lower, it's actually probably a bit higher. And it's just because the Fire Nova just insta-kills easier, and it's more consistent with its insta-kills, pushing the MPM a little bit higher than the other two. So it's actually kind of interesting. And I'll admit that I was a little wrong on that, maybe, but it was pretty close. I mean, I think this is like high A tier last season. Now it's S tier. I always say, it's within the margin of error sometimes, but I definitely used the most powerful tech I could have on beta to test this season. So, Fist of Fire, definitely one of the top builds in the game. No doubt about it. It's pretty obvious this season. Obviously, Phoenix and Cobra are also still in the top 15. So, definitely. By the way, people sleep on Cobra. Cobra, if you do Fortified, is crazy strong. Because just like most poison builds, it just has no limits to its damage. So, really, really good stuff. You do the correct testing on that, it's actually, and you test it in its most optimal maps, which is Fortified. It's really good. So you do the most correct, most optimized map testing. That is exactly what you should get. Claws of Thunder and Blades of Ice lag a little bit behind his approaches, but they are still very strong. I like Claws of Thunder. I'm always a Claws of Thunder fan. It just looks cool. Also high AoE. Mind Blast, no changes this season. Still using multiple shadows, and the multiple shadows are still using your synergies. And so because of that, they are still performing amazingly well. It's still not like a top approach in late game maps necessarily, though, because of the mechanics of the skill. So it slows it down a bit in terms of how fast it moves through a map, which is mostly how you get speed. Let's be honest, it's things like the movement cooldowns, whether it has teleport or gust or joust or dragonflight. That's really what matters for the most part. And then if the mechanics of the skill are like Shockwave or Mind Blast, where you have to stand there and cast it, kind of, it does slow it down a bit. And it's just going to, just by the nature of the skill. That being said, of course, though, it's amazing for budget, hardcore, or tier 1 or tier 2 approaches. So, really cool. A Kontra version? Yeah, bro. You see this? Yeah, man. I went over that in the beginning. I'll have the links for this as well, of course. This is really cool. Kontra made it for me, yeah. What a beast, right? There you go. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, there's it's also a very another cool version you could check out if you don't like looking at spreadsheets. Interesting. Okay, so that's all I really got to say on those. Now we come down here. No change to Venom Bosin. That was a thing as of last season due to the Basilisk Quill, which is the new arrows. Now, and of course combining that with a ton of poison % damage and multi-shot and max venom. It's a decent mapper. It's surprising, and you can even dragonflight with a bow, so it's really cool. You can wait till the monsters are just about to die in the pack, dragonflight to it, and then just chain that way. It's pretty solid. It's just, not the fastest approach. Doesn't do crazy damage either. Better in lower tier maps too. Blade Dance. So, Blade Dance, yeah. So, something happened this season. A lot of people, it kind of flew under a lot of people's radar because I don't think a lot of people realize how Blade Dance works. So, there was a nerf where Tiger Strike's splash damage, where almost all other melee builds in the game got an increase in their splash. They either got it fixed, like Fend or Zeal. They either got it increased via masteries, like the Barbarian. But in the case of Blade Dance, it lost melee splash. Oh no. Yeah, it's because Tiger Strike doesn't work on it anymore. That's rough. So when I tested that, yeah, it's significantly weaker now. It's come down more than a whole tier, I would say. And obviously that's the case from the data. So we definitely did a lot of retesting, and I could not get it stronger than this. It just lost so much of its extra AoE, basically. It got hit pretty hard, so it come down from like S to B. It's pretty bad. That being said, maybe that's a good thing. And, it's because every season we've always said, right, isn't it kind of a joke that an Assassin's Whirlwind is better than the Barb's Whirlwind? That was literally the case for 3 seasons, all right? How can that be the case? The Barb's Whirlwind, with more investment, higher tier gear, more cost gear, whereas this joke of a rune word with an Ohm rune in it beats the entire Barbarian skill tree. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's probably kind of stupid. So let's be honest here. It's still very budget because of chaos. It's way more budget, I would say, than a really strong Whirlwind Barb. So it's still more budget. It's still solid. It's a B, right? B is an upper tier mapper. It's still upper tier, even with the retests. But let's be honest, without Tiger Strike, that hurts it a lot, man. That loss of splash means way less APM, MPM, way less performance. And we retested it, and sure enough, kind of performed to my expectations. And we literally used the exact same setup I used last season. So high emphasis on Venom. It was still one-shotting, by the way. That wasn't really the issue. It's just, you could see it's not clearing nearly as many monsters because it's not hitting nearly as many monsters. So that's just the problem. So there you have it. Blade Dance coming down big time. So no longer is that one of the best assassin builds, unfortunately. Now you're just gonna have to play Marshall or Wake of Fire if you want to play meta mappers, or Dragon Tail Talon if you want ultra tier assassin fortified mapper, which is like B plus A minus. So I have to play Blade Fury. I don't know. Blade Dance is still great for budget though. I like the fact that it's really budget for what it can do, and it does a lot of damage for having a budget, and its damage is really good, and that's what it is. I would actually say maybe it's even better in lower tier maps now. I'll actually put that designation on it now that I look at it. Maybe think about it some more. Yeah, I could see that. Barbarian. All right, this is the most fun, right? Let's be honest, this is what we were waiting for. This is the season of the Barbarian. The Barb is back. I even put it on one of my YouTube videos, and I made 3 videos for the Barbarian. So yeah, I never make that many videos for the Barbarian, usually like 1 max. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I could have made 4, honestly. I probably should have, but how's Venom Blade Dance? That was already incorporated. It is the best Blade Dance actually is Venom Blade Dance. It's just like the best Blade Sentinel is Poison Venom Blade Sentinel. So yeah, it's already incorporated. Good question though. We test both of them. The physical one doesn't quite perform as well as the poison one with the small amount of pre-buff, so it's just how it is. It's because Venom's just really fucking strong. The only physical skill on the Sin that doesn't work with Venom for whatever reason, probably because it's only like half effectiveness with it for some reason, or the fact it doesn't stack properly, is Blade Fury. But whatever the reason, the mechanics of Blade Fury don't allow Venom to work very well. So use physical on that one. All right, here we go. Barbarian. Pre-buffing sucks. Well, then don't do it. You kind of don't need to anyway, to be honest. Nerf Barb, no man, dude, look at this. Okay, I want you guys to see something here. Every other class in the game has at least 1 primary D or F tier build, if not more. Look at this. This season, I retested every Barb build this season. Every single one. All right? Not a single one is below C tier. Not even Concentrate. Not even Concentrate. That is how powerful these fortified mappers are. They're crazy. They're crazy. That Barb is super strong. And by the way, that's after like retesting after they did like a small crushing blow efficiency nerf. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. All right. Barb is actually sick this season. We were in Barb poverty like the last like 4 seasons. I'm gonna be honest, there was one season where there's like 1 or 2 A tier builds and they were both like A minus. Maybe like 1 A minus tier build, and it was Warcry one season. It was that bad. And then there's like one season where there's like a small one. Now we got like multiple A tier builds, a high A tier build, an S tier build. Only B and C's, no D's or F's. We used to have D's and F's everywhere on the Barbarian. Not anymore. Not anymore. It's been bad, man. It's been bad, but let's be honest, man. This season is changed for real, and the data reflects that. Let's just talk about this briefly. So there's a lot of things. I don't know if I'm going to go too much into like, I'll go a little bit more into detail on some of these builds, but look, so on Frenzy, for instance, like you have setups, right, that are pretty standard setups, and you could run with the extra Deadly Strike like multipliers too, like from Wraithskin, Death Cleaver, you go Schaefer's, you could also go Stone Crusher plus Death Cleaver plus Wraithskin, whatever. And these builds are one-shotting the fortified packs. That is how strong they are. It feels almost like you were playing Dragon Tail against them, which is crazy. So this is not a joke. Not a joke at all. So you got some like crazy strong builds here. You really do. Obviously, you'll know here which ones are better than Fortify, which ones are about the same. I did a lot of Fortify versus non-Fortify testing this season. So I really tried to be a lot more thorough with it. What, Barb can start mapping super cheap? It can. It definitely can. There's a lot of budget here. Yep, a lot of budget. A lot of budget builds for the map that can, for the Barb that can start mapping very cheaply. Some of these builds are like very specific, like endgame builds, like double Asylum and shit, so. Leap is also, not unless you have a big stick. It's pretty expensive. Warcry, Leap Attack, some other ones. Exactly, so you see this budget here. This is literally, this 2 check marks here on Two-Handed Whirlwind is literally IK set. That's what that represents. You get IK set, you're mapping in tier 1, tier 2s, no problem. And in tier 3s, you're mapping just as well with better gear. Yeah. Bleed Barb. So Bleed Barb is now is an integrated approach for Whirlwind. So I use it on all the Whirlwind approaches as like more extra damage that you can just get for free. So it's just extra skill points you can just put in there for free. It's not a primary late game approach. It's definitely a lot more effective early and mid game to focus on it because you have less weapon damage. So that's just something to note about Bleed Barb. So the bleed mechanic that is on the Barb. So like, yeah, so this is IK set, yeah, that's what the budget is there. S tier though, yes, so I have a video on Two-Handed Whirlwind. I use Reapers and Steel Pillars, so I use the endgame tech, and I use the faster run walk tech and everything, and you can just see how ridiculously strong it is. It is absolutely melting things like butter again, it's not struggling at all. Everything is just getting plowed down. And we have maps like River of Blood this season. I don't know if there'll be physical amines in it, but if they're not, that whole map gets literally the whole path gets destroyed by this. You just have to press one button, so. And it's fast. So, really strong, really crazy. Reapers is even better against like higher physical resistant or I guess you could say like higher HP monsters. But Steel Pillar has more range, and it has also a lot of Fizz Pierce. They're both outperforming every other option I've tried, including like a GG rare item, so keep that in mind. Those 2 weapon options are still absolutely GOAT for Two-Handed Whirlwind, and they absolutely shred. Two-Handed is amazing this season. The reason why it's better than one-handed is the Two-Handed Mastery. So the Two-Handed Mastery, the Mastery's got a big overhaul. So now you have more splash. So you get splash added. So you no longer have to do like frenzy. So you don't have to charge up frenzy for splash. It still helps with movement speed. But on certain builds, you still charge it up for movement speed. You don't charge it up for splash anymore. And now it's implicit to the mastery. So you get 20% bonus for one-handers. You get a 40% bonus for two-handed, which is crazy. Which is arguably more than it used to have. Plus, you have Crushing Blow Efficiency added to the Mastery. And you have Crushing Blow Efficiency on Steel Rend. And you combine that with Steel Rend, and holy boy. 100% Crushing Blow. You can get near, I think I was like 100% Crushing Blow near max Deadly Strike on the video. So I have the video for it. Oh my goodness. Max Daily Strike, Crushing Blow, negative Fizz Res, huge range. It melts. It melts. It's so powerful. Whirlwind at the moment is definitely going to be a top tier approach. And obviously, it's a lot of fun. People love it. It's very good on a budget. It's got 2x there, two check marks on the two-handed Whirlwind at least, which is easier to achieve. And then, yeah, you just use just Ogre Mauls, basically. You're good to go. Freaking IK Mauls and stuff. IK did get nerfed, though, so there was a point in the beta when IK set was actually shredding tier 3 maps with insane ease. It still can to some extent, but it slows down versus like Reapers or Steel Pillars, so just keep that in mind. The IK set is still insanely strong, but it did actually get nerfed to compensate for the buffs, so it no longer has like the implicit buff, basically. Yeah, I was at 110%. Dang, you remember that exact amount? Holy moly. 29 months from Konji. Thank you so much for the support, man. GG. Let's get them in there. Yeah, for mapping. Late game mapping, Juked, yeah. It's No, it's an amazing starter. Guys, remember, this is late game mapping. Oh, man. You guys gotta make sure you watch this video when I talk about... I know a lot of people skip me talking about certain things. Really make sure you understand what this tier list means. Nothing to do with starting, nothing to do with bossing, nothing to do with grouping up and mapping. As a matter of fact, it don't even have anything to do with anything but speed as well. That's why we have these other columns here. It doesn't even have anything to do with looting, which is a problem on poison builds, okay? We know this. Nothing there. That's all it is. Holy Bull is one of the best starters in the game. As a matter of fact, Holy Bull is noted on one of my lists here, which we'll get to. This one right here, which is arguably, we're talking about Crown Prince, Jack of all trades, super list right here. These builds are heavy lifters. They can do everything. You never have to change the build. Maybe the setup, maybe you got a respec here and there, but you never have to change the build and you can do everything. Okay, let's keep that in mind. Some of the hardest hitting builds in the whole game are listed there for a reason. Because they just perform that well at everything. Everything. Konji, 29 months. Thank you, man. Yep, exactly. Great bosser. Exactly. Yep. Okay. So, and by the way, something else to note about Whirlwind and Leap Attack this season, you can pot you or your mercenary during the animation. Guys, that is huge. 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 I played with that. I loved it. No longer is the mercenary just randomly dying, you know, and there's nothing you can do about it without slowing down or stopping, okay? No longer are you afraid of bossing, doing a declone or a Rathma, because you get one shot in the animation before you can pot. That means that not only is Whirlwind going to be good at this, it's also going to be good at other things. Okay? Now, I might not... I don't know if I highlight it on this list. Actually, I do. But yeah. Okay. Anyway, I do. But anyway. At any rate, this Whirlwind is going to be insanely good this season just for everything, okay? So just keep that in mind. It's also more versatile. Not only is it doing better at the best maps and the hardest maps in the game, way better, it's also better for starting, it's also better for bossing, it's better for everything. Alright, so one thing to also note, of course, is Fire Whirlwind. So Fire Whirlwind, so this is the 2x Flame Bellow. This used to be one of the better approaches when Whirlwind was weaker, but now with all the physical stats added to it, it's definitely not that crazy strong of an approach anymore because you're not using any Deadly Strike or Crushing Blow. So, it's kind of whatever. It's still pretty weak. It is what it is. We retested it. It's pretty unimpressive. Magic Whirlwind, however, so I tested this for the first time. This is new. If you run 2 Asylums and Magic Damage large terms, you're getting tons of procs of Holy Bolt, like tons of them. A very high level Holy Bolt. And you also have really high Sanctuary Aura damage too, because of all the percent damage and the fact that it's a pretty high level as well. And on top of that, Asylums have high damage. They just have high weapon damage. They have a lot higher weapon damage than Flame Bellow, for instance. And so this is solid, actually. It's kind of fun, too. It's very dazzling, very powerful. Now, it's about as strong as this, which is 2 one-handed. The best 2 one-handed approach I could test was Schaefer's and Death Cleaver this season, with a huge buff to Deadly Strike multiplier being added to Death Cleaver and Wraith Skin. So you're getting like over 2x on Deadly Strike in that setup. Plus Schaefer's, which also gives you a bit of static field proc, which is very consistent as well. Makes the monster's mill even easier. It's very strong. The only thing they think that really just brings this down from two-handed to 2 times one-handed at all, by the way, is literally just maybe overall weapon damage, like weapon option, like Reapers and Steel, but also the masteries, so 20% splash versus 40% splash. And that's the only reason why I have a whole tier difference there for late game mapping, so keep that in mind. I guess it's similar with this, but I guess Asylums and like Colossus blades have good range at least. And obviously they get more AoE because of the Fist of the Heavens just going off everywhere around you. I didn't make a video on this, but it was a pretty cool approach though. It was definitely fun. Just keep that in mind, that is a solid approach. It's technically 2 one-handed though, so once again, maybe the fact that you have to use the one-handed mastery because you're using 2 one-hands, or you're using them both in one hand, is probably really the only thing that limits it from being as strong as two-handed at the moment. Leap attack. Yeah, you still just use a big, really huge ED stick that has consistent minimum max damage, like a rare or crafted Ogre Maul or something. You can even use a staff if you really want, like Breath of the Dying Archon staff. I don't know, you could use a lot of, or Wind Archon staff. You can use some fun things if you want. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'd say Leap Attack is like the one thing this season that didn't really get buffed on the Barb. So it's actually kind of big sad a little bit. No splash changes the Leap Attack. It still splashes what it does, has the same AoE. So it's still what it is. It's still decent, but I don't see a lot of people playing it this season though, given how much competition there is in the melee space. So yeah, it's still there. It's still a thing you could do, but you can still one-shot with strong enough weapons, but yeah, it's just the AoE just feels bad, honestly. It's just not amazing. It actually felt almost as amazing to play the meme build using the Giant Maimer. Honestly, if I played Leap Attack, I'd probably just play this. I just use the Giant Maimer and just get pure Warcry synergies. I tried this. I tried Whirlwind as well, but it didn't look that good. So the Leap Attack looked a lot better. You procced a lot more too. And you could also proc it using Innocence, and it's more easy to justify using Innocence on this setup. And then you just leap around and you get war cries killing the monsters around you, so that's really fun. It was really cool. So yeah, that's also decent too. It's just fun. It's fun. It's not going to be a top tier approach. Some people are speculating it could be, but I definitely tested all that stuff out. It's even with like the very max synergies, it's still like maxing out all the Warcry synergies. It's still like, it's kind of a meme. It's fun. What's interesting though is the best Leap Attack isn't even standard Leap Attack. It's actually the fire version using Rapture. Why? Because you proc Fissure and lower resist. With Innocence on yourself, you also proc Amp on yourself with Atmas, and with Raycors you can proc both of them. With both Amp and lower resist, and all the fire damage, and all the physical damage from high physical damage on Rapture, this actually has solid AoE. This actually makes up for the lack of AoE. This pushes it into an upper tier mapper. So if you want to play a Leap Barb that is an upper tier mapper, check out my Fire Leap Attack video from I think season 10 or season 11. and you'll see exactly how to build it. That is what you do. It even got buffed a little bit this season, so we retested it because Rapture got more percent chance to proc, lower resist, I believe. So, no, that is your best leap attack right there. There was one point when the best Whirlwind was Fire Whirlwind as well, but that was before all the physical changes. Now it's not. Now it's Asylum and physical 2-hand, 1-hand. Okay. But leap attack, the best leap attack is Fire leap attack for sure. If you can do it, that is the one you want to do, because that one is an upper tier mapper. Upper tier is B or higher in my mind. That's also what's required for best solo overall, so very good. All right, double throw. All right, so double throw, not really a change, but they did fix the mastery a bit. They did change some other things. I also got really good testing weapons this time in beta. Shout out to Spicy Kanji, who's probably in the chat right now. I got a very high ED amp proc weapon, so I didn't have to use any lacerators, which are garbage. I know I'm saying it wrong on purpose. Lacerators. I didn't have to use any trash ED weapons, because really the best way to make double throw work is just to get higher and higher ED weapons. That's all it is, man. That's all it is. And if you could get reliable high level amp proc on one of those high ED weapons, holy moly. And so with better testing and with a little bit of buffage to like Deadly Strike, for instance, and using things in tech like Race Skin, we were able to push double throw into the A tier, not just there, but almost the S tier. And you could argue that it's bordering S tier if you get weapons that are strong enough. I did give it a generous handicap as well, because I realized you're still lacking some power on it. I think I gave it, I still gave it handicap level 2, because beta still limits the power you can get on these weapons. So I think it's it scored like low A tier, but I think arguably this is like high A tier, S tier. Like, it was amazing. It was shredding again. So double throw, if it wasn't there already last season with the proper weaponry, it definitely is there this season. So really want to make sure to accurately reflect it on the tier list, and now we are. So it is not just an upper tier build, it is a high upper tier build. It definitely competes with the top builds, and I think if you get ultra optimal weapons, it competes with the top builds for sure. You would need some really crazy weapons, but you can do it. And that's just another insane option on the Barbarian this season. So, sick. I love the way the list looks this season. Appreciate the work you put. Yeah, the list is really good this season. I feel like I put in the work to really make sure no build was left behind in terms of optimized testing. We were really trying to do really good work on that this season. And I think the overall tier, even if it just applies to speed and just applies to late game mapping and solo mapping, I think it's more accurately reflecting where things are at than ever. So it's true. But yeah, I'll just let you know, I had some pretty sweet weapons for beta, at least. I did when I tested this. And I still gave it a +2 handicap because I know it's possible. And I know that it might even be able to push into the S tier. It's definitely S tier adjacent. Double throw looking good. Split throw. Now keep in mind you actually don't need Pierce for double throw. So that's actually, there's this huge argument that broke out in my chat during closed beta, actually, fun fact, where people were like, bro, you need Pierce for double throw now. That's what the change meant. No, you don't need Pierce for double throw. Okay, guys, just gonna clear it up. No Pierce needed for double throw. You do need it for Blade Fury. You do need it for a lot of abilities. You actually need it for split throw too, which is the one-handed throw. But you don't need it for double throw. This ability does not pierce, it bounces. That is the difference. Okay, we cleared that up. No one needs to argue about that anymore. Senpai actually confirmed it in my chat too, so he ended the argument. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay. Does this work with what works with Act 2 Merc Thorns? No. Yeah, see, by the way, the other thing that I think pushed double throw up quite a bit is the Deadly Strike multiplier stuff. Ray Skin is such an insane armor this season. I would not be surprised if it gets nerfed next season. I really wouldn't be. It's really crazy. It's used on so many strong melee builds. That being said, you know, there's the buffed, there's 12 to 16% crit strike, which is 2x multiplier on the G-Bane, which on a non-Amazon, for a lot of these crit strike based mastery builds like throw, and for one-handed whirlwind, that's also good. Gladiator's Bane is also performing well in those scenarios. And obviously, Turiel's for more movement speed, particularly through an easier map. You know, I tested all that crap. We did a lot of itemization, iteration testing on like the effects of more movement speed, the effects of, because movement speed is so important as on a barb, particularly on things like whirlwind and anything that just runs at shit like double throw with frenzy stacks, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we did a lot of iteration testing on that kind of stuff, and it was really good. All right, and this is another video I made. Here we go, split throw. So we made a video, it's up on my YouTube, check it out. This is modeled after a PoE skill, which D2R actually took to model their Echoing Strike. So this is basically Barbarian Warlock, okay? This is what that is. All right, if you don't know what it is, they basically put Echoing Strike in PD2, but it's a Barbarian skill. So you basically throw out multiple projectiles and they come back to you, and they hit the monsters again. So I have a video on it. It's really fun. Procs are kind of fun. I actually imagine that a lot of people might try using War Strike with this to proc the level 40 Nova a bunch of times. That's a fun way to play this. I mean, it's not going to be as strong as the physical version because the physical version is just melting. But I would think, particularly with the last closed beta buff, like it's actually doing a ton of damage. So I retested after that. Before that, I was getting like C tier. Now it's like a upper tier mapper for sure. And you could do either you could do either fortified or non-fortified, so it's performing about the same. At any rate, what's actually really cool is you could throw it behind you and then like leap in front of you and hit the monsters. Throw it behind you at the monsters, kill them, leap in front of you, it hits the monsters that then are behind you, and then you throw it backwards again. So you can like play backwards Barbarian through a map. So you can like you can throw backwards and then leap all the way across to the edge of the screen, kill all the monsters that are behind you again, and then leap, and then have the projectiles do more damage to the monsters as you're leaping, and that allows you to one-shot them as you fire behind you again. It's really funny to watch. You should watch the video on it. It's funny. Anyway, it's really cool. I also tried it against D-Clone, actually, and yeah, if you play it properly, okay, I didn't actually use Grimoire, but if you actually used Grimoire, yeah, you could kill tier 1 D-Clone, no problem with this. It actually felt really safe, too, because I was able to just keep, like, throwing it out there, like, in between frames of damage, so, I don't know. It's actually kind of cool. I would say we're not talking about a top-tier mapper here, but we're talking about an upper-tier mapper, and we're talking about a build that is definitely really cool to strafe with on bosses and allows you a lot of mobility options. So I don't know. Maybe it's not strong enough this season for a lot of people to play it, but I had a lot of fun with it, and I even bossed with it, and I thought it was really strong. So yeah, I don't know. And since it's a throw type build, I mean, you have to use a throwing weapon. You could definitely do it on a budget too, and you don't have to get right up close and personal with the monsters. I don't know. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. In some ways, I'd actually say it's naturally built for hardcore too. I should probably put that down there. Yeah, I'd say that's more accurate for sure. And the damage is insane, by the way. So if you get a really good throwing weapon, you're crushing tier 3 maps. That's why it's getting B tier. I mean, B tier, upper tier mapper, especially this season, there's a lot of competition for those B+ spots. So the fact that Split Throw made it in, well, can't be that bad of an ability. It's pretty solid. But I mean, I would say the thing that hurts it the most is really map mobility. Obviously, you could use like Enigma and Leap to help it out a bit, but it's the fact that like I think using Enigma might even be able to push this even a little higher on the tier list, maybe to like B plus maybe. I don't know though. I don't know if that's a good idea though, because you could use like a combination of like Leap and Enigma. But either way, I was using a lot of Deadly Strike, so I liked using Wraith Skin a bit better. But you could definitely use Enigma, maybe play with it, maybe get something that resembles closer to an A tier build. I don't know if I did like every complete setup you could possibly do, but we'll do more testing on it. Obviously, it's a brand new skill, so I did do a lot of testing on it though, so I feel like it's at least B tier. Well, it definitely is at least B tier, so maybe it could push low A tier as well, from what I could see. So it's cool. You could use like a combination of Leap and Enigma, or just Leap, and you could just throw backwards and kill everything. It's kind of neat. Concentrate. Are the bossing setups related to tier 0? So when I score a build based on bossing, I'm kind of taking all of them into account. In terms of the bossing list, if that's what you're talking about. Anyway, we'll get to that later. Concentrate. So concentrate, just use a big stick, honestly. It's pretty solid. You use Leap Attack to proc anything like Amp as well. Like, it's one-shotting fortified packs. Like, it is. It's a little clunkier than some other skills, but the fact that Concentrate isn't like F or D tier is kind of nuts. They also buffed it again too. I never thought Concentrate could ever be thought of as a decent mapping skill, but it is. So you definitely mess with that one, and just use Leap Attack or to proc as well, and or just normal Leap and then just throw it in there. Use Enigma, kind of like a split throw. You could do the same thing. A lot of different approaches. Berserk. Berserk is yeah, so Berserk is just benefiting from those melee changes, man, and from the fort changes, pushing it up from a C tier fort mapper to a B tier one. And yeah, it's crushing with the Deadly Strike, one-handed mastery buffs. Obviously, it's still absolutely destroying bosses, so this build is one of the more versatile builds in the game. It just is. I mean, I'll give it like a shout out. It, to some extent, you could even argue it should be on that solo top 10 overall Jack of all trades list, but maybe not the best starter build, so I don't know. It's still up there though. I would definitely say, like, since Frenzy is almost on there, you could definitely consider any of these Barbarian builds that do bosses starting out and that are good at mapping as potentially being insanely versatile builds. So just this season especially with all the buffs there. Okay, so Warcry. Warcry actually got some damage buffs. I believe he got a radius buff too. I did retested it after everything. It's performing a little better than ever, actually. And I'd say the main thing that limits this is definitely the mobility still, because you have to use Leap or Enigma. But the damage and the AoE on it trounce things like Split Throw or, you know, Concentrate or Berserk, which is why it's always going to outperform. And obviously, even if these are doing normal maps or fortified maps, this does normal maps. Yeah, Warcry's not that good. It's pretty bad for Fortify, but definitely tested that for sure. And Budge's setup, you know, full Nausea set, you know, you could do a lot of really crazy powerful things. There's a lot of budget rimward options as well. It's really strong. It's stronger than ever. It's really strong this season. I even tried a really degenerate approach this season because it was requested by chat, where I made 3 Enigmas. Actually, I made 4 Enigmas, and I put 3 Enigmas in my inventory, and then I had 1 that I was using. And when it ran out of charges, I'd have my inventory up as often as possible, or just throughout the whole session. And then I would just swap out the Enigma using right-click. And then I just remember which one I swapped out and go on to the next Enigma and swap that one out. It didn't seem to improve the speed much compared to running a combination of Leap and Enigma, because you have to do an extra click that isn't damage, or the mobility skill itself. it didn't really seem to improve the numbers, but the numbers were about the same, which I thought was funny. So if you're someone that just really hates using Leap and you really want your Enigma or your Mercenary to always be with you, just make multiple Enigmas and swap them out, I guess. So that's just another funny, silly joke approach you can use on it. But honestly, it's got good mobility out of the way, and it's got good damage. And arguably, given how tanky you can make it, Physical Nova is arguably the best Nova this season. I mean, yeah, you could maybe push the numbers a bit higher with the 200 FCR Nova Sorceresses, but the fact that it's not even that much higher numerically, and this is so tanky, and you got physical damage with it, I don't know. I'd much rather play Physical Nova than other Nova. Physical Nova is going hard this season for sure. It's just another very strong Barb approach that... this is usually, by the way, in seasons when the Barb was still suffering. Even in those seasons, Warcry was still doing decently. So Warcry has always been like an upper strong build. It's always been A tier, A minus at least. So it's never struggled, even during the Barb struggle buff seasons. Buff seasons, it's been a good build. Okay, Bear Barb. All right, we have another video on this, the Bear Barbarian, and straight to jail for swapping out Enigmas. Yeah, you know, honestly, maybe people that are playing it that way, I don't know. You know, I honestly think just to like mess with those people, I could see Senpai making that impossible in a future season. He just looks at that and is like, that's stupid. I don't want that in the game. Anyway, moving on. Bear Barbarian, Executioners, Rakors, Atmas, potentially Innocents as well. You use that approach, you're getting insta one-shots on fully decrepified, amped, fortified monsters with a bear. Running at things, using the Hunger, Faster Run Walk buff, using the Vigor buff off of the Mercenary. Holy moly, it's super strong. Crushing stuff. I made a video on it. Bear Barb is actually super fun and super strong, and it could destroy bosses too. So the fact that it's reaching, you know, upper tier, so it's B tier, that's crazy. I really like the Executioner's Rakors approach, but you could probably get even more damage without as many like curses if you go like whatchamacallit, Tomb Reaver with like good corruptions, other things that are similar. So there's other approaches to it, but that's what I tested. So it's really fun to get like decrep and amp in just one shot, like any huge pack. And the fact, by the way, if you use your two-handed weapons, once again, it's 40% splash, even on the Bear Barb. So my splash was huge. I was crushing giant packs with this thing. When we were testing double fortified, this build was just laughing at it. This build was, I don't know, man. Bear Barb is super tanky, super fun, super strong. I had a lot of fun with it. Looks like we have proper designations here too. Really strong. I made a video on it though because it's just that cool. So it's a pretty cool approach. And considering all the melee buffs, I mean, something like this actually works really well with all the Barb masteries now. We also brought back Zeal Barb because the mastery is also the melee splash being fixed on Zeal. And sure enough, Zeal is not trash anymore. It's performing decently in fortified maps. And it's also insanely tanky. And it's really good for things like Ubers and Uber Ancients. Wolf Barb. Zeal Barb, if you don't know, by the way, uses the item Ferocity, which is how you get Zeal on a non-character. You could also use Bone Slayer Blade, but that's a meme, so don't use that. Use the Ferocity. And then we have Wolf Barb. Wolf Barb uses Wolf Howl. Now, for those that don't know, Wolf Howl hasn't had Fury for a long time. It's had Feral Rage. That's the main limiter, honestly. If it had Fury, I think Wolf Barb would be better than Wolf Druid. But because it has Feral Rage and not Fury, Wolf Barb is C+, and Wolf Fury is B-. Fury definitely has the weakness of having extra animations, so you're oftentimes attacking in an animation in place when you don't need to be. But it just does a lot more damage much more rapidly, so it's killing the packs faster, and that's what matters. So it's a little weaker. But Wolf Barb is still, I would say, solid this season. It's been like F tier adjacent for a while now for mapping. So the fact that it is B tier adjacent is pretty insane. All these splash changes, all these other things, just really bringing it up. Wolf Barb's one of the tankiest versions of the Barb, by the way, with incredible movement speed. So really good. Also going to be very good bosser. So all these, by the way, are really good bossers. All these alternative non-normal Barb approaches, and obviously the normal ones are too. So I mean, I don't know, can't go wrong with the Barb, really. I mean, shit, maybe some of these tiers like Split Throw could be made a little higher, but overall, even if there's like some small mistakes here, I think you guys get the idea. Even with like not even with as much I did so much Barb testing though, but you know, there's always more you could do, right? So note that this season is very clear. The message is clear, okay? Barb is crazy strong. Barb is going to be crazy fun. If you want to play a Barb, this is the season to do it. It might get nerfed next time. You never know. So definitely take advantage of it if you're a Barb lover. If you hate Barbs, well then don't worry about it. But there you have it. All right. Hi, what's up? Globalistics, 16 months. Should you play Warcry with Enigma? You should be playing Warcry with Enigma. Yeah, so you should have at least one Enigma. The normal approach to Warcry is you use Enigma, you use Teleport, and then you use Leap. So you kind of chain teleports and leaps, and you get maximum impact doing that. However, you could also just chain Enigmas, and well, if you want to do something degenerate like that and buy 5 Enigmas, then you can. But I don't really recommend it. It didn't seem necessary. Leap plus Enigma seemed just as good. Of course, the weakness of Leap is your mercenary doesn't follow you, so I don't know. Didn't seem that big of a deal though, because you have to press an extra button anyway. An extra click equals slower, even if the damage is more effective while you're teleporting. So even if it's a little less so there's one more Warcry click versus one more Enigma click, you know what I mean? It's pretty much the same. It sounds degenerate. It is degenerate. It is. I think it's silly, but you know, you could do it. I tested it. It was funny. I test everything though. I'm a degenerate, so we already know this. Baby, thanks so much for the 16 months. Thank you so much, guys, for all the support, all the primes, all the subs. GG, guys. Glad you guys are hyped for the season. I'm hyped for the season. You know, you got a lot of people that are negative about nerfs, but I don't think people realize how many buffs there are. And also, even the Sorceress, that arguably got hit the hardest, still has so many insanely strong mapping builds even, but on top of that, it's got way more options now. The one-handed options are actually good again. They compete with the two-handed options. It's been a staff season for Sorceress literally since like season 8 or season 9. Like now, you got ones that actually compete. Sorceress is fun. It's fun. You know, you got a lot of people crying about stuff, but man, and by the way, this is the first season, I'd like to note, this is something that's actually huge. I think this is the first season where every class has at least one S tier build and multiple A tier, high A tier builds, okay? Let's give a big shout out to the devs again. Really good job this season, all right? If you are a lover of any class, you cannot be mad. I'm sorry, you just can't be. It is solid. Solid. Yeah, this is better than any season balance-wise. Any season ever. Maybe next season they rebuff the Sorc a bit, and maybe that's justified. Maybe they put the FCR back on Arachnid's Mesh. I wouldn't mind that. I personally think they might have gone a bit overboard on some of the itemization things, but overall, it doesn't matter because even if the small things, there's like some small bad things here and there, the overall message is all the other crazy stuff that's happening, like the new orbs, the new other stuff, itemizations, Hydra getting huge buffs, even more Sorc skills that are super strong. Chain Lightning is way stronger, which is actually really hype, because that's that's the new Nova, if you ask me. That thing's sick. Look, you guys gotta realize, man, like, none of that is bad. All that is amazing. So, yeah, I don't know what any of the devs should be getting zero hate, because data-wise, I haven't ever seen a better season, okay? Period. And that's after more thorough testing than the last 2 seasons I've tested. Season 10, I also did very thorough testing, but no, nothing better. Perfect. This season's amazing. Has so many good builds. A tiers and S tiers everywhere on every class, okay? There have been seasons for a while now where Barb would struggle to get one A tier build, okay? That's the problem with late game mapping, right? That was bad, right? That was kind of bad. There have been seasons where the Paladin struggled to get a couple A tier builds, you know? Maybe even the Amazon to some extent. Look, it's not going on this season. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. It's not going on. Okay? No struggles at all. This season is like the least cooked season balance-wise there ever has been. So, can't fault any of the changes, even the nerfs. Map immunities? No, we don't know the new immunities yet. So, we will have them. When I have them, I'll put them here. I'll change my loot filter. We don't have them yet, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Can't do anything until I have them. Okay, Amazon. I mean, I do a lot of work to play the game, showcase the game, test the game, you know, show you guys performance, data of the game. I love this game, but they do even more work because it's very clear they're doing really good research and work on how these things work. So that's very important. And the fact that they figured out very simple ways to make all these like B, A tier adjacent fortified builds is actually crazy, because a build like that is kind of nuts. I'm sorry, that's just so strong. And you can see from my videos how powerful they are. They're crazy. How much difference in speed between an S and a B plus? You could look at it. One thing that kind of highlights that a bit better might be the Kontra website list with the exact stats and the comparisons. You could like compare a build and it shows you the average MPM difference and things like that. All right, the AI generated one, the AI coded one. That shit. All right, anyway, Amazon builds. Let's go. All right, so, oh boy, we gotta talk about this first one. All right, so this went from like A to S tier. Okay, so it's always been S tier adjacent though, or S tier, or even S plus. So this skill has a history of being S tier, but this season it's pretty clear it's S tier. So minimum damage on the lightning change basically gave this skill a 20% damage buff effectively. So when you play with it, you'll just see how many more monsters get absolutely eviscerated by it. And it's if you got the movement speed combined with the pierce and the max attack speed, holy moly, this build is insane. You could even use Infinity standard approach with just a lot of movement speed from your evade skill, and wow. Just like movement speed charms and stuff. This thing's blasting through the monsters, man. They're just getting absolutely vaporized. I have a video on this. Check it out. It's on the YouTube. Never take my word for any build I have a video on, particularly if it's for the current season, because those videos are up to date. They show you just how powerful that build is, and that's even without corruptions, mind you. So remember, those are all closed beta videos. They have sockets, so the socket corruptions are fine, but there's no corruptions. So they could be even stronger, okay? Even stronger. So keep that in mind. They're very powerful. I even gave it a handicap because of that, because I know it could be stronger, and it's crazy strong. It's so strong this season. This is definitely a very good Lightning Fury season. Naturally has a shield, so very good for hardcore. I think the budget approach is usually going to be Power Strike or Lightning Strike. Lightning Fury feels pretty bad without good sustain, good pierce, good numbers of bolts, so a lot of plus skills. So I don't prefer to run this early game, so keep that in mind. It is a late game approach, but if you get the gear for it, GG. It's also not a recommended starter as well for the same reason. So just keep that in mind that those are not the ones. Just remember this tier here is only speed in late game maps. It's all it's measuring. That's it. That is what the tier measures. It's very simple. You understand that, you understand everything about the tier list. Okay, so Lightning Strike is way better in lower tiers. This is kind of like this is definitely like the Chain Lightning Sentry on the Assassin, but worse, because Chain Lightning Sentry has the potential to get even more plus skills, like a lot more plus skills. So it's definitely not going to be rated as high, but also very insane in lower tier maps. And it does way better in lower tier versus upper tier maps. And it's just because the chains kind of limit it, you know? They just do. Interestingly enough, it even performs a bit better in fortified maps because it has less monsters to hit, so that's kind of nice. And you can't get like a gazillion traps out, even like traps in, so definitely some of these approaches might not score very high in upper tier maps, like Chain Lightning Sentry and Lightning Strike, for instance, but they're definitely really strong in lower tier maps, so I wouldn't totally count them out as a build to make for sure, for mapping, period, but for late game mapping, like those ultra high HP, like unique tier 3s or just tier 3s in general, I'd definitely prefer Lightning Fury, which is way stronger. So I mean, it is what it is. So definitely don't run those. Power Strike, not retested this season, no changes on it. Lightning Strike did get the numbers buff though. It looked a little bit better, but it had to compete with a lot of builds getting stronger as well. Charge Strike, still decent as well for fortified, and it's obviously a single target skill as well. I did retest it though, still looks decent. Plague Javelin. Okay, so Plague Javelin is Plague Javelin's crushing, honestly. So Plague Javelin, I really like Plague Javelin a lot. So it didn't really change this season, but I also didn't retest it last season when the antis got buffed. And the amount of poison pierce you can get is pretty insane. So like I retested it in fortified maps this season. And with the right, basically if you're just throwing javelins in front of you with insane movement speed, and you can weave between the enemies, even in a linear map, because you always have to test 3 maps to get an average of score, right? You could actually one-shot every fortified map this thing touches because of how much damage it does. And you even one-shot everything in cows, too, and it has crazy high AoE as well. And you just have insane movement. And it's like, it's pretty crazy. I'd say the big weakness of this skill, though, is that you could end up skipping monsters, and then obviously looting with this skill, like a lot of poison skills, is a bit of a nightmare. So unless you're only going for top loot, this might kind of suck a bit. You might have to go back through the map. But in terms of like moving through a map and killing monsters in the map, this skill is crazy strong. It's really, really strong. So with improved testing, testing fortified maps, testing with a bit better gear, just gear setups, it's gone from like high B tier to like low mid S tier. And it's very clear that it's pretty much aligned with the rest of the poison builds in terms of how it operates. Poison builds just have crazy fast damaging abilities, able to just shred maps with no problem. but you also move away from the monsters faster, and it takes a bit for them to die because the damage has to tick on them. And so you just throw and then don't look back, and the monsters die behind you. And by the time the loot drops, they're way in the rear view. So that's the problem with these builds. That's the only thing. But that being said, they're crazy fast mappers. Crazy fast, insanely great performers. Destroy all the monsters super fast. But I do have to give that caveat for any poison build that you see here that is ranked very high. And there's a lot of them. There's 4 of them, in fact, I believe, on the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So you can see there, that is indeed the case. So yeah, of course you can't even see that, but yeah, you can see that now. I'll show that soon. But anyway, yeah. Well, that's what you would think, right? So this is interesting. So I made a lot of assumptions, right? So this is why assuming, can make an ass out of you and me, right? Because I made a lot of assumptions, just like the one you made, Feelstein, in the chat there, that I made the assumption, kind of like you did, that there's no way the poison build does enough damage in some cases. Well, in some cases it does, but then there's also like, the poison builds have such great AoE, why would you ever run a fortified map, and why would they ever put up better numbers? Here's the problem, though. That assumption is actually wrong in a lot of cases, which is why I was able to get a way better number for that one, and then when we get to Desecrate, it's a similar situation. And you'll see that even though they have good AoE, what really counts is the fact that they just do so much damage. By the way, it's the same for kind of Poison Strike is... Well, Poison Strike could kind of go either way, but because it just, it's got great chaining potential. And it's really fast to move through a map. But you could see that, like particularly on Plague Javelin, and you can see from the data as well, that the real key to making Plague Javelin this powerful is actually how you play it. So we really just used optimal tech this time. That's really what made the difference. And, like, if you play it where you're able to actually maneuver between the monsters as you like go through a more linear map, and there's not as much density, so you can actually move past them. So if you throw and then move past, throw and move past, and you're not stuck behind a wall of monsters. If you're not stuck behind a wall of monsters like in a fort map, Plague Javelin's performing way better because you're able to actually move through the map and destroy everything. So that assumption is actually wrong. Fun fact. And I figured it out. I figured it out testing it, and I played it in the most optimal way possible this season. And it crushes. Jab. Alright, Jab and Fend. Okay, so overall buffs, some small nerfs towards the end to bring it down mostly for bosses. Honestly, Jab performing at C tier maps is insane. Fend, B tier. Whoa. So it used to be D tier garbage, okay? Let me tell you, Fend has made biggest leap. It got its splash fixed. It got the critical strike buff from Javelin and Spear Mastery, critical strike multiplier. Holy moly, Fend. I made a video on this. It's on the YouTube. I also made a video on Plague Javelin, by the way, so you guys can see the optimal gameplay in action, so you know how to play it properly if you want to make it a super mapper, which is what it is. At any rate, Fend, oh my goodness, upper tier mapper now, absolutely. I made a video on it. Literally, the fortified packs just, you jump on top of them with the Joust with Zerae's Resolve, which is the main weapon for this, insta-dead. The pack is just done. You stab it like once or twice and it's on the ground. That's it. And then you make sure to lower the cooldown on the Joust as much as possible with plus skills, and it does it good. But I made a video on it once again, so I go more into detail. Check that one out. And by the way, Jab and Fend are some of the strongest bossing builds this season, period. So to have really strong bossing builds that also crush fortified maps and put up solid numbers in the maps, putting up the upper tier mapping numbers, that's really good. That's really insane. And the fortified maps with the velocity just help these builds even more. Bearzon. This particularly uses Odysseans for the plus skills and the energy ratio on the Bearzon. Yeah. I like the Odysseans approach on this, and it's also decent from the changes as well, so even better. I have a video on this from a previous season. It was like season 11 or something. I don't know. I think it was a hardcore video too. This thing is sick. Bearzon, very tanky. Dodge and avoid plus energy shield. It's very hard for monsters to kill you in maps, even tier 3s, even very powerful tier 3s. They just don't really got what it takes. Pretty much invincible. All right, and then I'm actually skip down here real quick. So Strafe, Valkyrie, and Pure Summon Decoy. I retested these. They switched around a lot of numbers on these. Since this is primarily like a Strafe build that just is really safe because it has Valkyries and it also does damage with maybe a decoy here and there. It's just like the safe approach to Strafe, basically. Having that be an upper tier mapper is sick. And just summoning decoys with like Loyalty Bow or something similar. And that's all you do, that's the build, and you have like max Valkyries as well. It's, you know, it's whatever, it's decent. It's a little slow though for sure, but it's I feel like the number droppage on the Valkyries probably hurt this a bit, but I mean the fact that a summon build is still getting like C tier, it's pretty good. Honestly, summon builds, you should never expect a summon build in general to get above like C tier for late game mapping. We're talking like tier 3 maps, because if it did, that'd be pretty jokes, right? No effort whatsoever on your part, and the summons just kill things fast as builds that require effort and require like, yeah, I don't know. I think this is good balance this season, because summons were like too strong at way too many things, and even if they weren't the best at like the endgame maps, they were just too strong at too many things in general. So I think they're still very strong at a lot of things, but maybe this is where summon should be at. I think they did a good job adjusting it this season, I think. Well, you know, we'll get down there. Hugo. We'll definitely get down there. We'll get down there for sure. All right, by the way, I'll just like to remind people once again, we've been in this video for like 3 hours now, so once again, I'll be posting this on YouTube, so if you missed any part of it, YouTube's your best friend. You'll be able to access it on there and finish watching it or whatever. Definitely don't have to sit through this whole thing. I make a mega video for this because it's basically like my podcast for the new season. That's what this is, using all the data that I gather from the beta and other things. It's my podcast, data-driven tier list, data-driven lists of all kinds. Just all kinds of fun stuff and hype for the new season. Just generating hype for it and generating what you can do and what's possible. Anyway, whole podcast, you know, if you ever watch like Joe Rogan or something, you know, it's like 4 hours, 3 hours, whatever. This is 5 hours, same thing. Okay. Multiple shot Strafe Demon Machine. Okay, so these didn't really get big changes, but there were some small things going on here. I retested them. Honestly, even without crazy craft bows, they're doing really good. I did give them handicaps though to account for that. Strafe using Demon Machine, which is basically multi-shot, straight using Strafe, performs just as well as normal multi-shot now. I think they got the balance really good on that. It's pretty sick. Both A tier, so yeah, really strong builds. It's possible with a super weapon, you might be S tier adjacent. It's hard to say though. I think the movement might limit it a little bit, so the fact that it's just like running at stuff. So, and it's not Lightning Fury, it's not gonna just one shot like the entire screen, so yeah, it's probably not this S tier, but maybe A tier. Maybe a little bit higher. It's kind of hard to say though. Testing's a little limited on it in terms of what you can test with, but that being said, it's really good. These builds are definitely going to be really fun and very strong. I can see a lot of people making multi-shot zones and strafe DM machine zones. Obviously, multi-shot's not fortify. Strafe is definitely fortify. The strafe plus the multi-shot does insanely well in fortify. Crackle shot, strafe. Lightning Fury, Lightning Bolt proc. Okay, so this actually improved. I improved the testing from it last season. And technically with the improved Lightning Fury, the minimum damage, had to retest this, right? And also the Lightning Bolt getting a minimum damage up as well. I believe this tier is a little higher than it was last season. I don't remember what it was, but it was like maybe D+ or C- or something. So this is kind of good. You could definitely use the Crackle Shot, and it's a decent kind of memey approach to cast Lightning Fury and Lightning Bolt, so that's kind of cool. It's fun. It's a fun, decent build. That's what it is. Freezing Arrow. Not retested this season. No changes to it whatsoever. I'm assuming it should still have roughly B tier performance. It's still good, and especially good for group maps, of course. This is definitely a skill to highlight for group mapping, because freezing the monsters, and especially in a dungeon or something, insanely safe, very helpful. Cold Arrow. All right, so Cold Arrow got a bit of a nerf, so it went down a little bit from like I think A+ or something, or maybe S-. I don't remember. Got a pretty good damage nerf on it, so it was a little harder to push that damage in beta. That being said, I think if you had like optimal damage on everything, you could probably still push upper A tier on this. From what I saw. Fire Arrow. Fire Arrow got a rework, technically, so now it leaves fire on the ground. That's really cool. And yeah. And yeah, it's really cool. So I think it performed way better than Fire Arrow used to, so it definitely got some boost here. And I think with the right gear, once again, it's definitely like maybe like low A tier adjacent, A tier adjacent. It's pretty strong. It's definitely an upper mapping build for sure. And I think what's better about it is that now with the lingering damage, it pretty much is guaranteed to one-shot. I'd say the only difference between Fire Arrow and Cold Arrow that makes a difference is the fact that Cold Arrow uses a bolt called Frozen Sorrow. And so you can use Pus Spitter or Ice. Pus Spitter outperformed Ice by a little bit this season when I retested it. Last season I said the reverse. I think Pus Spitter is maybe a tiny bit better. But on Fire Arrow, the only thing that really makes it a little worse than Cold Arrow at this stage, even with the nerf to Cold Arrow, is the fact that it is... it does better in fortified maps too with the lingering damage, which is kind of nuts. And also the fact it has less arrows. Frozen Sorrow adds 4 arrows. That's a lot more AoE. As a matter of fact, so much more that Fire Arrow with the lingering damage technically has more damage now. It just has less AoE. It actually outperformed Cold Arrow in fortified maps and outperformed itself against regular maps in fortified maps because of the damage the lingering damage does, which is really cool. So it's actually a fort mapper, and it was clearing as fast, roughly speaking, as Dragon Tail, Dragon Talon on the Assassin in a fort map. Really cool. Definitely check out Fire Arrow. That's neat. I didn't make a video for it. I was thinking about it. I could have, and I might do it next season. I don't know. But I should. I already made 16 videos, though, so I can't be too hard on myself, right? But that definitely was an idea for a video. It was really cool. It was really strong. Exploding Arrow performs about as well, though. This got reworked last season, so it makes sense. I think Fire Arrow with the lingering damage, though, and the fact that it can outperform even fort maps. By the way, Exploding Arrow is also outperforming in fort maps as well. The fact that these are all upper tier mappers, though, still, despite nerfs or changes or anything, is really cool. And the fact that fort maps aren't only competitive, but sometimes a little bit better on them, that's really cool, too. All right, now we do have a video for this next one, which is Magic Arrow. Magic Arrow, I made a video for this season. It's the first time I ever made a Magic Arrow guide of any kind. So if you ever were wondering to see a Dark Humility guide on that, there you have it. It's pretty cool. And this one Whereas, I have like Sorceress using Exploding Arrow last season. I have Cold Arrow. I have Think from last season or the season. Yeah, I think last season. Anyway, Magic Arrow though. Wow. So the Sanctuary buff. So the Runeward Sanctuary got buffed pretty big time. It got buffed in proc percent. It got buffed in skills. The plus skill buff really helps Magic Arrow because it was arguably already best in slot for Magic Arrow because of the Fist of the Heavens proc, which is like level 40 and it's really high. And Magic Arrow procs really well, almost as well as Strafe even, which is kind of crazy. Like you could even do Crackle Shot Magic Arrow. That's actually a thing. A lot of people don't know how good it is at procking things. So you could proc with it. I honestly didn't know just how good it was until I tested it this season. I wasn't quite aware myself either, I'll admit. I was a little ignorant to it until I tested it this season. And then I tested it, Asylum. I'll even put it here just to make it very clear that is the approach on this. So it's Asylum Bow. And you use the Asylum Bow with 4 skills now, Sanctuary Aura, and huge foe procs, and you get tons of them. And you just go like all magic damage large charms to help the procs as well. Pretty much. Faster run walk or whatever. And you just run and gun, man. And I have a video on this. It's insane. It's actually insanely strong. You would think, wow, Magic Arrow with 5 arrows, it's probably not that strong. And in previous tier lists, I've had this D tier. I've had it C, low C tier. I don't know, man. It's starting to look really good. And with like the best testing I could do in beta, plus a little bit of a handicap, of course, given for the fact that I could get a lot more plus skills because it's a magic damage build. So I gave that, and I think honestly, this build is it's performing extremely well. So the fact that there's a lot more limitations of testing on it still, it's kind of cool. It could even be maybe A tier adjacent with like perfect items. So Magic Arrow was crushing tier 3s really well. It's pretty solid. I would say maybe it performs a little bit better in lower tier maps though. I'll put the 2 on that. I just looked at that again. That's probably not correct 100%. But yeah. So that's cool. Anyway, that's basically it for the Amazon. So we have Necro and Paladin still to do. And then we're pretty much done with most of the video. And then I'll just go over the lists briefly again. We already went over their existence when I did the tour of all the resources I have for the community this season. And then, of course, we'll go a little bit more into detail on some of them, though. And then we'll have the question and answer session. Sorry. Necromancer Builds. Yeah. Fire Arrow's Immolation, but good. Yeah, exactly. And it crushes fort maps. Exactly. That's a good thing. Yeah. And now it's like the only weakness of it in overall mapping is the fact that Cold Arrow gets 4 more arrows. Right? Because, there's no bolts. There's no, I mean, I guess technically you could use Frozen Sorrow, I guess, on Fire Arrow. I don't know. That sounds weird, though. Because then you just don't get any damage on it whatsoever. That's probably not good. I don't know. Maybe someone should test it. I didn't test it, I'll admit. I didn't test Frozen Sorrow on Fire Arrow. Maybe someone should do that. That sounds funny. Okay. Necromancer Builds. Here we go. We got Poison Nova. Okay, so new tech, okay? Just tested it better. I use Andes because, so this is the thing, is there's a bunch of poison builds I didn't retest last season because they technically didn't get any changes, and they still didn't get any changes this season. But I had time this season to like go back over and do more testing on like some things that maybe didn't get as much love as they should have in some of the previous seasons. And I found with Andes, honestly, in a lot of cases, the buff to Andes, if you use it right on the closed beta, you can make up for some lack of corruptions. And you could actually simulate like the higher damage levels that you're looking for to actually get the results. So Poison Nova retested. Poison Nova is actually really an SS plus build. It really is. If you get like a solid, super solid build setup, you will still melt maps with it at incredibly fast speeds. 125 FCR, Death's Web, Andes, Martyrdom, or the other one. I mean, you could use a lot of crap, really. And then obviously there's like more plus skills you can get on heads and whatnot. This skill has honestly been underrated by me for a while, and it's just because like it's really hard to test on the beta. But I found a way to test it this season that reflects its true power. And so once again, this is where tier list maintenance really paid off. And Poison Nova is definitely upper tier. It's really strong. You really just have to invest quite a bit in it, which is why the X for budget here is very accurate. This is not a budget build. It's not. But if you max tack this build, man, it's still gonna melt kind of like how it used to, even with a lot less gear back in the day. So it's now properly tiered. Desecrate. Desecrate got buffed, but not only that, I used different strategy. So I tried fort maps, and given that Decrep doesn't have the craziest AoE, I was right. It's the same thing Poison Strike, not the craziest AoE, especially now it's been like, it got even a small nerf. You do fort maps with this skill or this skill, especially with Desecrate though. This one's a little closer. It's kind of hard to tell, honestly. I ran a ton of maps with fort non-fort. It can be kind of tough. But maybe this season with the lower AoE, maybe you want to err on the side of fort, but it's hard to say. At any rate, Desecrate with the Fortify and the buff one-shots any fortified pack, and you could get max FCR on this thing, and it's really strong. It's really efficient. Desecrate is a very efficient mapper. Now, once again, it has the same weakness every poison mapper has. Once again, takes a while for them to die, so the monsters are in the rear view mirror by the time the loot drops. So you might have to go back and get the loot if you really want it. That being said, you can't deny how fast these builds destroy monsters. And Desecrate using Fortify, once again, new tech, new strategy, just like with Plague Javelin using optimal strat. The strat is there. The next build, though, I have a video for this season, updated Poison Strike. You can check that out. And Poison Strike was probably deserving of a nerf because, let's be honest, this build, even without the crazy plus skills like with Poison Nova, is still performing at the very top. This build is so crazy strong. You, especially now that I retested it with an Act 3 Merc, so you get the Decrep, you get the really high defense from Defiance Aura, and you use Steel Carapace and Sigurds on yourself. You get crazy defense, so you're not really blocking much. You really minimize the block as well. So even on Innocence and Martyrdom, you can really like minimize how much block there is, even on the high block percent Martyrdom. And you're almost never getting put in hit, like any kind of hit recovery or block animation. It's just smooth. Just stab with max attack speed, fanaticism on the Act 3 Merc as well. I show it off on a video once again. It's so smooth, it's so powerful. Just insta kills everything, just right around you. Just insta movement, super smooth movement. Felt a lot even safer and smoother than Poison Nova. Martyrdom is +5 to Poison Strike. Infinite damage as well, so honestly the lower density Fortify is looking amazing because you don't need the AoE. The AoE is still there, but just insta one-shot the packs as well. Same thing as Desecrate. So no matter what, even with the nerf, I tried retesting with the nerf. It seemed the same, but even if you could say it was like low S tier, it's still S tier. It's crazy powerful. It's one of the strongest mappers in the game. It's a lot of fun. Check it out on the YouTube video. I'd say the major weakness is what a lot of people have often said is it's really hard to play on hardcore because the most optimal way to play this is auto bone armor refresh from the combination of Innocence and Martyrdom. So the Blade Shield refreshes with whatever attack rating you have. It refreshes the bone armor. Now, what can help with this is maybe getting more bone armor synergy, just getting insanely high bone armor, like even more, like over 2,000 or something. And you already have a ton with max energy, but you could probably get more with like investing more into it. But let's be honest, like most of the time are perfectly fine, even against some of the toughest monsters in the toughest maps. But every once in a while, you get bad RNG on the bone armor proc from Innocence, and then all of a sudden, you're just dead instantly. Just, you know, it's like Frogger splatting in the water after going off a log. I mean, that's literally what it feels like. The whole build kind of feels like Frogger. You're just leapfrogging from pack to pack instantly. And then, you know, eventually, you know, there's a chance you can go splat. That's the problem. It's not a huge chance, though. It's very small, but the chance is high enough to where on hardcore, it's really tough to run it. So I'll give some weight to that. I'll put an X there. You can if you want, and you can definitely do it, but it's very tough. Even with like optimal defensive gear, it can be very tough. Teeth. Okay. So, Teeth is one of those, you know, B, C tier mappers, kind of like Lightning Strike, Charged, Lightning or Chain Lightning Sentry, that kind of stuff. But Teeth's even better at it, where it's really optimal in lower tier maps, and it's insanely strong in lower tier maps. You know, we're talking like S tier adjacent and lower tier maps. However, once again, this is a tier 3 tier. It tiers the hardest content, mapping content, to understand how it might perform and get puzzle boxes and Imperial Palace, things like that. You know, things that are really important in terms of like farming GG items efficiently. That being said, Teeth is still very good and it hasn't changed. So it's upper B tier. It's been like upper B tier, lower A tier for tier 3 maps for a while now. Still there. Bone Spear is even a little bit better and also pretty much unchanged this season. There you go. It's a little better though because, and it also does fortified map. I retested this because I wanted to see if it performed better in fortified maps, and it does. So even without all the plus skill corruptions as well in the beta, definitely some major handicaps there because it could be a lot stronger. But at any rate, so we're estimating their tier 3 strength a little bit. But it's pretty obvious that if you get the plus skills, and I've done it before in a previous beta where corruptions were enabled for it a little bit, and it's very clear the power is there, so there you have it. Bone Spear also doesn't need tier 1, tier 2 necessarily, so these are all very strong, very cheap too. The thing about Bone is that it's very easy to get going. These budget 2 check marks is not a exaggeration on these. It's here up here because of Mab set for a lot of the LE bow stuff on the Amazon. Obviously summons, it's just you could use whatever. And it's cheap, super cheap rune words as well, like loyalty, peace. But like these though, you just put on like White Wand and pick up a shield with plus skills. You get some other stuff. They just perform amazingly well. And then obviously training set just makes it even better. Bone Wall and plus attacker taking damage. So on this one, so a lot of people, I don't know why, but I got in some comments and they're like, bro, there's no way that build only performs as well as Bone Wall. And they never seen Bone Wall. You should check out my YouTube. I made a video on this. Bone Wall's not a joke. I mean, it really isn't. You amp, you put down a Bone Wall, you amp, the monsters kill themselves. It's that simple. They die very fast. And they can also die in your rear view too, like poison. Now, obviously, it's not nearly as strong as poison, but it's still fun. And you know what? It really is as strong as the C tier builds, monsters per minute wise. It really is, man. It's they made it a build. Like I think in season 11, the devs made it a build. They changed how it worked. So you can do it. It's a build. It's more of a meme, but it's fun. And it's also safe because we'll talk about that if you want to wait till the Q&A. We only need one more class and kind of half of a class here. I'll answer that question, Patazi. We'll go back to the assassin. We'll talk about that in a bit. If you have any questions, I did already address that in the video though, so you go back and watch the video or rewind or whatever, you'll see that answer. But I will. When we do the Q&A, I'll even repeat answers. It's fun. Okay. What is this? Okay, Corpse Explosion. Yeah, we should address that. That got nerfed. So, wow, S tier to A tier, right? Yeah, that's what happens when you reduce the. So not only did one of its main items get nerfed, which is Ming Song's lesson, some of its itemization got nerfed, and on top of that, the radius got reduced, which is a major mechanics change. So, and it's even more major than it would be on something like Sacrifice. In Sacrifice, you could blow up a lot of monsters, whereas Corpse Explosion, it's a single explosion. And so, it's still performing extremely well, but it's no longer blowing up the whole screen. So it's not, the AoE isn't nearly as big anymore. So I would say at very best, it's probably upper A tier now, and it's not reaching S tier at the moment anymore. But it's still very strong. The nerf definitely hit this skill though, for sure. You could feel it. And of course, I made a video on it, I think last season. You could kind of compare and contrast what that looks like and what it currently looks like. So it is what it is, man. That's a nerf, man. It got hit. It got hit big time. It was one of the strongest skills last season. No longer. Physical Skelly Summon. So I tested this properly using fortified maps now, so that kind of boosted it a bit. So a bit better testing protocol on this. Haven't retested it since season 10 as well. The Necro's been a bit neglected on my tier list for last like 2 seasons, so I did a pretty thorough pass this time. So we got that one upgraded a bit. Obviously incredibly good in budget, and it's optimal in late game and fortified maps, and it performs at a C level. Mostly just pure archers and warriors and max amplify damage, and that's all you gotta do. And you just get all the damage ores. Green Goblin. Okay, so Green Goblin, it's been dropping steadily. Every season they nerf like Innocence or Demon Machine, right? Like this thing used to be S tier, and you know, it's gone down a bit, it's gone down again, and Demon Machine got a little weaker this season. It's still really strong though. You know, as long as you put like some Eth runes in the Demon Machine or something, make it to where it hits more or procs more reliably. It's still very good. Gotta make sure it procs more reliably. The reliability of the proc is definitely a little touch and go. There's even an argument that it's not even A tier anymore. It could be B tier. It might be a bit overinflated even on my tier list. I don't know what you guys think, but that's where I'm putting it currently with the data that I was able to gather. I retested it again. Seems to be performing about as well, maybe a little worse with that change. I don't know. It's still good. Just basically max tack a mercenary, wear your damage auras, and get sustained with Phoenix or something. It's still good though. And also I tested golems with it as well to see if they're better than adding physical skellies. The physical skellies seem to be helping its damage more than the golems. So this is probably the classic approach is still the best as well. So that is something to note. We did test multiple approaches there to see if the golem changes affected them. When we get down to the golems, we'll go into more detail there. Pure physical Ellie Revive, no changes this season. They're solid, they're just slow. You could go pure revives, you know. You could add with Eternity and Sacred Totem for fun. These are kind of like more fun approaches, but they're tiered. They're slow, and there's, you know, it's a real build, you know. There's a way to itemize for pure revives, so may as well have them on the tier list if there's a discrete itemization choice you can do there. Elementals, and you know, also people also often want to know just how strong are revives, like just outside of everything else, like Mage Skellies, for instance, which is down here. I still think physical Skelly is performing a bit better because it could do the fortify maps a bit better than the Mage Skellies. But remember, this is late game, so by the time you get to late game, I might even want to put 3 check marks here for Elemental Summoner. It really starts to struggle a bit more in tier 3 maps. Tier 2 and tier 1 maps, it's like really strong actually, so it's way better than C tier. On top of that, it's an insanely good starter. Just keep in mind, once again, the only thing this tier represents is speed and tier 3 maps. I want to emphasize that throughout the video, so in case someone hears it, they don't get the wrong idea. I know most people probably don't watch the whole damn video. Maybe some people, but I don't know. Anyway, no, they also get a little buff this season. The main problem with Mage Skellies, by the way, that's holding it back. So some people might argue, what is holding this back from being like a B or even an A tier mapper? Even like tier 3s. What's really holding it back here? It's mostly the wind up speed on them actually killing the monsters, and also the fact it's really tough to get the good mages, like the ones you want, like the fire mages or the lightning mages, but mostly the fire mages. And so getting like the certain mages is just, it's really junky. So like there are things about this that are incredible, like they can kill every monster. There's no immunity issues. And it's really amazing as a starter as a result. And there's a lot of insanely good starter weapons. You know, you got a new wand this season even. You have the Grimm's Burning Dead, the classical option for multiple mages, like 14. But I tested a bunch of different setups with this, and I tested a bunch of different approaches, and this is the best I could get it. So I even tested attack speed versus like more Ellie Pierce. I tested like using fanaticism. It's tough. It's tough because like in late game, it just feels like it falls off when you're trying to kill those tough maps, you know? That's all. People love this build though, and it's really fun in early game. It's really fun in early maps, so. Once again, it's one of those that scales down. So it scales when you test it at the highest level, it definitely starts to struggle a bit. It is what it is though. Fire golems. Fire golems. Holy moly. Oh man. Fire golems, they got nerfed. But here's the good news, guys. Honestly, that nerf wasn't that big. According to my tier list, in fact, it only dropped from S to A+. So numerically, it's not that bad. Yeah, they increased the tick rate, so you have to go to probably from 0.6 to 0.8 on your blood warped timing. You know, we talk about that. I made a very good guide for this build last season. That guide is still 100% accurate, so definitely check that out. Of course, now if I remade the guide, I would talk about how the tick rate shouldn't be below 0.8 and it should be at 0.8. But if you go 0.8 and you still time it correctly like I did, and I retested it, using all the gear, you get the snapshot from your weapons swap. I didn't even go too crazy on it, really. I didn't even use a optimized helmet. And it was still one-shotting the pack around you for the most part. The fire golems themselves are also doing some of the damage too, with the AI delay reduce and the extra damage. So, in other words, fire golems is easier to play more passively now, which is really cool. It's actually better as a passive build than it was last season. But as a more active, aggressive telestomp build, it's not quite killing quite as many. That being said, coming down from high S tier to high A tier is not that bad. High A tier is really good. If you want to play fire golems, I say go for it. Even better as a budget build this season for the exact reason I stated. Golems are really good as budget builds this season, just period. So many cheap golem items. Golems do crazy damage in their early game even without items. So many cheap setups, even without trings, but with trings it's even better. Play golems got damage buffs, splash buffs, freaking AI delay reduction buffs. Play golems came up from literally the bottom of F tier. You guys might have remembered that from last season. This build was at the bottom of the barrel. Its mapping speed in late game tier 3 maps was trash. It came up to that almost C tier, and arguably it could be C tier if you had more plus skills. I don't know. I think I gave it a handicap anyway, but arguably I should have gotten a +2 handicap. I don't know. I'd say it's definitely decent adjacent. You could teleport around with clay golems and destroy fortified maps now. I tried that. It works. That's crazy. The golem buffs this season are actually really hype. It's actually one of my other it's like one of my other favorite changes. The golem buffs are fucking insane. So I love the golem changes. As a matter of fact, so much I made a video on blood golems. So I have a video on my YouTube. which is B tier adjacent, B tier, on a non-fire golem. So we're not talking about fire damage ticks here. We talk about open wounds procs using thorns. Thorns is actually required to make this build work. And in the early game, you could use an Act 2 Thorns Mercenary to actually make this build work. What Thorns does is it means all the open wounds on the blood golems. If the monsters hit the blood golems, not just the blood golems hitting the monsters, which is how they would normally apply it, they apply the open wounds to themselves. That means the monsters touch any of your blood golems, you just start dying. You just start draining out, just bleeding out and dying. With max amp, amp amplifies open wounds. If you didn't know from the barb, it does the same thing. Boom. Huge damage. This thing is crushing fortify maps and non-fortify maps. Really cool. And you could go really defensive approaches using Act 3 Mercs in the late game, just like the fire golems. Or as fire golems, you could also go infinity, but it's a bit better typically, but yeah. Play golems. Amp, though. Defensive, offensive. Man, it's crazy. Golems are actually really sick this season. Like, if you, I don't know, if you thought golems were bad, you could do that. Here's the other thing. If you're willing to invest in an expensive iron golem, you could even make them better than these tiers suggest. Guaranteed. You know why? Because I don't test the crazy iron golems anymore because people criticized it as unrealistic. So, if it's unrealistic and you think it's realistic, your golem build will be even better than mine. So, there you go. These have what we call beyond the handicap tier potential. So, the sky's the limit. Have fun. I made a video on blood golems. It's sick. Super sick build. It's really cool. Alright. Dart Pack Confused, no changes. No changes to Dart Pack. This build is still a upper tier mapper. It's a little slower than other upper tier mappers because it's not as direct damage, and over the years I guess we would say that over the last 5 seasons, just the fact that other builds have power creeped and become way stronger relative to it has dropped it down from A tier to B tier. It's still a thing, and as long as you have like Wrath on your Act 1 Mercenary, you have an auto curse proc, and you get other curse procs on it, like maybe Weaken on Struck, and you stack a lot of curse procs on your own staff using Obsession or Mang Song. You know, there's a lot of options here for getting a lot of auto procs, so you don't have to piano the curses before you cast a Dark Pact. But even with that, it's still only B tier because it's still, you know, it's not going to be the craziest, you know, it's still a little clunky. The damage is still a little inconsistent because of how often the curses are proccing or when they proc or whatever. So it's still going to have not as high MPM as other builds. It's still very good, though. And if you're into piano builds or high APM builds, Dark Pact is fun. Another thing to note about Dark Pact is it's arguably one of the best dungeon builds in the game. If you're a routine group mapper or you group map to 99 and you want to help your team through a dungeon, there should be at least one Dark Pact, 4 curse, whatchamacallit, Dark Force spawn Necro. Yeah, Dark Force spawn. He's in the Dark Force spawn. And max Curse Mastery. So, 100%. Confuse. Confuse is still trash. No changes this season. However, it made it back on the tier list last season because they made a change to it, making it a lot more responsive, and it has numbers that are worthy of being on the tier list, but it's bad. It's slow. It's fun, though. It could be silly. It's fun, but it's slow. It's also arguably only possible on either velocity maps or cow maps, so keep that in mind. Passive Boner. We did retest this season because of the brand buffs. Also, I haven't retested this in a while, so I just want to see it. You just basically get the Bone Spear synergies. You use Brand and Innocence, and you just teleport around using Blood Warp into as many monsters as possible. And Bone Spears come shooting out of you from all directions and kill the monsters. It's actually decent. You'd be surprised. Numbers reflect that. I wouldn't recommend it in hardcore, though. It's very similar to the Poison Strike issue. It's one of those few Necro builds where there's not a lot of good defensive options that will prevent you from dying instantly. So, yeah. I don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change this X from... See, this one... I'm going to change Poison Strike back to 1 check mark on Poison Strike, and I'm going to tell you why. There is a setup you can run on Poison Strike, as long as you're willing to cast Bone Armor here and there, that is actually better than the Innocence Martyrdom setup. If you go Epiphany, just like I went on my Fire Golem Necro, that I also never died on last season, made it to 97, hardcore solo self-found. If you do that, you run Epiphany, it's perfectly good. It's perfectly good because with Epiphany, Energy Shield plus Bone Armor, you are shielded. Because even if you lose your Bone Armor, the ES will save you. So, you're fine. I forgot about that setup. And the fact that you don't necessarily have to run Innocence Martyrdom. That's just one approach. So yeah. I don't know, maybe I should make that setup one of these times on hardcore to show people how to do Poison Strike on hardcore. There is a setup that can actually solve that problem though, very easily on the Necro. It solved the same problem for me on Fire Golem, so very good. The Epiphany Phoenix setup, man. Or, well, in the case of this, you wouldn't need Phoenix, but just Epiphany, it's not a bad staff setup. I don't know. It's still not great on hardcore, don't get me wrong, but I think there's a way to solve for that. Paladin Builds. Yep. This is a recap. Yeah, this is like my podcast. This is my closed beta testing podcast, tier list, infographic results. I show you guys all the resources I have for the community. I post a video on YouTube. That's what this is. We have a lot of resources for the community. I already showed them all off, and yeah, it's big. Paladin, last class. Here we go. So big things going on in the Paladin. We got Fist of the Heavens, which is way stronger than it's been in any iteration. Some people have told me on my YouTube video already that it still looks weak, and well, I don't know. For a lot of people, B tier is weak, so it is what it is. I don't think so. And even looking at its speed on the video, I think a lot of people would agree B tier is strong. It should be. In my opinion, anything that's B tier or above is an upper tier mapper. It looks strong, it feels strong, it is strong. Finally, they've buffed Fist of the Heavens enough this season, and they also buffed the Asylum. You can use Asylum Staff on this. Standard setup, though, would be Ephemeral, which is the new shield, which is an amazing design, by the way. Shout out Erlen. And really fun. I could also use the Scepter, which is really cool too. But the Asylum Staff buff also makes that viable. And then you could even use an Act 3 Merc for Static Field. You could use Sanctuary on yourself. You definitely use a safe like auto telly approach, or you could just telly right in front of the monsters. You could use a combination of Enigma and Joust. However you do it. I've tested a lot of different setups this season because of all the buffs that have happened to it. And I was able to get it up to B+ power estimated, assuming that you had more plus skill corruptions. Now, one of the reasons why people might be saying it looks weak in the video is because technically without the handicap that I give it, because it's a magic damage plus skill FCR build, which with no corruptions on the closed beta, as we all know, is even harder to test than most builds. So because of that, it's actually using the beta gear, and so technically it's being shown off at like C+ B- level, which means if you have all the plus skills on this, it should actually look really strong, right? Hey, thank you for the pin comment, Konji, so people know how to access the guide. Also, make sure people know about the Ultimate Farming Guide and the Ultimate Merc Guide if you can. Anyway, I'll try to get those links on the left-hand side of the panel here. I'll just put them down here somewhere. I don't know. There's more links. People need to find all the stuff. I mean, I put them in all my videos too on the YouTube. I put the links to all the spreadsheets everywhere, but I don't mean people find them, no. I know it's true. People lose them. Anyway, Fist of the Heavens felt really good even as tested. I think it finally feels good enough to be like, yeah, it's a pretty solid solo mapper, and it's also insanely good as a starter, and it also can be a bosser. So Fist of the Heavens is in a really good place, I think, this season. It's really good, versatility-wise and also, and with the plus skill corruptions, it can actually crush pretty hard. So I even made a video on this, like I said, so you can check it out. Obviously, it's without plus skill corruptions, so take that with a grain of salt, kind of like with the Magic era, right? It could be a little stronger. That being said, definitely check that out. It's good stuff. Good video. Holy Bolt. Holy Bolt did not get buffed. Only the Holy Bolt on Fist of the Heavens. I did not retest this, but to be fair, Holy Bolt is notorious for having the issue, at least for mapping wise. Okay. Anyway, Holy Bolt is notorious because it doesn't really have a lot of AoE. Maps require more AoE. Also, its damage falls off in like high tier maps, and so you can't even really use it against Fortified all that effectively either. So yeah, this isn't really the approach you really want to use for mapping. This is what you want to use for like LOD corrupted zones. So Fist of the Heavens as your main skill is going to be better. That being said, you could also even use Holy Nova in conjunction with these skills to get healing. Both are amazing mapping or group mapping builds because you can run whatever aura you want and you'll still do tons of damage. So I would say they're in a pretty damn good place this season. If you buff it any further for solo mapping, tier 3s, it's probably going to be broken, honestly. So, is there a VOD where he tested Druid? You know, someone said the same thing the other day. I tested Druid, literally a whole session. It was like 9 hours. Someone else said they couldn't find the VOD either. I'm going to have to see if it's not published. I'm going to check that after this stream. Maybe my moderator can remind me or something. You're not the only one to claim they can't find the Druid VOD, which is interesting. I'll have to check out why that is. Maybe it didn't get auto-published somehow. I don't know why. I'll make sure to fix that if I can. It's annoying. Anyway. Blessed Hammer. I did retest this because of the Ephemeral Shield. However, once again, it's another plus skill FCR build, so there are some limitations. The main limitation of Hammerden, though, that's probably the reason why it's never going to reach S tier, though, is because of the path of the hammers, the way they move, essentially. It also does well in fortified maps, but it does well better in non-fortified. So that being said, A tier is insanely strong. So this is one of those sleeper builds that a lot of people just don't play. That's really tanky and really strong. Obviously used in conjunction with Acrorats. I also retested Sacrifice Hammer proc because of the small Acrorats buff and Ephemeral as well. And we got B tier. Pretty good for tier 3 maps, honestly. A lot of damage auras and getting the concentration aura and the sanctuary aura for the hammer proc as well. It's really fun. And then you get the sacrifice explosion. It's a pretty unique build. I don't know if I've ever made a video on it, but I think people have. I don't know. I definitely have it in my testing VODs, though, if you want to see it. It's fun. Physical Zeal. Okay, so this one. We have done... yeah, we have a video on this one. And the best test with it, interestingly enough, was the Death Cleaver test using Wraith Skin, Max Deadly Strike, and what's crazy is I even ran Lance Guard. If you run Lance Guard, Wraith Skin, and you run Death Cleaver, you have, I don't even know, I think it's like 2.5, 2.75 like Deadly Strike multiplier. It's crazy. Well, at any rate, no matter what you do, or if you just run the standard, Alma Negra for Joust cooldown, which is really good on one-handed builds on the Paladin, particularly chaining builds like Sacrifice and Zeal. At any rate, you run that one, and holy crap, like, you jump into a pack with Joust, Max Zeal, and with Zeal being fixed now, they fixed the AoE on it, so it's getting all the splash, 60% on attack 3, insta-dead fortified pack, doesn't even matter what it is. Zeal is crazy strong. It's more fun than it's ever been. And it's moved up from like low C tier, high D tier kinda to like B tier, so. And the fortified map buffs, really good. 2H, obviously, like Leoric's sword is really good because of the Joust cooldown, and you could also use stronger things like Grandfather, which also got a buff. Keep in mind for 2H, you want to use a sword if possible on the Paladin because of Holy Sword, so you're a little more limited in terms of your gearing options, but also very strong and fun. My day 3 VOD is missing. Interesting. Okay, well, that's a confirmation. I will make sure that is restored for you guys if possible. If it is just removed and I can't find it, I don't know what happened to it. That's pretty tragic, though. Not the end of the world. I got tons of Druid mini guides and demos from season 10 through 12 that are super relevant still. But that's still a little tragic, though. A little tragic to be missing the testing VOD for that. Physical charge, no retesting, no changes, not even to the AoE. Charge has kind of been left alone this season, so I didn't do a lot of retesting on it. Charge became significantly nerfed after the required attack speed, which really hit your pierce kind of hard in a lot of these builds, so damage isn't always as consistent, especially not compared to something like Vengeance or Sacrifice, so it is what it is. We also retested Foe Holy Bolt Proc Zeal because Asylum got buffed and Principle got changed as well. So it's 40% chance of level 30 versus 75 at level 40. So we use Zeal to proc both Holy Bolt and Foe, which are both fully synergized. It's an approach. It's a real approach. It's fun. And it's a unique approach. It uses the synergies on the Paladin, but, you know, it's a little slow. It definitely compared to normal approaches, right? But not even that much, though. It's not even that slow. It's just fun, and it's strong. You can definitely do it, though. It's very, it's a pretty cute build. Vengeance. Azure Lightsaber. Yeah, so Vengeance is retested using Lightning Vengeance. It's still hitting A tier numbers after several nerfs. They buffed it a little bit, like the chain chance, so that's really good. It still feels amazing, by the way, but after, I think, what was it, like the AoE nerf or something? It's kind of hard to reach S tier on Vengeance now, but Vengeance is so, like, Vengeance, if it's S tier mapper, is like almost too strong, and I'll explain why, because Vengeance is like such a crazy bosser too. It's the best tier, it's like one of the best tier 2 Lucian killers in the game, period. It's one of the best starters. It's got every element. Super cheap gear. It's crazy. And then to also be like a very high upper tier mapper. Vengeance is just crazy. But I did retest it though. That's cool. Smite received some small crushing blow adjustments, some buffs. Nothing really to speak of though. Still just lacks AoE especially compared to all the crazy buffs on melee builds this season. I don't know why you would map with this, but if all you have is a smiter as a bosser, it's still gonna crush fortified maps to a strong degree. So there's that. It did get buffed for bossing though, just to let you know, it's an even better bosser this season, so keep that in mind. Physical sacrifice, Schaefer's, especially with the crushing blow, I guess you could say crushing blow efficiency changes, so it's really good. Was there a nerf to Schaefer's? Nope. It doesn't matter though. There was a huge buff to Death Cleaver, and the Deadly Strike changes makes a big difference. And the multiplier on Wraith Skin. So there's a Deadly Strike multiplier. So let me explain maybe for some people to understand what that means this season. That means that normally Deadly Strike is 1.5 times damage. There are items like Death Cleaver, Wraith Skin, and Lance Guard that can make that multiplier basically twice as high. So when you're hitting a crit and you have 85% chance to crit because of ray skin, because it's 10 max, so you have almost 100% chance to crit, you're basically doing like triple damage in some cases almost. It's crazy. Honestly, for bossing, I think physical zeal is also maybe underrated. I don't actually know. I did put physical zeal higher up on my lists. So, I don't know. I should actually specify with the deadly strike changes, actually, that it's not just 2H, actually. It might even be 1H that's even better. Yeah. I should change that, actually. I forgot to do that. Oops. My bad. Anyway, 1H physical zeal is stronger than 2H this season for a couple reasons, but one of the main reasons is deadly strike itemization. So, especially for bossing, by the way. So, I made sure to specify that on the bossing list just now. Forgot to. Alright, sacrifice. Big changes, guys. Big changes. So, basically, sacrifice explosion is physical now, 100%. No half magic, no half physical. That does hurt the Azarath approach to a lot of sacrifice builds because Sanctuary Aura would reduce the magic res a bit, which would make the explosions cleaner and more frequent and easier, and the overkill would be a bit better. But that helps physical sacrifice. So now you have Amp, you have Battle Cry, or whatever. I have a video on this. I show it off with the Schaefers, and I made a physical sack video. You could see just how insane physical sack is with Schaefer's Hammer and with Amp and Battle Cry, and oh my god. Oh, it basically almost looks like the best elemental sacks, let's put it that way, because of the full physical explosion. The Amplify and the Battle Cry just makes it crazy strong. And then whatever other negative physical res. Heck, you could even, because of that, it might even be better to use Stone Crusher, so I mean, I don't know. But it's crazy though. It's crazy. Alright. Hey, what's up, Jammin' Rock? How you doing? Now, to note for the rest of the sacrifices, we did a lot of sacrifice testing this season, and I added even more approaches so it's clear what the differences are in terms of performance. Holy Shock Sacrifice. I made a video on this for sure. This is arguably the strongest mapping build in the game at the moment. Now, there's a couple reasons. Alright. One, it's even kind of budget. Kinda. Now, that being said, because all you need is you want Stormspire. You don't want Infinity at all. Like, no Conviction Aura, okay? Stormspire for the crazy huge AoE, giant static field, and negative light res. Plus Lightsaber, which is probably better than Azarath now with the change to the magic damage explosion. And even with the nerf to the radius on Sacrifice, it's crazy. Now here's the thing, last season I never tested this. I didn't even try Holy Shock. I just assumed from prior testing Holy Freeze or Holy Fire were still the best, and Holy Shock sucked because of the minimum damage, and that was less consistent. But I haven't really ever tested it thoroughly. I also never really tested Sanctuary Sacrifice thoroughly either. So this season, we got some way more thorough testing on these things. And that's after the changes, by the way. This is post-nerf, all the nerfs. All the nerfs on Sacrifice have been tested. Guaranteed. Doesn't matter. Alright, retested it again. Holy Shock Sacrifice, look at the data sheet, is putting up monstrous numbers. This thing cuts through them like butter. As a matter of fact, if you could get the Joust cooldown even lower than 1 second, this thing would move faster than 1 second. It's insanely strong. It's pretty hard to make a build better than this at the moment. That being said, you know, there's a lot of builds that are competitive, obviously, but like, wow. Wow, if you want to make a sacrifice build, and here's the thing, the LE builds weren't hit as hard by the changes, but then the physical build wasn't either. The hardest hit sacrifice is probably Sanctuary because of magic damage removal, and even that's still performing at A tier, even after the changes. So, obviously, as a starter, it's still way better too. So, Sanctuary is a lot cheaper. That's why it has budget indicator here. It's even better as a budget build. Now, that being said, though, holy shock, oh man, if you get the Pierce on that thing, oh man, it's just so much Pierce, so much AoE because of holy shock, or sorry, static field on top of the holy shock damage. It's just, oh wow. Because static field is crazy, right? This is why Schaefer's performs so well, even on physical sacrifice. But imagine having a build where you could just comfortably run Stormspire. It helps out the Lightning Pierce as well. And Stormspire has insanely high level and insanely high chance to proc static field. I don't know, man. Like, it just get crushed by this. This approach is nutty. So I have it on the YouTube. Obviously, I'm always going to feature S+ builds on YouTube. I have to, so. Yeah, there you go. And then, yeah, charges, once again, should be about the same. They've kind of all gone down from A to B tier since that pretty big nerf a while ago. A or S to B, or high B or low A, something like that. And then, rest of them, not really much to say. Principal Strafe, I did retest that due to Endless Hail. Exploding Arrow Holy Fire using Demon Machine on a Fire Bow Paladin is really sick. It's not as strong as the Sorc version, though, and that's just because the Sorc version has better mobility, so it's really what it comes down to. Because this build, if it gets the right mobility, you're going to crush a lot faster. And these weren't changed this season. They were tested last season. I even retested Thorn's Sacrifice, which, you know, even Thorn's Sacrifice is decent because it's sacrifice. That's the only reason. And yeah. And let's see. Principal Strafe, I retested the Principal change. Level 30 Holy Bolt versus higher chance of level 25. And I think it performed a little better, actually. So the extra damage, having fully centered his Holy Bolt, it's kind of cool. Poison Blade Sentinel opinion. It got nerfed. I should have tested it last season, because if I tested it last season, it probably would have been like S tier. They nerfed a lot of the AoEs, so, but it's very, very strong. And no matter what you do, some version of Blade Fury or Blade Sentinel is gonna crush the whole game from the very beginning, even. So, super good builds. All right, let's go over the rest of the list real quick so we can get to the question and answer session. I'm not going to go into huge detail here on some of these. I'm just going to highlight some lists here again, just to show you guys what we have available. Remember to scroll to the right. No, Poison Sentinel like melts everything instantly. Like, it's crazy damage. I wish I tested it last season. It's just they did nerf it quite hard this season though, in terms of like how it can operate. I wish I tested it last season, man. I would have had an S tier on that, I'm pretty sure. I just didn't even test it at all. It wasn't even on the tier list. RIP. Same thing with Holy Shock Sacrifice. RIP. This was probably crazy strong last season. Once again, a lot of things it goes through the cracks, you know. But you know, when we do more testing though, we find out a lot of better things though. Well, maybe acidic, I don't know. But who knows, man. Alright. So this is the top 10. This is literally just ported from the tier list. This is your meta list. Your top 10 meta builds for late game mapping in tier 3s are solo mapping, late game and tier 3s are Holy Shock Sacrifice, Poison Strike, Arctic Blast, Fist of Fire, Rabies, Plague Javelin, Lightning Fury, Wake of Fire, Whirlwind, and Poison Nova. With honorable mentions to builds that didn't quite make the cut, they're also very strong. Frost Nova, Frozen Orb, Nova, Volcano. I'm going to say Volcano. I'm going to trigger people. Blade Fury, Cobra Strike, Phoenix Strike. These are all in the top 20, 25, right? I mean, they're up there. Double Throw. Lightning Fury. Oh, sorry, those are there. Those are there. Desecrate. Physical Sacrifice. And plenty of other ones, honestly, like Fire Golems. Yeah. Plenty's still up there, man. Plenty's still up there. And then other ones that if you get a weapon that's like absurd, you never know. Maybe multi-shot gets up there. There's a lot of potential for some builds, man. Get a crazy weapon. Anyway, GG, those are your best builds in terms of just mapping speed and monsters per minute. Solo top 10 overall. So let's go a bit more into detail on this list. I talked about it briefly when I did the original tour of the list. So this is new. This is literally like jack of all trades. These are the best builds for doing everything, okay? So a lot of people wanted to know this, and they also wanted to know it separate from the tier list, and I was like, okay, let's make it. So I made it. There you have it. These builds are just well known for being game crushers. They crush the whole game in one way or another, maybe with a slightly different setup, maybe with a respec, but they can do it. Plague Javelin from the very beginning. It's crushing a lot of those early farming areas like cows, great starter, crazy good bosser, really good, particularly against those pinnacle bosses, and obviously insanely good mapper. The map score is next to it, so you can see it. Minimum requirement to even be on this list is that it must be a notable bosser, must be a notable starter, and it must score B or higher. In other words, it must be an upper tier mapper. And if it is good at all those things really well, and made it on the list. And the best 10 made it on the list. Obviously, Barb's got some really good ones this season. And I would say before Whirlwind would have never made it here, but you could pot when you Whirlwind now, so it's a bosser. There you go. Or Foe Holy Bolt. Obviously, crazy strong in every aspect of the game, and obviously it's finally made it into being a decent mapping tier. Not just for group, but for solo as well. We have Wake of Fire. We got Blade Fury Sentinel, as we've just marked on. Crazy good for everything. So these, in a lot of ways, if you're playing solo, these are the top 10. If you don't want to make another build, you just want to make one build this season. You don't have time to invest in multiple builds. Maybe you want some item swaps, but that's it. These will give you the best bang for your buck, and that's what this is right here. They just do everything exceptionally well. And Hydra this season, well, if I left Hydra out this season, I think that'd be a crime, considering how powerful it is, even after all the retests. It's doing very, very well. We got a video on it after all the retests. It's there. Blizzard's there. You got Volcano. You know how it is. Wake of Fire, that's a classic. It does everything. Biggest movers. Okay, so let's talk about this a bit. I mean, I did kind of already talk about when I went over the list, how it changed. This one changed to better testing strategy and protocol mostly, but also due to the Endariel's Visage change from last season that was properly tested this season. Bear Maul. Well, what can I say, man? This is just an example of one of those melee builds that was brought up by better fortified mapping, way better melee stats and itemization, and yeah, just more splash, everything working. Fortified Maps getting crushed. Fortified Maps being the best mapping strategy, really bringing it up B tier. Whirlwind, yeah, buddy. Two-handed Whirlwind was worse than one-handed Whirlwind last season, but with the mastery change for 40% splash, it's better. And it's not only better, it's S tier. Fist of the Heavens. Big buffs, big results. It's now a super good mapper. Solid, especially with the plus skills. Just got to get a really good version of it if you want it to be super good at mapping. But overall, still always be good at group mapping, always. From the very beginning. Very good at starting out, always from the very beginning. Fist of the Heavens, Holy Bolt, amazing at bossing from the very beginning. Just heal that Merc forever. Physical Sacrifice. So, yeah, that change did it, man. That, I don't know. I mean, it was already, I retested it to A tier, so my retest already helped it. So better testing protocol and a combination of new testing and the change has made that version of Sacrifice one of the best versions. Second only behind Holy Shock. Desecrate. Desecrate, well, the damage buff is there, but also testing fort maps, really taking advantage of its crazy damage and the fact that it has less AoE, and the fact that you have crazy movement speed with the Necromancer using Bloodwort. Wake of Fire. Well, we're using the new tech, 1 second cooldown Dragonflight instead of Enigma Teleport, and just really good movement through the map. That will get that result. Fend. Well, once again, Fend got fixed, has Splash. Fend got buffed via Javelin and Spear Mastery, via the Critical Strike base chance change as well. Fend is just insanely strong against fortified monsters and insanely fun. C- to B. Clay Golem, F to D+. Hey, don't knock it. It's arguably even C, potentially, with enough plus skills and a snapshot. And all you gotta do is teleport around and cast Imp, and it will kill even fortified monsters. It's the Golem changes were sick. Magic Arrow. Magic Arrow got big itemization buff this season, but arguably also improved testing protocol. And the fact that with even more plus skills, who knows, maybe even the handicap underestimates how strong this can get. Poison Nova. Just better testing strategy and protocol, using the Indarl's Visage to make up for limitations of testing on the beta. So just smarter testing. Hydra, C+ to B+. That is definitely the Hydra piercing change. Blade Dance. Well, no more Tiger Strike Splash. Feels bad, man. Charged Bolt. Huge damage nerfs. And itemization nerfs. Corpse Explosion. Small itemization nerfs in addition to radius nerfs, which is a pretty big mechanics nerf. And that didn't, even with that nerf to Sacrifice, by the way, it didn't matter on Sacrifice, but Corpse Explosion, it did. Alright, overall class power ranking. So, just to say a little bit here, this is based on the data, this right here on the data sheet. You can check this out if you guys want. Just basically a 3-point scoring system, kind of like the Chopped show, which is a cooking show that scores on presentation and taste and I don't know what the other one is, like difficulty or utilization of the ingredients or something. Well, anyway, this one scores based on mapping, starter, and bossing. Every class just gives them a score. And it adds them all up. And Druid and Necromancer are looking like the best classes overall, but only slightly. If you notice here, it's literally score 13 versus 12. and this is how close the classes, I've never seen this. So, in a very fair estimation from all my closed beta testing, the classes are basically all equal now, except I would say Sorceress may have been hit a little too hard this season, so it might be lagging behind in some aspects. But remember, Sorceress still has the best score for starters, so Can't go wrong there. Anyway, that being said, wow. Yeah, Sorceress, not the best mapper and, well, not the greatest mapper. It's still a good mapper, but not the very greatest mapper, and also not the greatest bosser, so it's falling behind on the other two scores. Anyway, wow. Paladin up there with Barb and Amazon and Assassin and Druid and Necromancer. Basically, the rest of the classes are hugging each other, and this is only 2 points behind. I've never seen such incredible class balance in any season. This is insane balance this season. No one should complain. I'll reiterate that again. I'm not really going to go too much into detail on these lists because they don't change much season to season. Just if you ever want to know how to help out your partner, buddy, or girlfriend, or whatever in your group, or just you want to play in a group, get to 99 fast, whatever, keep note of these top grouping builds. These builds are really good for either hardcore or softcore, depending on what you're doing. Softcore, more damage emphasis is better, obviously. And then on hardcore, you might want some of these really good support builds as well. But they're also useful on softcore because they help with dungeons and things. So these are very, very good build approaches. Also, some people like trolling and soloing dungeons. Here you go. Honestly, until they make the rewards for solo or grouping dungeons even more significant than just experience, I don't know. Dungeons kind of became a little more boring for me, and I don't know. Hopefully, in one season, they become a little bit better. Something I'm still waiting, and then I'll probably play. I'll play hardcore trade that season when they do that, if they decide to. New on S13 tier list. These are all the builds that are near on the tier list with their tier listed next to them in order. So these are builds that didn't exist in the last tier list, and now they do. Yes, indeed. The build that was listed on the last tier list for Blade Sentinel was physical. I never tested poison. If I tested poison last season, it was probably S tier. But the changes have kind of nuked it, kind of like Corpse Explosion. AoE changes are pretty rough for a lot of builds, particularly ones like that. DH's starter lineup. So here you go. These are my recommended starter builds. I also have them in the ultimate farming guide. I literally just copy paste them. Okay, that's all it is. Of course, in this guide, they're in whatever order. In this guide, I try to order them based on what I feel like are the strongest approaches in each class in rank order. And then I also give an overall top 10. This season, I feel like the best starter builds, period, for just starting out the ladder are going to be Hydra, Summon Golems, Fist of the Heavens, Holy Bolt, Warcry, Inferno Firebolt, Meteor, Vengeance, Summon Skeletal Mages, Chain Lightning, and Summon Druid. Chain Lightning obviously is the fastest way to farm Arcane Sanctuary, which is insane for runes, particularly because the ghosts will drop runes even if they die off the edge in PD2. And obviously Lightning approaches are very good, mostly because of Arcane, but they can also farm other things as well. And yeah, Summon builds are still doing well though. Honestly, obviously you don't see Amazon here, or it's just Amazon, I think. Hey, I tried out Amazon. That being said, Amazon or Assassin, sorry, yeah. Amazon and Assassin are overall as like starting classes a little tougher because they're just slower at farming the starting areas than the other classes, period. But they still have very strong approaches, obviously. And they're also a little bit less... and also with the early game nerfs to the decoys and bulks, it does hurt its uber potential early game a little bit, but it's still strong, so... It's probably still fun. And obviously Amazon and Assassin still have very strong starting builds. They're just a little bit less efficient. Was Vengeance retested this season? It was. Vengeance is performing as well as the lower tier sacrifices, but not as well as the higher tier sacrifices. It's got nerfed in the past few seasons a bit. Still there. DH as always. Alright, so we got recommended Uber builds as well. So I did change the Ubers, Declone, Wrathbone, and Lucian killers. I tried to rank order them, but once again, this is pretty subjective. I'm just trying to take into account changes to itemization, changes to stats, changes to other things when I make these decisions as to how I rank order them. Also for Declone, Wrath of Involution, not normal Uber Tristram, or which also applies to like Uber Ancients to some degree. Overall top on these. Also takes into account well, it takes into account not having a mercenary as well, but because you can't have a mercenary, but it takes into account a bunch of other things as well. So there's a few other different things, and as pinnacle bosses, they're definitely a lot tougher. I'll take into account like different boss mechanics, you know, the fact that there's minions or no minions, things like that. I also do some research for these as well, so that I get an idea of what people have been using for bossing, so, and what I myself have used for bossing. I don't do nearly as much bossing testing as some people, though. Also, these do take into account to some extent, like, all the tiers, so tier 0 through tier 2. Some of the higher tier builds are ones that will just kill tier 0 with, like, very limited gear, but they're also capable of killing tier 2 with, like, max gear, so I try to balance these considerations, but let's be honest here, they're very subjective. I could see a bosser making a more accurate list than these, for sure. Someone that was like, you know, like UHD, for instance. Like if UHD made lists for all these, I would say his list would be better for these particular lists, and they'd be more accurate. Like if UHD made them, or what's his name? The one that does all the bossing and the bossing speedruns. Damn, I'm trying to remember this content creator. He's kind of cool. He does like tier 0 speedruns on all kinds of crazy builds, which is insane. But anyway, there's a couple people I would trust to actually make better lists than these, but yeah, Kareen. Yeah, him. Yeah, that guy. I would, because they do such thorough bossing testing. That being said, these aren't far off. They're not. They're pretty close. They give you a pretty good idea, so definitely take a look at these to get a good idea of what builds to look into at least, and watch videos for, and to attempt. And there you go. Why is Hydra so good for starting exactly? Well, now it pierces, so it's got really good abilities too, and it's really safe too, and you could just like run it in any scenario, and it'll destroy bosses, it'll destroy Andy, it'll destroy Mephisto. It's good. I think it's arguable that maybe Inferno, Firewall, or Meteor might be stronger in some scenarios, but Hydra's like more versatile. It'll be better at things like Stony Tomb and Maggot Layer for sure because of the piercing. So I would say that's probably why. All right, so that's it. We showed off all the resources. I'll try to get links even on this sheet as well, to the other resources, the Ultimate Merc and Farming Guides. And you guys could check these links out, of course, yourself. I'll have them all in my YouTube videos. We will... it's very late now. No, Frozen Orb's insane, man. You can see Frozen Orb here is one of my recommended starters. It's on the Ultimate Farming Guide. It is one of the strongest mappers as well. It's a top 20, 25 mapper. I think it's top 20. Yeah. I mean, it can even potentially do some bosses. It just might be only a tier 0 bosser or a tier 1 bosser, but you can do it. And so it's listed lower in the list, right? No, absolutely. It's good. So this is the question and answer session, by the way. So I'm fielding questions from the chat, and I'll include that in the video. If anyone has any questions, including the ones I've just read out in the chat, I will answer them now. And hopefully you guys are set to go and hyped for the new season in 2 days. What do we got here, baby? Well, yeah, Hydra, you can get 3 Hydras out. Like a lot of the early game farming on the Sorc, if it's not arcane or some of the other farming areas, are more oriented towards bossing, so you gotta take that into account. Being able to pierce makes Hydra significantly better, though. Like, if you test it, if you see my mapping video, you'll see what I mean. Like, it's really good. I'm not overhyping Hydra, I promise. It's actually really good. Hydra damage at low gear is kind of meh. I mean, I don't think so. But I don't know. Maybe you're farming the wrong stuff. Remember, check out my ultimate farming guide. It will help you target farm with whatever. That being said, though, I could make an argument for Inferno still being better than Hydra. If that does happen to be the case, by the way, and I prefer the Inferno Hydra, I might switch the order here later. So this order isn't final yet. I gotta do some early game finagling with this when I actually do my hardcore SSF run. But I still know Chain Lightning's top tier because of Arcane. And I know that these cold builds in general, they're good, but some of the fire approaches are known to outperform them, especially because of very easy early game approaches like using Amp on Meteor or using Inferno Firewall or just having 3 Hydras with piercing capability. One of those is going to be better for sure. And Charge Bolt got nerfed to the ground. It's still usable against Arcane, but I don't know. I could make an argument for even removing this at this point, because it got nerfed that hard. Actually, you know what? As a starter build, I wouldn't use Charge Bolt anymore. Well, actually, no. It still pierces. I'll keep it here. It's fun. It's fine. It's definitely a lower tier approach at this point, though. This season nerfed it really hard. Hydra playstyle is smooth. Exactly. It's a very smooth playstyle. It's very good. I don't know. You could definitely, once again, like a lot of people put a lot of stock in the exact order of these starter uber bossing lists. These lists are significantly less scientific. And this is coming from the top Diablo scientist here, right? You know, one of the leading PD2 Diablo scientists, all right? I'm telling you, this is not as scientific as the late game mapping tier list is, okay? And this season, the late game mapping tier list got so much incredibly quality testing that this is pretty damn scientific. This, though, not so much. So, take it with a grain of salt. It is what it is. This is like, you know, oh, well, I know that noobs would be able to play the Summon Druid better, even though maybe other ones could farm maybe a little faster. You know what I mean? Like, Hydra's going to be easier for more players to play, okay? There you go. It's one of the top starters. It got a huge buff. It feels really good. Yeah, maybe you want to do more damage. Maybe you could put more damage with Inferno Firewall, whatever. But that's my feeling. So when I order these lists, it's like I'm trying to take into account not just clear speed of Endarial or something, but also like ease of execution is something I take into account for bossing and starter lists. So it's true. It's true because the tougher it is to execute, you know, should be lower down on the list for sure. Like you can do guided arrow strafe versus Rathma and Declone. You can do it. It's just tougher to execute. I've seen it done. I've seen it done by the best bossers. Maybe only the best bossers should be doing it, but you can do it. It's 100% possible. Maybe you don't like it. It's harder to execute, though. Maybe it's not a top tier one either. You're not doing any tier 2 declones with them. All right, let's answer more questions. Do you think split throw should be stronger? I I think the AoE should be buffed on it a little bit, actually. Like the return AoE. So when you throw out the split throw, the damage and the AoE feels good. When it returns back to you after you've leapt or whatever, or after you've like teleported with Enigma, the AoE is kind of weak. I feel like the return damage and AoE should be similar. The damage is similar, just not the AoE. Maybe next season. Hey, hell yeah, huge credit. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thanks for everything, DH. You do amazing things for the community. Hell yeah, dude. Blades of Ice, solid. Solid. It's just, it's not one of the very top tier. I would say it's top tier for hardcore, though. Blades of Ice is better for hardcore than most of the approaches. Phoenix Strike also has a cold component. So, it's a little slower than the other ones because of less AoE and damage to some extent. But it's still insanely strong. Blades of Ice got a big rework a couple seasons ago. It's still going to be crazy good. Good question. Is Andy Quest still bugged? Yeah, you still get bug drops, which is good. Andy is very good in PD2 at the moment. Vengeance is a good place to start to transition to Holy Shock Sack. Yeah, that's a really good transition, actually. Because Vengeance and Holy Shock Sack share a lot of similar items, itemization, and gear and stuff. Let's see if we can answer more questions that I missed. A lot of questions. When am I playing on launch? I'm gonna try to play Hydra Sork. If I die on the Sork early, though, I'll reroll Barb. Well, if I die to like bullshit like a disconnect, I'll probably just remake the Sork. But sorry, I missed it. How come Sork multi is ranked so low? So the enchant late game scaling got nerfed quite a bit this season. It was kind of like a lower key nerf, and even though it's good, yeah, it got hit pretty hard. You need a lot of pre-buff too. Whereas like Exploding Arrow, it's a lot smoother, it's just way stronger. Exploding Arrow Sork at the moment is the strongest enchant Sork. That's a solo play. So if you go Demon Machine Fire Enchant, it's really, really strong. It's definitely A tier adjacent for sure. It's a really fun build. I made a video on it last season. Hydra Combustion combo is really nice. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay on Hydra though. I'd rather just use Fireball Combustion because the fireballs just get out faster. But yeah, you can definitely do that. What is better getting keys, Hydra or Frozen Orb? Hydra. Cold abilities are bad for keys because Countess and all the minions are immune to cold. And also Dilith Fox minions are immune to cold as well. And he's often immune to cold. Of course, you can also do destruction keys, and I guess you could do... I mean, theoretically, because of Bloodraven and Izual key farming, you could do any element you want. I always find it easier to farm Nilifok personally, though. Izzy's kind of rough. And then, I mean, Bloodraven's really effing strong. Like, she's just gonna kill you if you're not geared, so... I don't know. I still think Lightning and Fire are better elements for that, but it's hard to say. It's a good question, though. Lightning Fury is better without summons, actually. You just run around at max speed with with good dodge and evade as well. And obviously max pierce. How does Arctic Blast Hurricane Druid fare in this season? Crazy strong. It's particularly once you get the gear for late game farming. It's one of the strongest late game mappers in the game. Hydra playstyle smooth. Is Nova Sork still fastest Abaddon and Red Portal farmer? Lightning, you know, this season because of dolls and the fact that Lightning Nova got nerfed again, I would actually just run Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning got a huge buff. The build went from like low B tier to like mid high A tier, and Chain Lightning with Lightning is really good for the portals, and it's a lot easier to get the gear for as well. and because of the itemization nerfs as well. So I would just run Chain Lightning with like the new orb or something, or like just a crafted orb. Let's see. Other questions. Is Hydra able to deal with fire immunities earlier? Best to skip the fire immunes early on Hydra. Yeah, and you have Blaze, so you can always counteract cannot be frozen. And you don't have to worry about teleport debuff on Hydra either, because you just use Blaze. Particularly if you're farming cows with Hydra early, or bosses, pretty damn good. I think Hydra should be able to farm cows pretty well early because of the piercing. We'll have to see though. Meter should be at the top of the Sorc stars in my opinion. No means and can do any farming in the game. I put it at the top last season. I'm kind of just like hyping up Hydra here, to be honest, but I might put Meteor back in that spot. I think that's still fair. You're not wrong. Like I said though, it's a little subjective. A little bit of a hype creation here for changes. Is the definitely less scientific in these lists, like I said. These lists are less scientific. This is a very well tuned machine. Even the subjective component, which is the handicap, is still taking into account easier and tougher builds to test on beta. So it's still very much scientific. What do we got here? So Warcry support build similar to PoE Merc support build. Yeah. Yeah, I was also kind of, when I say Warcry support though, I also mean for like your team, like if you have a group. Like just horking bodies and bowing for your team and giving them battle cry and other stuff, and maybe like Stormspire Merc and jumping into the monsters is really strong. But yeah, Warcry support also could be buffing your mercenary and then just using max battle cry and battle Warcry on top of it. Absolutely. So that's another interpretation of that, I suppose. Chilza, I gotta say thank you personally. I love all the work and all the time you put in making the list. And having Q&A on top of that. As someone who's played since Diablo 2 was released, now a casual, thank you. Heck yeah, man. Why is Holy Shock AoE so much larger than Fire and Cold? It really comes down to static field. So it's the same reason why Physical does so well. It's static field. So arguably, okay. The problem with the other ones is that the lightning gets lightning pierce from the static field and the AoE from it. Whereas the other ones, they get the small AoE from the static field, which helps, but they don't have if you put like static on instead of like conviction on some of them, they don't have enough pierce to capitalize on that AoE. You can argue that maybe I should have tested like Holy Freeze sacrifices Stormspire or something, but then you'd have to argue, okay, we're using the lightning items for the cold build. Or why are we doing this? We may as well just play the lightning build, right? So maybe I could have maybe bumped the numbers a little higher, like a little higher on like cold and fire if I use Stormspire on them for sacrifice, but that begs the question though, you know, why are we doing that instead of just playing the one that gets the lightning pierce, you know what I mean? Good question. Can I ask how you compile the bossing list? Do you test yourself? So I, like I said, I do a lot of research on it. I watch a lot of videos of people killing bosses with them. I talk to bossers like Sky. If Sky has any thoughts on my bossing list, actually, and he's still here, I'll message him. Maybe I can tune them up a little bit. I also, like I said, there are a couple bossers out there that could probably make better lists if they did. I don't think they do, but they probably could. Maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe they have some list on their YouTube or something. I haven't seen it, but I feel like they're just interested in bossing and not making guides for the bossing. They like showing off the bossing and demonstrating it, but I don't know. Everyone likes to do different stuff, so Meteor for keys. Yeah, I was gonna say Meteor. See, Meteor is the most versatile of all the Sorceress starters. I should be absolutely clear about that. It is. It is the most versatile starter. Now, does that mean it's the most efficient and best for bossing and doing a lot of other things? I don't know. Maybe it's up there. I'd say Meteor can also clear the game too. So Meteor is the build you want to do if you want to clear through Bale very easily. So, and I might even consider going Meteor to start, to swap. I don't know. We'll have to see what we do. But I'm definitely going to go Hydra for farming. Well, we're gonna have to test it out. Blood Raven moves so much. What mercs would you recommend for Hydra starting out? If you could get like a Pus Spitter mercenary very fast, that would be good. I mean, Static Field would help with something like clearing cows with it. So like Act 3. Act 3 also does a lot of AoE damage. There's a lot of mercs, but just remember, if you want mercenaries, so this is a good point. We have the ultimate merc guide, so make sure you star this and have it available, because this will give you literally the best mercenaries for offensive, defensive, and starter approaches for every single build. This includes the late game builds, not just the starter builds. By the way, I also do bossing myself too, so I've killed tier 1 and tier 2 bosses even last season on hardcore SSF even. So I have bossing experience. I'm just not as I'm not like a bossing expert, okay? I'm good, I'm decent. I sometimes shake, you know, I'm pretty anxiety ridden when I do those fights on hardcore, because it's very tense on hardcore, let me tell you, but any rate, I'm not terrible. I know I could be worse. I know what I'm doing. I know what the mechanics are, you know. I know how to build for the boss. So I understand how they work. And that does inform my list as well, so that's good. But yeah, for Hydra, so here you have starter options, right? Act 1 meditation, right? Act 1 meditation's really good starter for a lot of builds, because you usually want to invest a lot into like mana or energy shield, or just get some kind of energy shield. And then battle orders also works if you go more Vita, maybe like 1 point energy shield, and then like Pus Spitter and Lawbringer. So that's what it says here in my Merc guide, so there you go. Sweet. Good question though. That is accurate as well. I would also maybe put Act 3 static there. I'll have to, I haven't finished updating this and the farming guide for the new season, so just hold on to the guides and I'll have a full update for those pretty soon. Obviously, the late game mapping tier list and infographic, besides the immunities, is done. There might be some small updates to some listings here, but besides that, nothing crazy. Uncapped Arctic Blast is crazy. Mind Blast 2 is slow for maps. B is not slow. B is an upper tier mapper. B is very fast. And it's even better in lower tier maps, I think. Right? I should have determined that. Yes, yes, 2 check marks. There you go. A tier 1, tier 2 column. Going through the questions. I look forward to you playing Sorc. The last time you tried Sorc, you died on Diablo normal. Yeah, exactly. I haven't played Sorc starting out in a while, so I'm kind of missing it a little bit. I liked my Inferno Meteor starter a couple seasons ago. It was a blast. Yeah, Inferno Meteor can do kind of anything. Yeah, that's a good point. I like it quite a bit. I think I'm going to farm things like Maggot Lair and cows, though, so I want to take advantage of the Pierce, but we'll see. I don't know, I'll just have some fun with it. I just want to play Hydra because it's just fun, and it's good at mapping now. So you don't have to necessarily want to do the most optimal thing all the time, but also, Hydra's looking pretty good as a starter, guys. It really is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should have it on the top of the list, but it's... I don't know. All right, how about this? You know what? I'll make people happy, okay? Here we go. Okay. There. Number 3. All right. Boom. It's just an easy swap out. Oh my goodness. I really don't care. I don't. I had it on the top last season too. It shouldn't have changed, so there's no change to it. What do you recommend for brand new Diablo player from PoE? What kind of builds do you like, Lona? Or Lona? DL? You gotta give me an idea of, like, from PoE, like, what kind of builds do you like? Do you like more active builds, high APM, low APM? Are you looking for a starter or something to work towards, like for the late game? You gotta give me a little bit more to go on, because there's just too many insanely good options in this mod. And what's also interesting to note is even if it's not listed in the starter lineup, that doesn't mean you can't start it. That's just how good this mod is. You can start virtually any build, and it will work as long as you craft and you just are meticulous about it. You can do almost anything. These are just the most reliable, the easiest, the, you know, more brain dead ones that don't take a lot of crazy thinking and, you know, advancement or anything. These are the ones that are just easy. Meteor owns her. Yeah, Meteor does. It's true. Okay. I like Inferno. What would you farm as Hydra freshly after Hellbale? I don't know if I'd push Hellbale that fast anyway, but honestly, you got a lot of options. You could farm a lot of corrupted zones because of the Pierce. You could do Maggot Lair. You could do Stony Tomb. You could do bosses. A lot of good options on Hydra for sure. I think it actually farms a little bit better than a lot of fire builds in a lot of areas early game, especially in hardcore. It's always safe. Particularly with the changes. Oh, cows too. Yeah, cows would be really good, yeah. It's a fire build with high piercing damage. Forgot to mention that. Tier 13, okay. For physical sacrifice, Pally's Merc. Do you recommend materials for might or innocence for procs? Oh, you mean Templars? No, I just recommend procs. All you really want, man, is you could actually run might on an Act 5 Barbarian, and then you could have innocence, beast, and then Cyclopean Roar to get battle cry as well. So you can actually get them all. You don't have to choose. I believe on my ultimate Merc guide as well. So you go all the way down. Once again, this is a very good guide. I think a lot of people are underestimating it. Exclamation ultimate Merc guide. Okay. You go down. I control F. What's the build? Physical sacri. Oh well, might be called something different. Maybe it's just called sacrifice. Yeah, maybe. I have to change some of this, but yeah, sacrifice. So sacrifice. There's a defensive and offensive approach. There's the offensive approach. Act 5 might. Innocence, Cyclopean, Vile Husk. There you go. Exactly what I just recommended. Defensive approach, Reaper's Toll, Innocence, Ferocity. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. Alright, refer to the other one. How do you think about Hydra doing red portals? I think it'd do pretty well, actually, as long as the not a lot of fire immunes. I think lightning builds do better in red portals, though, so I think chain lightning might actually have an advantage there, which is why it's pretty high up in the listing. Also for arcane as well. Start a magic fizz build if you don't want to struggle with immunes. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. See, I have red portal farming on the ultimate farming guide as well. I don't necessarily recommend it for any build. I actually should recommend these for Lightning particularly. I should be recommending Pit of Acheron on my DH's picks. I should change that, but once again, these aren't fully updated. I already thought of doing that earlier. Heck yeah, man. Magic or summon? Yup. Do you think fire items for Sorc are going to skyrocket this season? I think there's going to be a lot of fire Sorcs, yeah. Probably going to be some lightning Sorcs too, though. Probably be a lot of cold Sorcs that are smart for mapping. I don't know. I think fire Sorcs early, though. There's going to be I think fire items or fire skill GCs for Sorc early are going to be worth quite a bit. Farming cows or arcane better? Hard to say, but I think I'd prefer to farm arcane just for pure currency, and then cows if you also want to sprinkle in some other drops that can happen, and also bases. But it's also extremely good for currency. It's close. Appreciate all that you do every season on updating build analysis. Have a question about the standardized 200% density equation though, if you have time. You mean you can ask the question here if you want. The idea is to, so this is something we started doing in season 10. Basically what this equation is it accounts for the fact that, you know how you have a density number on the rare map, right? There's a density value on it. But the rare map itself increases density from white to rare from 0, it increases 200%. So that's where that comes from. So that's why it's MPM times 200 divided by D plus 100. And you're wondering where the 100 comes from. That's standardization. So that standardizes the density test at 100. So that means that we're assuming, so this density test here, 619 over 122, it then standardizes it to if the map was a 100 density test. Which is why on some builds I'm pretty mindful about going for slightly higher or slightly lower density, depending on if the build has more or less AoE. Because if it has less AoE, I should go for ones that have slightly lower, so it's standardizing and it doesn't affect the results as much, and it's standardizing to slightly lower. Because it's standardizing at 100. So what that does is that allows us to take a whole bunch of density values for the maps that I test, and it allows them to essentially churn them into a standardized number. Because it's an advantage, obviously, if you're running a better map. You don't want to give an advantage to builds that are running a better, higher density map versus builds that just happen to, I just happen to roll a worse map as I'm rolling maps to test the build. I mean, that's stupid, right? So you got to standardize it. That's what D plus 100 is. So it's standardized. The other thing is, once again, MPM times, the reason why it's multiplied times 200 is the fact that it's taking into account the multiplier that's on the rare map itself, which is how density is calculated. It's kind of it's a technical thing, but it helps us get us slightly more accurate results. If I didn't use, I used to just keep the density tight as I tested it and not take it into account at all and just like do that, but it does help to like fine tune the accuracy a bit. It's not a huge deal, honestly. Ad break. Yeah, the 100 is for standardizing. It standardizes the test to a 100 density rare map. So that every map test gets the density advantage conferred by a slightly higher density map is not translating into higher overall numbers. Oh, there's ads playing right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't control the ads. My ad density is pretty low, actually, but it's like the minimum, so I don't get screwed over, so. You can always watch the VOD, too, though. A lot of people are interested in how the data is calculated. That's interesting. I had some mathematicians actually help me with that, too. They were like, oh, yeah, it'd probably be a good equation for that. I checked after after I had some people check it for me, I also checked AI, and AI was like, yeah, that's probably how you should do it. Probably the best results for that, based on like a bunch of different considerations. How good is open wounds and barb leveling as well? Yeah, there's actually some really smart people in the community though, for sure, because I didn't even really understand that that could actually help me out with the testing, and then I got some research as well on it. It could probably help with slightly better numbers. Nothing major really. I'm just a perfectionist really. That's the problem. That's why that's an equation. Honestly, it's all about perfectionism. It turns out this raw MPM value into a, you know, a density adjusted value, right? If I were to run a group of 3, the total is less than at 125 density. Just wondering, because the total is less than at 125 density. Wait, what do you mean by that? Well, it's not supposed to be at 200. It's just that, so there's a bonus, right? So the 200% is a bonus. So like a white map has a base amount of density. A rare map multiplies that essentially by 2 or 3, whatever you want to call it. And then you take that, and that is the density it's acting on where the number is concerned. So the number on the map itself, where it says 50 or whatever. So it's multiplying it again further by a certain amount. And so that number then has to be standardized to a number. So we just pick 100, which makes the most sense because that's like the minimum number that I use for testing. So there you have it. I pick 100. 100's standardized. And then, yeah. And what's interesting is even with that equation, I've actually tested the data just not using that equation at all. And you get pretty similar results. But they're not quite as good, I don't think, because they if I test using a much higher density, I've noticed that some builds can run away and get a lot stronger. So I've actually so in season 10 I actually messed with this quite a bit. I actually ran the bell curve without that equation using just MPM. So I used the raw, which is this. Top 3 map average MPM, the raw number. And I've run this too. So you could actually run the bell curve with this as well. You could do this. But it didn't seem as good though. And it seemed like there are some things that were like outsized in terms of how strong they were. So it's kind of hard to say. But honestly, the results were very similar. So all this is like a, I guess you could say a fine-tuned adjustment. It's a good question, though. It's not like you could even run the tiers yourself if you wanted to. Just run it on that column instead of that column. That's all you have to do. Does MPM truly determine a tier value? Is speed kills per minute the most primary stat? Yes. Is there any other information that can be used to massage the numbers? Yeah, so the ease of testing on the beta. Some builds require Pierce, attack speed, FCR, or plus skill corruptions more than other builds in order to optimize the build for gameplay purposes and damage. And because of that, I give them a handicap. So the handicap is my subjective thumb on the scale way of adjusting for that artifact of the testing, which is that there are limitations to the beta testing itself. That's a good question, though. What do you think is good and bad with Blizzard versus Meteor Starter? Meteor just can kill everything. Physical and fire damage. And you can go an Ant Merc to start with, and it's even stronger. It just kills everything. It's super easy. Farming cows or arcane better, similar. Thank you, Dragon Wizard. How good is open wounds on barb leveling? It's really good. It's extremely good. So when you lack weapon damage, open wounds is compensates for that very well. It gives you just a ton of extra damage. So like getting the synergies for it and everything else is very worth early game if you're gonna run a physical damage build. Lead leveling is pretty easy. I did it with two-handed whirlwind a couple level. You could get into maps with a few whirlwinds or cheap bleed builds that make your damage really high. Yeah, exactly. If I were to run a group of 3, 1 Curse Neck, 1 Enchant Sorc, and what would you think would be the best carry? Oh, interesting. That's a cool question. So if you're gonna run a Curse Necro and an Enchant Sorc, huh? I mean, honestly, multi-shot would be a really good carry with that. So like Zon multi-shot. Zon multi-shot sounds like it'd be a really good third build. Yeah, strafe or multi-shot, exactly. You pretty much answered your own question. Whirlwind, yeah, to some extent. Yeah, just make the Whirlwind barb really tanky, I guess. Yeah, I would definitely run something with huge AoE though, if you could though, because that would take full advantage of the big curse AoE and enchant. Paladin? No, not enough AoE on those, honestly. You need like more AoE, so barb would be good too, I guess, with the splash for sure. Yeah, definitely, you're on the right track, I think. War crit. Does MPM truly determine? Yep, we already answered that. Viability, defense, no. So the only thing that determines the late game mapping tier list tier is speed. Monsters per minute, kills per minute, whatever you want to call it. That's it. That's it. Adjusted, of course, for testing artifacts in the beta. Every other consideration you're mentioning there, like defense, ease of play, cost, is listed in a separate column, okay? And that's why we have these listed here with check marks. So you could almost think of these check marks as a tier to some extent. Like, if it has got 3 check marks, then it's S tier for budget, right? But then it's this tier for speed and late game maps. And then you also know that if it's this tier for really hard maps and it's got more than 1 check mark, then that must mean that it's S tier for lower tier maps, right? Because you can automatically say, well, if it's better than it is in tier 1, then that means it's better in tier 1 and tier 2, maybe because of damage lackage or something like that, right? Or it's just, you know, a little bit of damage lackage maybe in the tier 3 maps, then that means its tier is higher if I do lower tier maps. So you can use my tier list to inform you in all kinds of ways. You can use it to inform you on how good it is at budget, how good at hardcore, take the late game speed into account, and take into account even earlier game with lower tier maps. There you go. And then if it's got more than 1 check mark, you know it's better in lower tier maps, and that means it's like basically S tier or higher tier in that map. That's all you really have to understand. Is Double Fort being implemented? No, it is not. There are ears though from the Corrupted Heroes event, which is basically the heroes that come out of the dark portals that try to kill you. Basically, it's a PvP event. You're just dueling an AI build, which is kind of sick. And those ears can be used to enhance the map at the cost of a dangerous modifier, but it's not the same thing as Double Fortify. They also boosted Fortify in a different way. I think from my testing and other people's testing, they realized that double Fortify would just make the rich richer. It'd make the builds that are already insanely strong. They already have great AoE and insanely high damage, particularly poison builds, just even stronger. So they, I think they realized that'd be kind of bad for the game, so they didn't implement it. And my testing seemed to prove that. So, did you test corrupted zone density at all? I did not actually. I know they improved the density of a bunch of areas. But at any rate, what all that shows me is that just running corrupted zones and better in a lot of builds is definitely better. So you could definitely consider doing that. Yeah, exactly. It would be, I don't know, double fort would definitely create kind of a toxic situation, I think, personally. It was cool, but the thing is like, if it did benefit any of those melee builds, it would benefit the other builds even more. Things like Poison Javelin. And that's what I found from my data. Or like Holy Shock Sacrifice. It'd just make them even better. Sorry. If you do open beta, does your characters on open beta get deleted or do they go non-letter? If you do open beta, your characters on open beta get deleted. I believe they get deleted. Actually, maybe not. Maybe they just get sent to non-letter. I don't know, actually. It's a good question, Fira. I think they go to... Yeah, they don't delete because they're on the main server. They're not on the beta server. It's time to end soon, I think. Oh my goodness. My Expo CTA got deleted. Yeah, because they, you can't make a CTA on an Expo anymore. That's why. Are they on the flat server? Well, we'll find out when we start the season in a couple days. No, Bilbo, I know. It's annoying because I can't update my ultimate farming guide without immunities either for the optimal tier 1, tier 2s. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I just don't know. What I do know is that these monster immunity section on my tier list is very sad and empty right now. At least we have the tiers, though. Could be worse. Could be worse. Dude, Senpai, like, procrastinated, like, big time on the monster. He's getting it done, though, guys. I assure you he should have it done. He promised he'd have it done before this season, so if he doesn't get it done, there's gonna be hell to pay. Pretty sure he's gonna do it. For Holy Shock Sacrifice, is the explosion self-damage lower than physical sacrifice? Technically, yes, but that's because your resistances help you. Whereas it's your DR that helps you with the physical damage, and Amp will and Decrep from the monsters will make it worse. So you really need to overstack DR and Curse resistance. Wow, that is a big odds, Anna. I love it. It's huge. Cool. The world is back to normal. Yep, River of Blood tier 3. That's the way I see it. Okay, and yes, I will be doing Corrupted Heroes in Hardcore. I've tested builds. You could do the Corrupted Heroes pretty safely on Hardcore. You just have to be careful. I don't know, we might die to it, though. I'll make for a pretty awesome rip. I mean, I don't know, it could be fun later on when we get enough gear to do that. I play SSF Hardcore, so it'll take a little bit, but once we get there, I mean, it should be pretty fun. Alright, guys, are there any other questions? He just said he was being lazy with the maps. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know. He'll have it done. He'll get it done, and it'll be done. And when it's done, it'll be announced. What's kind of annoying about that too, though, is that all these like loot filters too. I'm gonna have to like update my loot filter like last minute probably because of this, but it is what it is. What would be a good SSF do everything build? Well, let's look at our solo top 10 do everything builds. I don't know, man. The one I'm playing, I'm playing Hydra and hardcore SSF, so maybe do faux holy bolt. Honestly, do whirlwind. Take advantage of the potioning. You know, that should be sick, right? I don't know. Did whirlwind last season? Oh, okay. Well, do something different. Ugh. Remember, this is the jack of all trades list right here, so these builds are insanely versatile, so they're very good at tons of things. Not just good at bossing or map, you know. Meteor's not nearly as good as Hydra at mapping, so take your pick, because you can let the monsters die behind you in Hydra, whereas Meteor you have to actively, you know, it's just slower, that's all. Meteor doesn't have enough of a mapping score to be as versatile, but Meteor's still up there, though. If you're willing to just make a decent endgame mapper and have a better, like, early game mapper, it'll be good. Or just better other things. Might go CL into Hydra? Heck yeah, it's going to be fun. CL is also looking very strong this season for early game farms. I might even consider going Chain Lightning for arcane farming. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, with Fire Pierce, like, I get the feeling with Fire Pierce, something like arcane farming will actually be decent too, because you can pierce the fire immunes and they'll hit the ghosts. I don't know, actually. It's probably slower. It's a lot slower than lightning, though. It'd probably be at least decent, though. If I didn't feel like respecking, maybe I just go Hydra or arcane. I don't know. I actually thought about that. All right. Any other questions to wrap up our Q&A session here? If there are nothing else's. If there are nothing else's. Rip. Rip owns you. Rip. No Glover music. We're not playing the game, Jesus. Hey, sure, waste your points. We gotta have some ways to waste your points, right? Xana has no power on the tier list. Alright, anyways, so GG guys. Almost 5.5 hour video, so sick. I'm gonna have all the timestamps, of course, below. Let me know what you guys think about this list. Let me know if you think what I think, that it's the most balanced and awesome season ever. More parity for melee builds than ever. Your melee builds can actually solidly, cleanly, and in a fun way execute for both mapping and bossing. It is great season. I love this season. You can argue maybe it went a little too far on some of the Sorc itemization nerfs, but to be fair, Sorc nerfs were justified. And, well, maybe some caster nerfs as well, like Corpse Explosion. You could definitely make those arguments. So, it is what it is. I think this season's got crazy good balance. It's got a lot of crazy good builds and build potential. I think there's so many more options than ever. Remember, guys, of course, to check out all of my resources, including this tier list and infographic, not just the late game mapping solo tier list, which measures speed, but everything else as well, including the other 4 columns that measure your improved performance or not improved performance in even lower tier maps, fortified budget hardcore, depending on how the build operates. Of course, you have all these other amazing lists, including even an overall tier top 10 now that takes into account versatility, B being minimum. Yeah, all these crazy lists as well, all updated. Immunities will be updated later. And of course, the data sheet, and then keep into account the ultimate farming guide, including my best farms recommended for every single build in the game. So check those out as well. Honestly, I should have Arcane Sanctuary here as well. I'm going to update this as well. This is not fully updated yet, so I'm going to make sure all of the builds are on here and all the farms. Obviously, once we get map immunities, we also need info here as well. I'll do that as soon as possible. Mercenary, I'll be inserting the 10 new builds we added to the tier list and just looking over these again to see if we have the most modern approaches on the current patch for all the mercenaries. Just taking a look at it here, you know, here and there. We'll look to see if we got the best mercenaries for offensive, defensive, and starter. And also, by the way, if you're newer to the game or don't know how to make your mercenaries survive, we even have stat prioritization on the far right here, which is really useful. Helps you understand on each mercenary the order of stat prioritization and some other things to help your mercenary do good. And there you go. At any rate, cool. These will be updated, of course. I'll have links to them on the main guide as well. I still have, obviously, updates to do, so I'll be working on those, and I'll be getting this, obviously, uploaded. GG chat. See you guys. Remember, April 24th, 10 a.m. PST for the launch. I'll be playing Hardcore SSF. If you want to watch me potentially die on a sorceress, it can be a lot of fun. And we'll have a good time and just, you know, try to farm stuff. And hopefully it's a good season. I do plan on maybe playing like Sorc or Barb or whatever. So we'll see what ends up working out, right? So definitely. We will end up doing that. So GG guys. Best testing ever. This is honestly the best balance ever. But yeah, hopefully you guys are awesome. Thank you guys for all the support as well. And thank you to the PD2 dev team again for their insane efforts. GG guys. I'll make sure to get more guides, more stuff. I actually plan on during the season to actually make a new full podcast length mapping guide where you guys can learn anything you want about how to optimize your maps on any build. So I plan to make a super mapping guide that is updated for the newer maps and everything and the newer map mechanics for this season. So I plan to do that at some point, maybe a few weeks in. I don't know, we'll have to see. But yeah, anyway, GG. Let's get it. Season 13 Betrayal. Let's smash it. Those betrayers, those corrupted heroes. We're going to show them who's boss. We're going to get some ears. OP. Twitch.tv, Dark Humility. Let's crush it.